come with me inside.
You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. You've got me saying words in You've got me saying words in my head. You've got me. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no, it ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. You've got me saying words in
I'm sick and tired of the fighting. I've had enough of all the wars. Don't wanna think about it anymore. I'm tired of the feeling we are always heading for the door. So tell me if I say it loud, will you come alive? Will you hold me like you used to do? Tell me if I say it loud, will my heart alive? Will it beat the way it did for you? If you wanna stay, let me know it. To the beach, come on over. If you're not afraid to let me close, I will be your overdose.
you to hear me now. I'm a cold whisper that you can't figure out. It's written on my face. You'll notice that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know. It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. Who I am. One billion reasons in the stars, imprisoned deep within my heart. It's written on my face that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know. It's who I am. 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 Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. Who I am.
it while it's hot.
Fall into your mind, waiting just to feel alive. Another change. Cutting from the thoughts within. The clarity is wearing thin. Another time to dream this. Holding on to what we find. We don't wanna lose this fight. You, me, and gravity. Strong enough to reach the line. Are we on the final time? Forgive our lies. But we're cautioned by the hopes we had, thinking we could make it fair. Another chance to change this. Holding on to what we perpetuate or represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. There's a history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. There's a history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
I remember when I saw you at the end of that night. I was looking for some trouble, you were looking alright. Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. Will you love? I would take potions. Will you love? I would cross oceans. All the hurt and the pain, you could take it all away. Will you love? I would take potions. I would take potions. Sipping on a little something, I've been sipping too much. I just pour myself a double and I'm thinking about us. Every time I see your face, I think of what I lost. How could all the little moments that we had be so far gone? I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. Will you love? I would take potions. Will you love? I would cross oceans. All the hurt and the pain, you could take it all away. Will you love? I would take potions. You could take
beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the DigiDesk. It's a little bit like Digimon. It's an unofficial version of an official product, and it's almost as good. My name is TJ, joined by several unofficial analysts for our second day of the unofficial broadcast for the spring 2020 split of the LPL. I'm going to start things off as we head into our first game between FunPlus Phoenix and D-Star with our top boy, Hyper. You were watching our game last week when we had E-Star kind of overperforming, and you said that the key to their victory was Cryan.
Game, I saw Cryan be an absolute monster on the roof. Granted, it was against Rogue Warriors, one of the worst teams in the LPL, but still, the fact that he was able to take over a game and establish such dominance as technically a rookie who has only shown like flashes of his brilliance as part of, I believe it was RNG's LDL team. I think it's really promising for E-Star, and it gives them a focal point that they can center their team and their game plan around.
If we're talking about focal points, Quirky, what do you look for over on this FPX side?
We saw the debut of Palm, but he sort of fell short at the moment. I mean, he's still probably trying to get into the LPL meta, trying to get away from the SKT nightmare of having to play tanks every single game for Faker. But it's still have to see whether he takes time to develop into the LPL, bruiser, carry meta sort of. But he's still got Gimgoon to back him up for a couple of games if he needs to like take down and all that. But other than that, sorry.
Would you rather see Gimgoon or Khan?
At the moment, I would rather see Gimgoon. Khan, sure, he needs stage experience, but he also needs to possibly adapt, possibly more in the scrims area, to be more into the current meta for the LPL. Mm-hmm. But other than that, should possibly see some changes there. But maybe we might see Gimgoon get subbed in for a game here. But other than that, Khan at the moment needs a bit of time.
On the one hand, I would say give Khan the first game for sure. But the problem seems to me right now, Khan just came in. The team was speaking Mandarin last season. Both Gimgoon and Doinby have been in the LPL for a long time now. And we know Doinby speaks fluent Mandarin, so I presume the comms were in Mandarin last year. They can't switch to Korean. They have to switch to full-on English. And we saw a bit of miscommunication between Tian and Khan. They don't seem to gel that well yet. So maybe it is better to just have them develop synergy in scrims and only then put Khan back in if you indeed want him. Because Gimgoon is a quality top laner as well. Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm. And you might be tuning into this broadcast going, FPX against a team nobody's ever heard of? Why is this even a question? Well, E-Star won their first match, and FPX didn't, Louis. Well, that's a little bit terrifying. Of course, it was against IG. Do you credit that win maybe more towards IG being good, or did FPX really slip over the offseason?
I mean, we said the communication didn't seem that well. They had good early games, but when it came to the late game, they just couldn't finish out the games, and they were beaten in team fights, especially Leon having come in really well for IG. And that seemed to, and that's kind of the interesting thing, that seemed to be the problem for Rogue Warriors as well against E-Star. So
E-Star.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if E-Star can punish the same thing today that they punished against Rogue Warriors just a couple of days ago.
Hyper, we talked a lot about the draft in the pregame. You were really excited about the contested picks between these two teams. What should we be looking at during the draft?
Yeah, generally I'm expecting a lot of these same champions to be contested by specifically these mid and top laners. I expect things like the Pantheon, the Rise to be heavily contested in the mid lane, particularly those control mages between Cryan and Doinby. And in the top lane, you have those things like the Mordekaiser, which will be heavily subject to contest between those top laners. Say Khan in particular, because he does generally like What?
Just don't mind me.
Yeah, I would say in particular those carry picks are, Khan's old school bread and butter, and with how powerful the Mordekaiser is at the moment, it creates this extremely reliable, not only tanky, but also high damage threat that he can fall back upon.
Many viewers might be newer to this game, Louis. Should we be taking E-Star seriously? If you haven't seen them yet, what's the rundown?
Well, that is really the question coming into today. They have already cemented themselves as better than what a lot of people had them as, which is 16th or 17th, because we didn't know anything about them. Seeing PDD having put together this team, the former Miracles coach in the LDL, he has a lot of he has a good hand in picking great talent. So
Hmm.
it's kind of the questionable where we have to put E-Star this season.
Yeah.
This is the first step up. This is the point where these players have to show not only that they can act as a team to some extent, but that they can step up individually. That all of these players deserve to be in the LPL. That they can at least not, lose heavily and get to that mid game, get to that late game, and hopefully uh, punish some of FPX's lacking recently. So let's be real. If FPX doesn't win this is a problem for FPX. But if E-Star can even show a decent bit of hope, I can see them breaking the top 8.
If you didn't manage to catch that set between Rogue Warriors and E-Star, a lot of it came down to the individual performance. It was a lot of sick team fights that went the way of E-Star. So I think the question coming out of it, facing a team like FPX, is do we see that same individual performance against the caliber of player that FPX brings to bear? And that, my good gentlemen, brings us to predictions. Let's go around the table. We'll start with you, Hyper. How do you see this series going?
2-0. While I do have a lot of faith in E-Star's talent being good for like future potential, I think that right now they're still too inexperienced as both the roster and as individual players to really be able to topple the Titan that is FPX.
Corky?
I've got Easter actually taking the series, who
Really?
won. Yeah, I believe that they could bring the upset today. FPX, they were lacking, especially in that late game against IG. So if Easter can get to that possible late game stage, it would be what I see Easter potentially taking the series.
And then on the very end, you're the tie-breaking vote, Louis. Are you with the Australian or do you stand with the establishment, with FPX?
Well, I will say that I do hope FPX can show more than they have shown against IG. That being said, I do expect them to do so, and honestly, there's about a 60 to 70% chance that this is a 2-0 flat out, and E-Star will just have to go home packing.
All right, Corky, you
Or
stand alone,
they go home
the
crying.
single analyst in favor of E-Star. But we've got two more, two casters who I assume are all in on the E-Star train. It'll be Formal and Sin to take away the first game of today.
Thank you very much, TJ, and welcome to the second Invisible stage, ranging from Brisbane, Australia, all the way to Scotland. I am Formal, joined by Birthday Boy Sin, and we are each super excited to bring you FPX taking on 5-Star.
And these two teams, they have very different trajectories coming into this. FPX coming off of that 2-1 loss, disappointingly having it ripped away from them in that final Elder Dragon team fight by IG. On the other side, it's the up-and-comers E-Star. The people that a lot of people had no expectations for, already coming in and beating Rogue Warriors cleanly in that second game. That first game, a little bit more suspect. This team is ramping up. With FPX on the downswing, we'll see if they meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, talk about really having a true test, though. I feel if you can come off a hot win against a team, more people are putting more middly bottom of the pack, and then come up big against the defending world champions. Yes, the bird might be angry and lighting everything on fire, but, maybe put it out a bit, put up that strong showing. I definitely do not want to write this squad off.
It's really important to look at how these two teams got here as well, because like you said, FPX played really well in those early games in that series against IG, but then mid game to late game, they got the soul twice, and then through team fights after they'd acquired it. They consistently made mistakes where they were pushing their advantages too far and got caught out by the team fight of IG. On the other side, we saw a bit of that in the mid game from eStar after they'd been dominating the early game of game one, that they just made too many mistakes and they got capitalized. The game two, however, is a lot cleaner, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they can utilize their aggression in those early phases to see if they can match up with FPX, because I predict this one to be very explosive early and build from there.
Yes, and I definitely do agree that we could be seeing a lot of early game action, especially when looking back at 5-star and their jungler Wei and some of the aggressive positioning and fronting he did with his series against Rogue Warriors and the success that the team kind of had off of the back of that. I feel like maybe that's another go-to that the squad might look at in getting some early advantages. And normally it's that underdog team that you look to be a bit more aggressive, throw up the favorites a bit, and then capitalize on that moving forwards. Can you still hear me? Yeah, sorry.
And get the try and get the advantage off of the pick and ban phase, because we saw the Kiana be a big pick for a lot of teams so far in those early phases. And with the IG series, it was more the FPX leaving the Rumble up and going, IG, you take the Rumble, but we get the Kiana, or somebody has to try and trade those picks around. So if they can utilize it effectively to gain that advantage, net the early game advantage by having the superior picks, it can build from there. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Talia has been utilized. It's one of my favorite champions. It's been coming back into prominence, pairing with the Renekton, pairing with the Pantheon very well. And its early game ganks are very efficient. We've seen it in the jungle, and we saw it crying in the mid lane, willing to pick it up. So I'm excited to see if we do see them opt into that, how that affects the early game matchup. Can it match up into the Kiana well enough? And how does that scale into the game?
Kiana definitely seems to be one of those stronger picks as well coming through with the LPL meta thus far. It's been flexed around a bit, similar to that Talia. And when you're still in that first week, we're still in that process of finding out which teams are going to prioritize what and where. And bringing that back to, I guess, FPX, they're always kind of known as one of those teams where their comfort picks and their ideas of the meta can sometimes vary from everywhere else. And I like how you're bringing up the Talia and the Kiana, because if those are more prioritized and perhaps even banned, that leaves things open, like perhaps the Rise or even the Rumble for this defending world champ squad.
And I want to talk a bit more about the top lane, though, because the top lane is going to be a big focal point of this series, in my opinion. Last series, we saw Khan play a bit more on the weak side in the top lane. We saw him play the Ornn. We saw him play the Fiora in one game, but that was the game they won, where they looked so much cleaner. So if you put Khan on these more carry-oriented champions, he can show up and he can carry you through the game. But if they're looking to play more towards LWX and Crisp, like has been more the meta with this MF-style bot lane that we've been seeing so much more of, then they have to think about how they're utilizing Khan. Can he be self-sustainable? How do they utilize that? And it could just be something as simple as the Mordekaiser.
I know from my point of view, I definitely want to see him on some of those more carry-oriented champions and be one of those aggressive top laners like the Renekton, just because it felt like when he had the Fiora before, that is when FPX really had more success, as opposed to when they did put him on the tank sort of lane management type champion. But already looking at some of these bans, we're seeing some of these names brought up, taken away. The Kiana has been banned out. I'm happy to see Misfortune banned as well. Thank you.
So notably, Rumble, Aphelios, Jarvan, all still up. Senna still up as well. There's a lot of power picks available, specifically the Rumble Jarvan composition as a duo. I'm looking to see if somebody picks up. Aphelios, obviously, more of the first pick priority. Could be responded to easily, though, by like a Tom Kench Senna.
Yeah, I feel like I'm hoping eStar definitely goes that route, especially with the Misfortune ban away. During the Demacia Cup, a lot of times the MF, or more so, sorry, in the start of the LPL, during the Demacia Cup, Aphelios wasn't there. But so far, we've seen during the LPL, the Misfortune has been that answer to the Aphelios. But with that taken off the table, instead, they're going to go ahead and take that Rumble Jarvan combo for themselves.
So I think they should take Leona here for FPX. You want to take the pick that counters Nautilus and is still a very strong support that can facilitate engagement. You're going to try and shut down this Rumble Jarvan combo. You could look into just picking up a Mordekaiser nice and early, try and have a way to remove the Rumble from a team fight, so he can't really do that AoE damage anywhere near as much. You can remove a Jarvan simply in late game team fights, or just try and remove half of the combo. Without the Misfortune being available as well, it's lacking that consistency in the AoE, so we need to see one more key AoE threat if you are the side of E-Star.
Yes, and perhaps it'll be locked in right now in response to the Nautilus and the Rek'Sai if they can get that true Wombo combo together. Instead, they're going to be looking at that Senna. That is a pick that would probably be banned away if they don't take it now.
Senna's definitely going to help. That Senna is definitely adding on to the threats, because you see the AoE from her ultimate right down the middle of that Cataclysm, creating that sort of cereal bowl effect, but you're throwing everything into the bowl. And that can really help you secure the kills. Senna's really underrated in that sense, just for having a really strong team fight ultimate. So I'm interested to see how that can be utilized if the team does choose to go for this full Wombo combo team composition style. Like we're saying, right now we need a bit more lockdown to go with this, because we saw just yesterday, in fact, for Suning, you can have all these AoE abilities, but if you don't have the lockdown for it, you can consistently get caught out. So I like this Aatrox pickup, Aatrox ban immediately, because it's ban somebody who's slippery and can capitalize on your mistakes by cleaning up fights where you've not executed it cleanly enough.
I'm still thinking back to the olden days where a Jarvan Cataclysm was just enough lockdown that an entire team would need, but it feels like as we get further and further and as this game adapts, no longer is just one ability fully needed. Ornn being banned out as well, I'm not too surprised to see that. I kind of feel that could have been providing more of that lockdown, assuming the Rumble would have been going mid, but instead, perhaps that's a case of E-Star looking to play a more aggressive top lane as well.
A mid lane pick, because it's been such a in the recent times. It's just got the ability to hit that level 4 mark. He's get the extra heat, shove the wave, roam effectively. So rookies struggle to keep up when he does it, but the likes of Doenby pick it up. These more adept roamers, they are so good at keeping up in CS, keeping up in pressure, and putting this this aura of strength all around the map, where you have to be aware that Rumble can collapse with an ultimate.
On the other side, though, I'm seeing a pick that I definitely wanted to see, that Renekton. I was hoping Khan would get a chance to really be a true lane bully. Curious who Doenby will go for to ride with it. At the moment, we're seeing that Katarina hover. Not sure that's what's going to be locked in.
We'd like something interesting like that. Doenby's been cashing in those trim bucks for cheese. Is the big officer, but he's going to go for his classic rise up in the mid lane, and you can still flex this mid battle. So the utilization of that strength can still be there. Cassiopeia would be an quote-unquote counter to him most phases of the game. You hold on to mid lane pressure, and it does mean that Rumble is going into the Renekton. Likely, at least, you could see Cassiopeia top, but I don't predict that that's going to be the option here. I think Cryan's going to go for the mid laner. That's spell spam slinging mage. You're going to see Xiao Bai be the more team fight facilitating ultimate bot like he was in the previous series on the Mordekaiser.
And it was something that he had a lot of success on. I just question, will he be able to even survive, I suppose, this early and mid game when you have the Renekton Rek'Sai combo just leaning down on him. It's one of the deadliest jungle top lane duos in the game, and if Khan is able to snowball, I feel, and really shut down this Rumble from getting any momentum, it could really put E-Star back.
Definitely the job of the Rek'Sai this in the mid so often. He is a bit more stunned for ganks, but he's got so much of a shorter lane where he can back very quickly with that movement speed boost. If you look towards the top side, however, when he's in lane, he is a bit more susceptible to being caught out by ganks. So I'm predicting that that's going to be where the Rumble can be exploited, and that would break up a lot of this team fight strength, this hot pocket combo that we've been talking about.
Yes, and obviously, though, for the other side, like E-Star, if they can get that hot start, I want to see them try and keep this bot lane alive as long as possible. Get that Senna scaling, get it through to that late game. Cassiopeia, another one as well. It's going to take a couple items for her to really get going. I feel it's going to be that sort of duck, dodge, dive, and weave. How long can E-Star stay alive before FPX can really push this game out of control? That's sort of the tone that I'm feeling going into this one, and it's why I'm happy that E-Star has an aggressive jungler like Wei. That's the kind of player that you could be looking towards to help carry you through. It'll be curious to see whether or not they're able to go toe-to-toe, though, with the defending world champs.
And the thing is with E-Star's composition here, they've got that full wombo combo team fight. You can see the Dreamers there. The Jarvan ult comes down, you throw the Cassiopeia ground in the middle, and you got the Rumble and the Senna on top of it. Make it so easy to clean that fight up. We're just hoping they can hold on to it, hoping they can hold on to the game long enough to see that team fight dream come true.
And I mean, it's a commonplace thing sometimes, you know, when you might be feeling perhaps a little bit outmatched on paper, you go for the simple team composition. You go for something that's easier to execute. And a wombo combo, a lot of times, is that answer. LPL, known for its team fighting. Well, this is a pure team fighting composition, and it can only take one or two to really win this game. But that said, we are on the Rift, and already a lot of priority put on E-Star towards the bot. They're going to establish that very low line of scrimmage. In response, FPX gets some deep wards in, so jungle tracking should be on point for both Wei as well as TN, and nothing too crazy at level 1.
It's the ward in the top side of the map so they can spot out where Wei is going to be. If they can collapse towards that top side, deny him access to the top lane to help out Xiaobai, they can try and lock Xiaobai out of him, deny him a lot of CS, put him so far behind that he is just a utility bot with his ultimate.
And that's really the main goal of FPX, I feel like, and what they should be playing towards. It definitely is going to mean tracking TN and seeing where he exerts its pressure is going to be, I feel, a main focal point for this early game. Similarly, how E-Star is able to react to that. It's not as if FPX's team composition is really that hidden or that mysterious what they want to do. And for a team like E-Star, yes, they're new, but they are experienced enough that they should know how to play against this type of strategy. And that's what makes this match super intriguing.
I want to see what E-Star can now do with this team, because we said it was a lot about what they do in the early game. This is completely a departure. There's much more mid to late game team fighting that they've gone towards. They're not trying to try and fight Tian in the early game to gain advantages. They're looking to get those fights past level 6 when they have all their ultimates to stack on top of each other. And on the other side of it, however, you can see that FPX has gone for a much more skirmish-heavy comp. They want the 2v2s. They want the 3v3s. They want Renekton and Rek'Sai to be fighting the duo. That is where they are strongest in the game. So they are looking at E-Star can never get a team fight on their terms.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of that through their positioning already. I was just kind of watching the map on the top lane as Khan, making sure there's no cheeky gank happening up top and really confirming to himself that, yes, we will have that top lane presence. That said, though, Wei continuing his sort of aggressive pathing that we saw in the series against Rogue Warrior, already going for some cheeky invades. Unfortunately for him, he has been spotted out, so Tian won't let Wei get away with that, at least just yet. Although Wei's sticking around, he might try and force something here.
He's trying to just smite that away. It's going to be easy for him to just pick up a little bit extra experience, deny a bit too. I like what he's doing, though. He's trying to get in the face of Rek'Sai, slow Rek'Sai down enough that Rumble has the time to get those levels and not just be killed instantly at the level 3 mark. Because if Tian was on the right pace where he arrived in the top lane as Khan hit level 3, that is the optimal time to make that kill happen. Now they've been slowed down a bit. Rumble's safer to go back and ward, as you can see now. And Tian's just too late to capitalize on the Rumble's weak early game.
That said, though, in mid lane, a bit of action. The flag and drag flash does get the knockup onto Doinby, but the death sense is wide to the left. Doinby, as a result, is able to flash over the wall. Nice rune prison to buy himself time. He has been ignited, but the final tick is actually there. So Xiaoxi gets the first kill.
A little bit overzealous there with the flash predict, considering he was grounded at the time, but working out for them. They just have to blow the extra flash and the ignite, but they get the first blood onto the world champion, Captain Doinby. So definitely a great start for them. That's got to be a confidence boost. They're already having a 500 gold lead off of some really nice pathing from Wei.
That said, more action happening up top right now. Both junglers are here. Wei does not have the flash, so the knockup will not connect onto Khan. Tian should successfully bodyguard him to safety. A very aggressive play, though. It's being matched at the moment by FPX.
Again, great timing from Wei to arrive in the top lane. Exactly the right time to deny Tian the ability to pick up that kill. He is keeping Xiaobai so safe right now. Working wonders for him. He may be falling behind in CS, but he's not being exposed. The advantage is being made up for elsewhere, and the fact that they scale greater than the enemy as well. If you look at 5v5 where they want to be, so the longer this goes, the better E-Star looks. They're already holding fine so far. If they can keep this up, that level 9 mark, around fighting around second, third dragon, where E-Star is going to be consistently trying to layer everyone's ultimate on top of each other, that has to be where they break this game open.
That is a dredge line directly onto Xiaoxi at the moment. A lot of damage being thrown back. Very ambitious stepping forward right there coming from Xiaoxi. Very lucky that didn't turn out worse for the bot lane of E-Star.
Yeah, definitely lucky Xiaoxi getting caught out, but Wink having to blow the heal does get him out alive.
At the moment right now, though, I'm actually a little bit surprised we're not going to be seeing a bit.
That we're looking at.
Oh, there we are. Okay, you're back. Apologies for that. I believe we're having a little bit of internet connection issues between the two of us.
Unfortunate.
You have to remember though, we are literally on opposite ends of the planet right now. Like, you cannot get more opposite planet at the moment than where we are.
As you said, you're in Brisbane. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly opposite.
So the fact that we're even having this conversation in and of itself is actually pretty amazing. It's truly a global experience, you know, two people from across the world watching a game in another foreign part of the world to an audience that I think is mostly neither where we are from at the moment. Let's just take it all in and appreciate the fact that we are having this at all. Big thank you to Opal as Teleport's coming in up top right now. Khan just wanting to get back in lane and keep this pressure on Xiaobai, just not give him anything.
Okay, so they want to keep up the pressure for the spawn of, Dragon coming in the bottom side. They want to utilize forcing Rumble's TP so he doesn't have the ability to TP down into a fight and have the consistent pressure to roam first from the Renekton on the top side. If they can utilize that and fight around the Dragon, where they just can't have the Rumble there in time, or you've just got the priority mid lane, so Cryan can't be there in time. Roam priority is what's needed. Unfortunately, because of the shove that Cryan has been putting down, Wei does get first access, and it looks like FPX are just going to give this one up and put up some setup around the Rift Herald, which will be spawning in a couple minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, they're willing to give up that first dragon if it means Xiaobai can continue to struggle to play League of Legends. They just want to emphasize that fact, it feels like, that no, the top half of the map is ours. Xiaobai is not going to be doing anything. This area belongs to Khan. And by giving up dragons to do that, if it pays off, kudos to them. But when you have E-Star, the team that has the better scaling, you know, that's one step closer to a potential Elder Dragon Soul later in this game. It might come back to bite them.
But we've got to think about what does the Rumble have to do now to get back into the game, and it's look for a TP play bot lane when they're trying to get the first tower set up. Another wave is going to be arriving. It's not a cannon wave, so they've missed the timing, unfortunately. But if they had that 5-man stack right there and then, that could have been the game changer.
Xiaobai, though, if he makes that teleport lane, that tower is even more gone right now. Already, he's forced off it as waves are crashing, and you can see the sheer amount of damage Khan is putting onto him. Duinbee's going to go ahead and use the Realm Orb Bob. Tien is with him, and we have a tower dive coming through, but the minion wave's already gone, so Duinbee and Tian kind of in an awkward position right now. Do they go for the dive, or do they try and buy time for this wave? They're going to go for the dive, actually, so the knockup is there, and the follow-through is more than enough damage. Down goes Xiaobai.
Yeah, easy setup there with the 3 members top side. They utilize the Realm Warp effectively, and the CC's there for them to easily pick up a couple tower shards, get a nice reset, and get rewarded for that trade for the Dragon finally. What Xiaobai really needed to do was just get the hell out of that lane, and the team needed to commit to that play on the bottom side. You saw them trying to set it up, but they backed off far too quickly.
And that's actually a great little route right there. Crisp and LWX doing so much damage. Xiaoxi now on his own. He's not getting out of this alive. A near great double kill. However, the flash actually does make the heroic save. Wink actually died with it still up.
This is really unfortunate now for E-Star, and because they haven't committed to that bot lane play, it means that LWX and Chris have been able to get back into it, build a tempo advantage of their own. And now it means that everywhere on the map, FWX, other than mid, FPX is getting an advantage. So you look at the Rumble now, been put so far behind in both CS and Gold from the numbers. You can just see how much he's struggling to survive at that lane. And now the bot lane getting solo killed as well immediately on the collapse. I love the use of the double route there while they're in the mist form, just to make sure that they can lock them down. There's no escape available. Even though Xiaoxi is able to get away, they still secure that kill. They still secure the advantage. And even though they've lost that dragon, they've been able to gain quite a lot for it.
And I feel that's just even more disastrous for eStar because the bot half of the map, if you're going to play, to your strong side, that's where it should have been for them. But with those kills, or that kill in this case, going back over to LWX, that's a significant tempo advantage lost. And if FPX can continue to play off of this, they might be able to take over like even more in the entirety of the map. And we're starting to hit, that level 8, level 9, which you were mentioning before, where we're going to really see how far ahead FPX really is and how well they can play against that wombo combo out of eStar. It looks to be at the moment that with the map control they have and with the pressure they're exerting, they might actually be fine.
It may seem so small, but I keep coming back to that bot lane play because what they should have done was all 5-man commit, Rumble TPs down there, even if they lose top tower for it, or at least lose a few shards, you get as much damage bot lane as you can, and then switch for Herald. Go for the clutch gaming strategy, and you get as much advantage as you can. Switch for Herald because there's no dragon there. Now they're so far behind on tempo that they have to get in a fight where they're out of position, out of vision. FPX
this feels very risky. This feels very risky. The flag and drag does come through, but it's a little too late. Xiaobai is able to pick up Tian, however, and unfortunately they won't get the eye themselves, but they'll be able to defend it.
Yeah, if they can hold on to this one, and that's great news. But unfortunately, as we said, so far behind on tempo that they weren't there in time to contest the Herald because of those plays towards the bot side, because they've been putting so much of their emphasis there. They lost track of the map, and losing track of the map for even a second is disastrous against Tian. He punishes them for it, and even though he can't get the Herald, it still means that eStar couldn't have snowballed their advantage that they should have had even harder.
Yes, I mean, you can take solace in the fact that no eye will be taken this time, as LWX is in a bit of trouble right now. If this root connects, which it does, he might be able to go down trying to hide in the minions to protect himself from the death sentence. Teleport's coming through, doing B from above. That death sentence does connect. He's dragged into the buck, but here comes Xiaobai from below. Equalizer straight through the middle is really only hitting Crisp as another teleport's coming in. That's right, here comes Cryan as LWX nearly takes down Chelsea, but doesn't quite have the damage to eliminate him yet. Yes, the Thresh will survive. Xiaobai trying to do what he can from the bush. In the end, has to back out as well.
And that is 2 TPs blown from eStar, no kills given over, but Khan crucially stays in the top side, able to net all these advantages for himself. And it means that this Renekton is going to become even scarier. We're not in quite the spirit of Shojin. 1 item Renekton is terrifying of old, but 2, 3 items, Renekton's still a teamfight menace. And that's what we have to look towards now with FPX. They want to get these skirmishes where they dictate control of the map, but they have the vision pressure, but they're able to decide how they take these fights. And if they've got Khan with that much of an advantage, I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to become more and more of that true split push Thresh as well. Threat, I should say, not Thresh. But
split push Thresh sounds like an interesting build. What are you building?
Split push Thresh is what a friend of mine frequently plays, and it is not. He goes for like the 1-hit crit thing. Now, like Xiaoxi is to like pull that out. Yes. Now, if he is to like switch his build up and go hard that, I don't think he would help them win. But my goodness, would it not be amazing?
It would be style points, definitely. And I mean, some style points would definitely not go amiss in this series when you're going up against the former world champions of FPX. But so far, even though they've made some mistakes, they've been holding their own decently. They're looking to try and get the second dragon of the game. And it doesn't look like FPX is really that willing to contest at the current moment.
I'm a bit surprised because they did a teleport. However, that could be Xiaoxi getting caught out. There comes a lot of damage, but he's not going to get out of that. XL securing that kill. Big petrifying gaze, however, is going to throw things right back, and LWX has gone down, as well as a majority of FPX at the moment.
And that is going to be Khan getting the first tower in trade for the dragon and 2 kills on the bottom side. Instant commit from eStar. This is much better. No nerves showing, all willing to go in on the play that time around. And that is much stronger. And even though they lose the first tower, those are the plays that they need to be willing to make over and over again if they are going to win this game. That's how you get any kind of advantage, because they've been so non-committal so far. That has been why Khan has been able to pick up all these advantages, where they've just punished Xiaobai in the top lane over and over again. He needed to use his lack of pressure at top to then trade it to the pressure on the other side of the map, force Renekton to TP bot lane in response to you. And this is the kind of play that you need to see more of. Rumble able to get involved, able to pick up a decent amount of gold on these bot side fights.
Yes, as we keep watching through till the end of that petrifying gaze just shutting down LWX really, I also feel, kept eStar in that because LWX was in position to get a lot of damage down. The Essence Reaver had been completed. However, with that fight going eStar's way, they are definitely back in this game for sure. I still feel like Khan is going to be a major thorn in their side as we get further and further in this game, and that's going to be the real challenge for this team. How are they going to handle that split push threat when they want to get, that dream 4 or 5-man wombo if someone is always in a side lane, always pushing, always being that threat?
And the key point there is objective control. And if you're forcing them to either send Khan to the top side while potentially losing an Elder, that's the trade where you force them to respond. That's where you can't play that split 4-1 style anymore. If you know that you're going to lose so hard that the enemy team just gets to walk up mid as 5 and there's nothing you can do regardless of where Renekton is on the map. You force them to get involved in the 5v5. You force them to try and use their top lane advantage to try and get an advantage somewhere else on the map, and you force Renekton to join in the team fights. That is where eStar is looking to try and put FPX in that kind of lose-lose situation. But I want to come back. I want to reel it back a bit and look at eStar versus FPX here, because eStar is a team that we can't say many people would know. They're a brand new organization, and coming into this season, as it looks like they're just going to give up bot lane tower. Maybe an engage might come through here, but no, they're just going to concede that tower. eStar it's kind of been built by PDD. He was approached. He was the former manager of Young Miracles. He scouted a whole bunch of talent all around the LPL. You can look at so many key names like Knight, Tian, actually, on the opposing side, Ning, as well as Zhao Bao. All these members scouted by PDD, and he's been given the opportunity to build this roster himself. So he chose some members of Royal Club and some members of that Young Miracles roster, and they finally got put into the LPL. We're getting to see that full talent scouting come into effect. And so eStar, a lot of people didn't have many expectations of them. Some of the analysts, though, were saying this eStar roster could show up huge if they are given the resources, because they have a bunch of young, talented members who we know have been picked out from the bunch by a talented scout. And just how that all comes together. You look at similar to like Damwon from last year, a bunch of really talented players, but can they put it all together?
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, they were trying to find a little pick out of themselves, but unknowingly sitting on that ward just above them means FPX had that play scouted out entirely. And once again, it looks to be another Herald going FPX's way, although eStar could be in a better position to contest than what we saw with the first one. Now, last time FPX did not get that eye, so I'm curious how hungry they are for this one. In the Shroud, moves eStar. They're not going to make the steal, and here comes Chris. Equalizer going straight down the middle, is actually doing a lot of damage onto Chris. He will be the first to fall, but why? In Super Deep has to use his stopwatch. It's not enough to save him. Doing B explodes the Jarvan, and at the moment it's a 1-for-1, but the eye goes to FPX.
Really close there from eStar, but the ultimates didn't stack on top of each other well enough, and it means that they do, unfortunately, not get more than just a 1-for-1. They are going to try and get this mid lane tower off the back of it from forcing them back, but they lose the Herald, and we have to see now if FPX can utilize that Herald to break open a tower somewhere else on the map and try and gain a tempo advantage. But eStar still not giving up without a fight. They are consistently taking the fight to FPX. They're consistently contesting these objectives. You see this fight here. They're able to pick up Crisp. Khan barely escapes, but Wei has to go so deep to try and secure those 2 kills. Unfortunately, he does give up his life on the backside.
It almost looked as if FPX overexerted their position out there, trying to get to Wink as the depth charges were played on him, and it kind of got them spread out, but getting spread out worked in their advantage because the wombo coming from eStar wasn't as concise, so as a result, we only sit on a 1-for-1. FPX, though, continuing to push their momentum, going to go ahead and grab that first Infernal Drake. Now, if they're going to get the soul, that's going to mean 4 Infernal Drakes, and that will be scary to see, especially on this Renekton.
It definitely would be, but you got to acknowledge that the dragons are worth a lot less than they used to be. It's only 4% AP and AD now. It's more the soul that you're trying to get, and that soul still would be devastating if you think about the Aphelios and his massive range on the Q ability of his ranged weapon. I believe the Crescendum would be just devastating for the amount of poke you can get prior to a fight. You can get that burst onto several people, especially with, as you say, the 16% APAD bonus. It just adds so much more to the scaling of these champions that we said otherwise might get outscaled.
Exactly that. However, back on the other side for E-Star, though, I mean, they're definitely not going to be giving up the Elder Drake without a fight. And I've been really impressed with how intelligently they've been approaching these team fights and really this entire game. I feel a lot of times when people look at a newer lineup, or one that they haven't heard of, they sort of expect the team to be a bit disorganized, a bit chaotic. They're going to fall back on traditional LPL fight all the time. But this is almost the second series in a row where we're seeing a much more intelligent squad from relative unknowns. Now, as you mentioned before, yes, these are serious players. They were scouted for a region, so we shouldn't treat them like others. But it's still very exciting to see them go toe-to-toe for the first 20 minutes against the defending world champions.
I mean, this is the litmus test. This is them showing how good they can be by going up against FPX this early. It is the real trial by fire. But you got to acknowledge, like, Wink is the former sub for Uzi. He's a man that's had some time in the LPL. He's shown that he's adept on these scaling picks. You got Cryan, who was the best mid laner in the LDL, and Xiao Si, who's still got something to prove himself, as he was on Flash Wolves last season in the underwhelming split, and needs to now prove that he is still a solid player, as the Rift Herald is just going to be dropped mid, but not going to secure the tower.
Now, tower will stand for now, so it's got to be a little bit disappointing for all those FPX fans out there. I know there are many, but not going to get the proper use out of Herald. And now something
I left the FPX jersey in my wardrobe today. I'm not wearing it this time. I want to see E-Star show up.
I think, a lot of people definitely would be excited to see this new team step up against the defending world champs. At the moment, Doinby, though, does suss out that there's a lot of pressure heading his way. And finally, looking at the map, I'm starting to see Khan return to sort of exerting that split push pressure. I was going to bring up the fact that he's kind of gone silent within the past 3 or 4 minutes, but now he's doing what I feel he's meant to do, and that's just be that annoying split pusher, draw pressure away from the majority of the team.
Yeah, the split push pressure definitely showing up as it's able to draw Xiao Bai to the side lane and pick him off.
And he's not going to be able to get out of that at all. Yes, he drops a Cataclysm. He almost gets something on the backside. But as this tower dive is being made, E-Star, they're going for a cheeky Baron. And FPX, they do know it's happening, but can they react in time? Chris might step up, but it would be a suicide mission. They're going to give it away. Great play from E-Star.
And Doinby just teleporting the minions in there, trying to scare them off if he potentially could, but no real collapse available. Maybe they're going to try and catch them out here, but it's 2v3.
Crisp is a one-man army in no man's land. 1v3. The death sends into the box, does get out the flash. Doinby can't do much from over the wall, and Crisp will walk away. That was extreme.
But they slow them down enough to get the tower at least in trade, but they lose the Baron crucially, and that's what we talked about with the E-Star. If Renekton isn't willing to commit to the team fights, they get the key objectives, they get the Barons, they get the Dragons, and that is where the issue arises for FPX now, because they can afford to split the map a bit easier. They can have Jarvan float between the side lanes, and they can utilize that Baron-empowered push to dissuade the Renekton from having any impact on these side lanes now. They can utilize the mid lane push to just shove up, get full vision control of the enemy jungle, and mean that FPX is safe nowhere on the map.
As we are seeing that right now already, is that jungle support duo getting in, going to be trying to find some vision. Tian and Khan do make themselves known, but in the end, they do not want to contest it because vision control completely in E-Star's favor, especially on the bot half of the map at the moment. However, though, they are still quite spread out. Xiao Bai does have teleport, so he can rejoin in a fight. Wink, because the wave is pushed so far in, he is still relatively safe, especially with the positioning from Wei and Xiao Si. And at the moment, it's all about FPX. Can they find an opening to sort of crack this Baron push?
And they're trying to get this bot lane tower, break the outer tower in the bot lane. They've got the pressure, but do they have the ability to deny the wave clear from Doinby? It's just enough to take it down. But they still are really playing safe. They don't want to commit too hard to this. They still acknowledge that if they commit and use their ultimates there, the dragon that's just spawning is the key objective. That's where the fight's going to be made, not over the tower.
Oh, but instead is FPX having their eyes set on Xiao Bai. The Realm Warp was used to possibly catch that Rumble out of position. Not going to find him just yet. Still, Dragon has not been started. Wards over the wall, so FPX is aware that E-Star does not want to commit to it. Yeah, they're trying
to lock that Rumble out from the fight and stop them from being able to commit to a 5v5 because they know that is a crucial part of their fight. Renekton's able to zone him out of the fight, which means
Dragon's low. Fight is stolen. Tian was able to take it away.
Oh my god, Tian able to steal it crucially for the second Infernal, denying the next dragon being the soul. So devastating now, and even against the Baron, they're not able that Eastar just aren't able to secure enough with it, and it means they kind of go back to this neutral game again. They're one and a bit K gold down. They've not been able to capitalize on these advantages that FPX has handed them. They're stagnating too much, and unfortunately, this is so similar to what we saw in the game against Rogue Warriors in their first game of that series, where they managed to get the objectives early, but they made some mistakes in the mid game. They slowed down their tempo far too much. They weren't able to get the fights they wanted, and it opened up the game for Rogue Warriors to punish the mistakes and get back into it. Now they're giving up objectives and allowing FPX to pick up the kills. It's really hard for them to get back into the control of the game unless you have to rely on the pure scaling. Oh my god.
Okay, then. Well, Cryan is
you can't steal my dragons. That's not allowed. Just executes him.
That has got to feel good. Death sentence just missing Khan right there. I'm curious to see the replay and how Tian got caught out in the river at the moment, because if you're looking at the map, vision is very much all for FPX, and there's really no reason for anyone to sort of be out of position like that when, you know, everything seems to be going their way. But what I find interesting, FPX still might be looking for something. And there we go. We have the replay down below, and it was just pure damage and flash use. My goodness, Tian just melted.
But there's no way that Tian should have been in the river without at least some acknowledgement that Khan was in the bot side towards the river, at least nearby, so that the pressure is there to zone people off of the enemy jungle. Instead, they lose that kill. They're trying to capitalize on this push towards the top lane from Xiaobai by getting pressure mid and bot simultaneously. Like getting that tower on Eastar, they're at least keeping up with a decent amount of tempo.
Yes, at the moment, Xiaobai, he looks to actually still be content to keep pushing top, but the mid tower will finally fall for FPX. I know they've been waiting to take that for a while, as Eastar, unless they can get another major objective like that second Baron, or perhaps winning a fight off of a dragon, finding that great Wombo, they're going to be shoved in against, because FPX has no real reason to group and play into Eastar's hands.
This is the thing, that FPX has been playing very non-committal around the Drakes, and it's working out for them. The late resets from FPX have just enabled...
Cataclysm coming onto Tian. The death sentence will try and root him down some more, so it's a defensive ult coming from the jungler. It's not enough to save him, and Xiaoxi secures the kill.
His Senna goes for the early ult just to get an assist on that one. But it's been consistently FPX caught out a little bit on late resets that's just enabled control around the dragon for Eastar, control around the key objectives with this vision pressure, as now they're trying to zone Khan off of mid, maybe catching him out.
Oh, again, the death sentence goes wide, this time to the right. However, the flag and drag will connect. Knock up into the miasma, forces out a flash from Khan as he gets out of it. He's actually going to turn it back around. No, he's not. He's indecisive, and he'll just get melted. Wei gets the kill, but it was Cryan doing the damage, and the mid tower falls as a result.
And a really nice play there from Eastar, utilizing that pressure of the river to zone them off of mid, rotate all together. In the meantime, Xiaobai's picking up free farm as well. He's now eclipsed the farm of Khan and is back in the game well and truly after a disastrous early game, because they've been utilizing this map pressure well. And he's just recalling on a pink ward.
Oh, wow.
Wow, so the ultimate was used just to cancel the recall there, and Tian, out of position, does just get picked off quite easily by Xiaoxi and Wei. Nice use of the ultimate to at least dodge the hook, but he was well and truly dead from the start.
That is... I'm curious what inspires someone to recall on a pink ward. At the very least, you kill it first to get the gold, right?
Crucial mistakes in a row for Tian. 2 deaths now back to back. It's just given so much control of the map back to Eastar, and we said, how do they get control again from the way they were posturing on the map? And it's just mistakes from FPX opening it up for them. And if there are mistakes made, you have to take them, but they've been able to get tower off the back of it. They've been able to get a decent amount of farm onto their top lane. They're getting pressure back, and now if they can get at least the Baron warded up again, FPX are really struggling to get back into this.
Yes, that they are. And I mean, they just need to clean up their play a bit. Stop with these unforced errors, especially on Tian. Unfortunately, he's been the one who's kind of been caught in weird positions, which is odd to say because he looked very good for the first 20 minutes of this game. I mean, he had that great dragon steal before. His pressure was on point in helping shut Xiaobai down. But after a couple fights seemed to go Eastar's way, things have been looking sloppier and sloppier for the defending world champs.
And they've had the right idea as an overall team. They've been playing non-committal. 5 members aren't committing to the objectives. They're not going all in for fights. And now they're utilizing the rush of the Dragon from eStar to try and get pressure of Baron. But eStar correctly splitting the map, not allowing them to rush it and try and getting this Dragon on his own. But just the split play on the map of FPX in general has been effective to deny these 5v5s. It's never been that dream situation from eStar so far. And that means that they can't snowball these leads with a huge team fight like they want to. FPX is at least staying in it consistently when you think is with the amount of pressure they've had bot side, this should already be a Dragon Soul for eStar.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like two teams that are doing their best to annoy the other. Neither team able to successfully get their strategy off, as Red Buff was secured by Wink right there, I believe. A small victory for eStar. Really the big prize, though, is that giant purple worm. Neither team willing to commit on it just yet, but Cryan, he's playing very far forward. He knows he has Xiaobai with him as way, possibly seeing something up above. Tian does have to fall back, and it's curious to see FPX just conceding so much ground right now to eStar because of that team fight threat.
And they do lose a wave to this top lane tower, but they get control of Baron for it, as now maybe Doenby out of position. They're going to force him back. And they lose that tower. We'll see if they can catch up to this mid lane. The mid lane is maybe caught out.
Oh, Crisp could be in trouble. The flag and drag doesn't connect, but so much damage putting down on him. Regardless, the dredge line won't get him out of that in one piece, and Xiaobai secures the kill.
And with that member picked off, they should rush instantly towards the Baron. The key tank with that Gargoyle Stoneplate is gone. They can fight so much more effectively. This should just be the Baron for eStar and blowing the game wide open unless a miracle 5v4 team fight happens.
Yeah, there's no depth charge either, so there's no real shutdown to the backline of eStar. They're going to go for that miracle steal. Does Tian have it in him? The answer is no. Baron is secured by Wei, but can they get out in one piece? It looks like they'll be able to with that Shroud, and just like that, eStar gets another huge advantage. In response, though, FPX, they're going to run it down middle, and they're going to get themselves another tower.
At least they're able to get something off the back of it, but really nice moves from eStar overall, and brilliant miasma from Cryan, who's having a really good game so far, able to lock Tian out of the pit, can't find that miracle steal this time, and now we'll have to see if they utilize this Baron greater than the last one. The last one was unfortunately wasted with spending a lot of time contesting a dragon that they lost, where they ended up not getting the pressure they needed for it off of the waves. We'll see if this time they're able to get more, snowball their advantage, because they've already got this 3k lead. That needs to be 5, 8k really, before I can see them ending the game comfortably.
I mean, and personally, what I want to see, and this might be, you know, relevant to the ELO I play in, but I kind of want to see eStar just group S5 and brute force the fight into them. Make FPX come into their wombo, because when they've been trying to overextend and get picks, occasionally they've gotten 1 or 2, but they've never gotten that dream fight. Maybe it's time for them to force it, as Doenby does a bit of damage on the way. It does force eStar back for now, and perhaps a little bit more of that indecisiveness is not really what this red side needs.
But the problem being, when they group as 5, it's so easy between Phelios, who's known now for his massive amounts of wave clear, especially with that Infernum form, and Rise as well. They can have 2 to 3 members hold that on their own, and the side waves have been consistently going in the favor of FPX. They can't commit too hard, or they get punished for it. But now, an overcommittal towards the bot side is opening up the inhibitor right the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, if FPX is going to send members bot, well, maybe that could be that opening. Oh, Death Sentence nearly connecting on a Crisp, but they do find Tian on the backside. Cataclysm does go down, and Tian cannot escape underneath the wall. Wink secures that kill, and this could be an inhibitor. This could even be more.
And instantly an inhibitor dies because once again Tian has been caught on a ward on the flank and unfortunately having an awful game. You got to think maybe going up against some of his old teammates, the Young Miracles guys, Tian having a rough time is not too much of a surprise, but eStar now have full control. The Baron lasts for another 40 seconds, but they need to utilize this pressure to set up for the final dragon, the final elemental dragon, at least, of the game, to get that Infernal Soul, to bolster their team fighting and mean that FPX can never really clean up one of those big skirmishes because all of the individual members are strong enough to survive it.
And with, the middle inhibitor down, it does give eStar more than enough time to go ahead, back, reset, cash in on some of that gold, and be truly prepared for this upcoming fight. And once again, FPX, they need a bit of a miracle play right here. They are behind, but they do have that damage. I mean, I'm looking at where Doenby is sitting right now. He's pretty much full build. He's sitting on some elixirs, but that's close enough. He can do so much damage to any targets that might get caught out.
We are well and truly in the late game, and one bad team fight can spin it either way. It requires eStar to play in execution right now. And if they make mistakes, the game will go to FPX. If they play this cleanly and they play the game as it should be played, it's simply down to who makes more mistakes from now on.
Well, Way is the one who's leading the charge. Flag and Dragon does not connect. Crisp going to turn it around with the dredge line into the depth charge. And there goes Crisp. He stuck around too long. The miasma holding him in place, and that is a kill secured yet again for Wink. And with that 1 man advantage, eStar, they're looking at that Dragon.
And once again, with Crisp picked off right at the start of the fight, another key objective has opened up. Last time it was Baron, this time it is the Infernal Soul. So FPX instantly splitting the map. They're not all trying to group together mid because they know it's so hard to take a team fight against this buff.
I feel like, we should be giving FPX, though, some credit in how well they have actually been playing against eStar, a team that's pretty much gotten every single objective. They've gotten both of the Barons. They now have that Dragon Soul, and yet it still feels like FPX, they're really one fight away from taking this game themselves. They've gotten to the late game despite these disadvantages, and knowing that this game actually could still go either way, even with the Soul being on the side of eStar.
And we've talked a lot about mistakes made by both teams, but this game has still been very high level. And every single small mistake, these mistakes are tiny, the margins are tiny. Every single tiny mistake is being blown wide open. So the moment Crisp is caught out, that's Baron gone, that's 2 towers gone, that's the inhibitor gone. Crisp dies again, that's Infernal Soul, that's another tower bot lane. And these are all off of just individual small errors from FPX. They're just opening this up so massively for eStar to capitalize. They needed to play a really high execution style to win out this game with the composition they chose if they weren't able to build an advantage early. Unfortunately, after a slower early game for them, where they weren't able to develop a lead, it means now that they have to play out of their minds to come back into this. We have to see miracle plays. We have to see hero steals to turn this game around. And that hero steal could be the Elder Dragon, which will be coming up in a few minutes' time.
But it could also be smart teamfight positioning, because I'm remembering back to earlier in the game as well when FPX was successful in zoning Xiaobai out of a dragon fight, which they turned around and won. So it's not as if FPX have been only making mistakes. They have been catching out eStar in some situations as well and not knowing how to correctly play against them. So I feel another situation like that where they can somehow catch eStar in a situation where they can't group as 5, where they don't have that real teamfight threat and play off fights off of that. Perhaps that's the way they could find their advantages. At the moment, they definitely are aware that a death bush is most likely there. The flag will secure it, so not going to walk into a trap just yet, but they still need to be careful.
Baron up in 15 and they're losing control of mid. It does have to be eStar forcing this one back. They're trying to just trade waves and proxy farm each other.
Yeah, that they are, but you need to be very careful. Stick around too long, and that could mean the game at this stage. 37 minutes in. Next team fight might do it. This Baron, oh, so critical, and it's eStar with control of it at the moment. This is where they want to be. They want FPX to come into them. Minion pressure happening down below as well, acting as a bit of a time limit for FPX. Add more time limits to it because Baron has been started. It's already halfway down. Who is going to make that play by Azrantia? No, because Way has been able to catch out Crisp yet again. Box comes down, big damage through the middle, but somehow Crisp stays alive. Equalizer's not going to connect with much. Crisp, they can't take down this Nautilus. As a result, they have pulled off the Baron for now.
And they're trying to capitalize on this by ulting instantly up the mid lane, pushing the minions up, seeing if they can get this inhibitor tower off the back of it. The collapse is being made by eStar. They have to find a fight here.
That they do, and eStar is looking for it. Way goes over the wall. They may have caught TN. The Death Sentence gets 1. The Cataclysm gets 3 more, and FPX, they're in a world of hurt, crying, doing so much damage, but LWX is turning it right back. He gets Way. He's looking for Xiaobai, who has to use that stopwatch, and he does so successfully, burning down the members of FPX. eStar's going to win this fight. Only Khan is left alive. The Flame Spinner does so much damage, but in the end, Wink helps secures that ace.
And they're TPing instantly towards the bot side. This could be the game after a quadra kill from Wink. Huge play from eStar. They find the collapse. FPX were trying to force the issue, but it gets forced right back on them. And the Infernal Soul, too much to bear. At least an inhibitor off the back of this. Maybe even the game still 15 seconds on Tian, 30 on Khan and Doin B. Huge timers. This could be eStar's moment.
The race is on. Crisp will be up. So will be Tian as they start to hit those big Nexus towers. Will they stick around? Crisp beelining towards him, but he needs to be careful. Tian's there as well, and I don't believe eStar are going to feel confident enough to end it just yet. They will back away for now, but with 1 inhib down, 1 inhib exposed, I feel like eStar, they're one more fight away from actually pulling off this game 1 upset.
And with that being the bot lane inhibitor down, that's where the super minions are going to be pushing in. It forces a member of FPX as far away from Baron as you can be to respond to it. That means E-Star should have a much easier time controlling the vision pressure, controlling this Baron area, and forcing a TP from FPX. It just becomes so much easier to get control of the map now, as FPX seem to be rushing this Baron.
That they are. I mean, they had 2 teleports available, so they could have still reacted to the exposed inhibitor, but instead they tried to rush it, trying to bring E-Star towards them. Death Sense not going to connect onto Khan. Good little sidestep right there, but they do have to give up Baron control at the moment, and once again, they are on the back foot. Can they keep this game alive?
Enough members hovering from E-Star that they can't commit. Now with 3 waves pushing into them and contesting Baron, this is a really rough situation for FPX, and they have to make something happen right here, or the game is likely lost.
Khan kind of seems as bait right now. He's trying to draw as much aggro his way as possible as FPX are repositioning themselves in the middle of the river. However, that reposition does not last long as E-Star is able to rotate up back towards him. Crisp backing away for now. E-Star is actually going to keep on pushing towards mid. They do not want to give up that mid control just as much as they don't want to give up that Baron. Super minions, they're in the base right now. FPX, they're running on very little time. They do have teleports available, but if they get caught out during this clear, that could mean Baron gone.
And that's the problem for FPX right now. E-Star can afford to play it slow because they're not the ones who need to rush, and they get the Baron for free because FPX had to base to respond to those supers.
Yeah, and they want more. You can see those pings going down on the Dragon Pit as supers continuing to do work in the base. They're actually going to take a Nexus Tower at this stage. Khan's going to go ahead and back. He's the one who still has teleport.
They know they can't concede Elder.
Yeah. I mean, he has to get this as fast as possible. This is such a narrow window for FPX if it's even open at all. E-Star has gone ahead and started this.
It has to be a steal.
It has to be a steal. All eyes are on Tien. He does have the blasting cone to work with, but E-Star are doing the smart thing and dragging the dragon out of the pit. It's going to be very tight as Wave still being cleared by Khan. He does have teleport. Will he pull the trigger and try and join the fight, or are they going to rely on Tian? He's stolen 1 dragon already. He might be able to get another. Crisp, he's getting melted though. The flame spitter burning the Nautilus alive. And once again, Crisp is caught. This makes the steal that much harder, but it doesn't look like, yes, okay, it is. FPX has conceded the dragon, at least for now.
And there's almost no way they can win against an Elder Dragon. This has to be a miracle play. It seems almost all but lost for FPX. And now this Elder Dragon is the prize for E-Star. Still 1.5 minutes left on the Baron buff as well. There should be no way to come back for the side of Fun Plus.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they really seem to have going for them, though, is E-Star and the respectful style that they're playing. Like, they still have seemingly been waiting for FPX to overextend into them. They haven't really made too many of those proactive plays, although you have to think with Baron, with the Dragon Soul, with downed inhibitors, this is now the time where they might make that proactive play and end this game.
And they've got this wave arriving. They've got all 5 members, and they know that FPX can't commit that Elder Dragon buff. The execution damage so high that just 1 super minion wave in the bot lane could be enough to secure the game.
And this could be that wave right here. Keep your eyes on those engaged tools. 1 death sentence from Salsayed, or may it's Doinby sending a realm rope and throwing half of his team into the middle of the knuckle of E-Star. There comes the wombo combos. Members are blowing up left, right, and center, but Aphelios is going off. LWX, he nearly brings it back. It's not quite enough.
Oh,
Wing and Xiaobai stay alive, and E-Star get the upset. They take game 1.
And nearly the hero play from Doinby, solo HP on both of the remaining members of E-Star, but they are able to clean it up. The Elder Dragon, too much to bear. And E-Star get the upset in game 1 of this series.
You see that realm rope appearing in the middle of E-Star's team, and you're wondering, oh no, what is Doinby thinking? But it actually splits up the wombo combo aggro, and it bought LWX enough time to get so much damage down. It just was not quite enough. And kudos to E-Star, kudos to Wink. This team played so well, such a mature game from this team of younger upstarts and some people with something to prove. That is a massive game 1 win.
But you can see the plan there at the end. It almost worked where you just throw the 2 bruisers into the center of the enemy team so they all clump on top of each other, meaning Rise and LWX with the flamethrower ultimate deal the most amount of damage possible, but it just wasn't enough. It was so close to working for them. Unfortunately, heartbreak, and even though the miracle almost came from FPX, it does go to E-Star.
which, some people might consider a miracle in and of itself. Now, we did say, E-Star, do not sleep on this team. They can take a game, possibly even two. And I believe all attention now is going to be on this squad. That was such a great game one win.
Definitely so, but E-Star, they still have to win one more. There's still a long way left, and we saw this game, a lot of it came down to the draft, where they just were able to play the game much slower than their opponents. We'll have to see how it goes on game 2.
That we will, and with that, we will be taking it back to the desk to go ahead and break this one down, as well as the second half of these highlights, so don't go anywhere. I'm sure TJ and the boys have a lot to say.
Welcome back to the unofficial broadcast desk. My name is TJ, joined by Louis, Hyper, and Quirky. It's official. The newest team in the LPL has just taken down Fun plus Phoenix. And I'm going to go to the top lane, because that's kind of where we started our predictions. Quirky, what's going on in Conwatch land?
Well, Conwatch 2020 has officially begun for this UEB. And with that, we did see Khan having a really spectacular early game, just absolutely crushing Shalby in that top lane, especially with the Renekton in the Rumble. But once we got to that late game, we saw Shalby looking quickly at that recap stats, 3 times more damage than Khan did in the entire game. I think it was 18k to 6k was the final tally there. But other than that,
I have to ask Quirky, because kind of coming into the game, we were talking about Khan in the top lane. And you did say that you maybe would have preferred Gimgoon to be played. We now have the data. Sub for game 2?
I hope so. I mean,
you hope so.
I hope so. But maybe not keep Khan in. I want to actually get my prediction right. Or at least actually no. Put Gimgoon in. That way FPX wins one game, and then put Khan back in for game 3, and that way I get the actual
twice. Is that a thing?
Yeah. Quirky's trying to math out his predictions against the 2-1 win for E-Star. I'm going to go to you to explain how that win for E-Star happened, Louis, because so many of those early team fights just were inexplicable to me.
Yeah, honestly, the E-Star team fight broke down into 2 parts. We had the Hot Pocket with the Jarvan of Wei and Xiaobai's Rumble, softening everybody up, and then after that distraction had distracted FPX entirely, we just saw the Senna just cleaning up from the backline, shooting in the shots with all that range, and that Senna won pretty much every single team fight in the end. So huge props to both the Jarvan and the Senna, and they were crushing it.
Hyper, do you share that analysis of the E-Stars after that fight?
Yeah,
after that game?
In general, E-Star have been very impressive this game. I mean, they were on point. They were clicking on, I would say, on all cylinders, and they were able to exploit the weaknesses of FPX, which in this case being Tiana, and take it. I mean, this is such a young and inexperienced roster. Nobody really expected them to be able to do this. I mean, the oldest player on the team is 20. They're not even old enough to drink, but at the same time, they are apparently old enough and experienced enough to drive FPX to want to drink after that game.
Creating some new alcohol sales in China. And one of the players that definitely maybe will need some therapy after this was Tian. And this was big for me, because actually coming into this series, I highlighted Tian as the jungler for FPX as one of the things that looked really good in FPX's loss against IG. When they were on point, it felt like that was how FPX were gaining a lot of their advantages. I'll go to you, Louis. Why did Tian almost disappear from this game?
Yeah, it was kind of weird. We saw in the draft at the end of the first phase, they just locked in the Rek'Sai, and we were all kind of confused by it, because Rek'Sai is neither a high priority pick in the current meta, nor is it really that impactful right now. So he seemed supremely confident on it, but going into the game, he couldn't bring the heat, especially in the top lane, where there should have been easy kills on Xiaobai, I mean, Khan had a huge lead, and with a lockdown of a Renekton and a Rek'Sai, that should have been easy kills early game all day long. And then in the mid game, he just kept getting caught out, getting caught out, getting caught out. He got that one steal, but overall, Tian just went missing. And I again have to come back to that problem of the communication between the two, with the problem of the language. So I do think maybe if Gimgun comes back into the team for game 2, we will see a different Tian, but this is getting worried.
Yeah, it's looking very worrying for the FPX fans because they're supposed to be so much better than this, but they've now lost a couple games in a row in fairly convincing fashion. So I have to go to the only guy on this desk who predicted it. Quirky, you stood alone in our pre-game predictions. You said this would be a 2-1 series for E-Star. My question to you is, are you changing your prediction? Do you think at this point FPX will be able to take the next game?
It depends whether Gimgun comes back in or not, but I'm going to stick with my 2-1 prediction. I feel like FPX, they'll put Tian on, or at least Tian will probably be like, you know what, I'm not going to be tilted. I'm going to play decently. And hopefully Chris won't in as much as he did during that series, but yeah, I still think it's still going to be 2-1 E-Star.
Both Louis and Hyper, you said 2-0 FPX. I'm going to go to the man who is the most confident in that prediction. Hyper, I seem to remember you describing quite viscerally in the pregame how one-sided this was about to be, how dominant FPX were. You said this matchup was going to be boring. How are you doing? How's that prediction feeling?
For those of you convert, I did say these things. And I was 100% incorrect. I did not. I did not have. Usually, the experienced team with the coordinated thing, who just comes off a world championship, has the edge over such a new team. Who, again, this is basically a bunch of it's a bunch of kids and younger players. They should not be this coordinated. They should not be this good on paper. But this isn't paper. This is in practice, and in practice, they're stunning everyone, and I love to see it. It's showing great new talent for the LPL.
I'm gonna vouch for Hyper here. Like, you can't give teams credit before they've done anything. Today, they're earning that credit that we will be giving them throughout the next couple of weeks.
Oh wait,
I'm gonna go to my two foreheads at the bottom of the screen. Who you have a chance to alter your predictions. I'm giving to you it as the benevolent host guy. Who is going to come out on top of this series, and in what fashion? I'll go to you first, Louis.
Again, depends on if Gimgun comes back in, because the team just doesn't seem to gel right now. Even Doinby isn't roaming, and that scares me. When Doinby isn't roaming, it just seems like the entire dynamic of the team falls apart. So if Gimgun doesn't come back in, it's probably going to be a 2-0 E-Star.
2-0 E-Star. Do you agree, Hyper?
I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to say a 2-1 for FPX.
The one last bastion of faith.
I have to be that last bastion of faith here for the world champions. Again, I think they should be able to recover.
I respect it. Stick to your guns, Hyper. We're going to go to a quick break. Before we do, I would just like to welcome all the new viewers to the channel. If you're unaware, this is an unofficial volunteer broadcast. So many of these casters and this talent, this is a space to practice and maybe try some new things as far as casting goes. So I'd appreciate it if you were in the chat, a little bit understanding of the fact that we're operating over the internet as volunteers, and there are some things that are a little bit loose sometimes. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. Game 2 between E-Star and FPX when we return.
We left this town with the speakers loud and the radio. Playing old sublime that we stole online, every verse we know. And we hadn't had a clue if we'd make it by noon or even where we'd go. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. We don't need a map, everywhere. The tank said E and we all agree that we're just too broke. Fill it back up, so we left your truck on the road with Rome. Then we found a motel with a cigarette smell, so we knew we're close. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. Is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday. Keep on searching, engine burning while we're turning it around. But don't get left behind on the road. But don't get left behind on the road. Don't get left behind on the road. Don't get left behind on the road. We play Tupac, Shellac, and we turn the music up when he raps about hope. We hold our thumbs high and hope someone is kind enough to give us all a ride. And we wouldn't have a clue if we'd make it back to or even where we'd go. But we don't need a map, everywhere is home. A Ford stopped on the street, said where you trying to be. We said we don't really care, we'll know it when we're there. We took on down the road, he flipped on his radio. Santeria started slow, so we knew that we were close. Home is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday. Keep on searching, engine burning while we're turning it around. But don't get left behind on the road. 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 Home is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday. Keep on searching, engine burning while we're turning it around. But don't get left behind on the road.
Hey everybody, welcome back here in the middle of picks and bans as eStar has taken a surprise game one against the defending world champions in Fun Plus Phoenix. I am still formal, joined by the birthday boy Sin. Everyone in the Twitch chat, give this man your happy birthday wishes. Maybe as a gift, we could be seeing, the biggest upset in the LPL so far in this 2020 season.
But coming right back into it, very different look from the bans from FPX. We see the Senna and the Rumble both banned away. E-Star have to adapt. They banned the Elise again. They banned this twice in the last series as well. Don't seem to be willing to put that on Wink. And we'll go for Aphelios once more. The Rumble gone, though, means they can't respond with the Rumble Jarvan we saw last time. However, we do expect to see that Kiana, which has been a lot more prevalent, and maybe a different style of team fighting comp, but definitely the Kiana is going to be the core of it, whether it's mid or jungle.
Yeah, and when you go back and watch, E-Star's opening series against the Rogue Warriors, Wei's Kiana was absolutely insane. He had an amazing game on that. So it's, definitely a champion he will be comfortable on. Now, as much as I'd love to see that Draven with the misfortune getting through that first round of bans, it's pretty obvious that's where they're going to go.
Yeah, with the Rumble Jarvan gone, they have to leave up something. They left up the MF and the Kiana. And so it's just a different set of team fighting champions with another AoE stun to set it up and another AoE burn damage ability of the Misfortune Ultimate, the bullet time to combo off the back of it. Tion going for this Lee Sin, though, speaks to a much more early aggressive style than last time with the Rek'Sai, where the Rek'Sai was not really able to put down enough pressure in those early phases. We expect the Lee Sin to be looking more towards the mid lane, really early ganks, really early snowball. And that's what FPX need this time, to deny team fighting comp that wants to get to the mid lane game.
And locking in that Nautilus as well will be taking it away from E-Star. So some of that, another one of those combo tools, more of that engage.
I'm really surprised that's not Braum.
Yeah, I am as well. I think it's more of a take away pick as opposed to a bolstering or countering pick. A lot of times you do see that MF with the Nautilus, but instead they're going to take the Nautilus away and say, you know what, you're probably going to have to go for something like a Leona instead. However, they actually go for the Mordekaiser.
Okay, so now you have to think, you have to ban a Theora here away from Khan, because we saw him play that into the Mordekaiser last time out. And I think you need to ban the Renekton as well. Just make sure he can't play something that is going to bully the Mordekaiser and keep him pinned down. Put him on something a bit more uncomfortable, or at least a bit more risky. If he has to fall back to the likes of the Quinn, that's where you're expecting him to struggle a bit more.
Well, one of those two champions are going to get through because the Gangplank actually is what gets taken away, as well as the Thresh, getting away of some of Cersei's engage playmaking supports.
If you're giving up either, I think you give up the Renekton, so this should be a Theora ban in theory. I'd be surprised to see anything else. But I like the Thresh ban away. That means that they're likely to be forced into going Leona unless we see that banned, which probably should be the FPX ban as well, forcing them onto a lower tier support.
Aatrox is actually what is banned out, so a lot of options still available for Khan right now.
Yeah, definitely a ton of options still available, and I predict that FPX may win out the draft here, where they get a counter pick in the top lane that just allows them to split the map 4-1, 1-3-1 much more effectively, where they haven't got the Renekton split pushing. They've got the Theora who can destroy towers much more quickly. That's what the expectation is. We saw them do it in the last series and do very well with it. I expect them to collapse back onto it.
Yeah, and you have to think that's a conscious decision by E-Star to let both of those champions through. It makes me think that they might have a strategy or a team composition in mind, banking on the fact that they might be losing a lot of top pressure early. And it could be something similar to what we saw in game number 1, where they really had no pressure on the top half of the map for the entirety of the first 20 minutes, yet they still came away with that win.
Easy Leona lock-in. It's the... it wasn't banned away, unfortunately, weirdly, the Gragas being banned. And that is a Nautilus mid and a Braum support, so it is still the Braum coming through.
How could we forget about the Nautilus mid? It's a do and be game. It's the champion he was known for throughout Worlds, and it completely went over my head. Oh yes, FPX, they like to take the Nautilus mid. You still get that Braum, so they still get the counter in the bot lane, and with that Fiora that you were hoping to see them on as well, this looks like a very devastating team for FPX.
But it does mean that Cryin has a massively winning lane matchup in the mid lane if he gets this Cassiopeia. The Miasma devastating to a Nautilus in those early phases, where she gets to completely lock him out of the minions, pin him down, and run him down the lane, shredding him to pieces, especially once she gets towards those later stages, has the Leandries, has the tank shredding items. But the key here, FPX, is the roaming death squad, with this Fiora being part of it, the Fiora being top lane, and then the 4-man roaming unit that can consistently kill anybody who is willing to dare to step up to Fiora is the expectation. If they're able to collapse quick enough, they're able to set up the Fiora well enough, this should be a repeat of what we saw against IG in that second game.
Definitely could be the case, and I feel like then looking back onto eStar and what they're going to try and do, I feel like is play through that mid lane, not really allow FPX to get in a position where they can react just from constant pressure being put in mid, possibly in bot as well. It will be a bit tougher with the Braum down there, but if they can keep FPX on the back foot, it means they won't be able to collapse as they like, and through there, perhaps eStar might find some openings.
And the Kiana in the jungle is one of the key points to look at here. How can she impact this this lane matchup in the bot lane? Can she try and snowball this Misfortune and the Leona around, or is she going to be looking to aid the Mordekaiser early, maybe aid the Cassiopeia? It's where she chooses to use that massive early pressure around the map.
And I'm predicting it to be in the mid lane just because of how favorable that matchup is. But really, anywhere where she can have that effect, especially in two lanes that might not be going in eStar's way, maybe turn that around, maybe mitigate some of the damage. If this Kiana can successfully, hold Khan back on the Fiora as well, that could be a devastating blow for FPX.
And the FPX, again, they have a lot of work to do with this composition, and much similar to the last game, it requires them getting leads and moving those leads around the map effectively, because if they aren't able to, for example, get Doinmi roaming into the bot lane to get LWX ahead, or Tian setting up Khan well enough, then they stagnate so heavily that the team fight phase arrives, and eStar, that's where they shine.
That will be the case as we are loading on to the Rift right now. These spiffy camera angles setting the scene. I really wish my solo queue games started like this as well. I don't even care if I couldn't control my champion. It would just get me so much more hype before, my top lane AD LeBlanc decides to feed 10 kills away. It doesn't matter if you get a spiffy intro like that.
You've been playing with Void Boy? Wow.
Look, man,
the
OCE
early
is
game start a little
region.
bit different this time around. We're seeing multiple stack towards that top lane tribe rush, but it seems like Xiaobai spotted it out. Not going to step into it.
No, not going to step into it for now. And we're seeing a very similar, actually, initial positions as we did in game number one, at least for FPX, a bit more pressure put on the top side. No cheeky little invades coming out from eStar either. They're staying grouped quite tightly as if they're expecting a play. Now, Tian was spotted on that ward, so we could be seeing a bit of a collapse. We didn't get a fight last game. Do we get that LPL special level 1 engage? Already Xiaobai has been spotted, but Khan will be the target. Wink gets a couple shots in. The double tap off the red buff does quite a bit of damage. Down below, Xiaoxi thought he had Tian, not quite. Khan does escape on half health as well.
But it means that the bot lane is quite a distance from that side of the map. It means Wei needs to do something to at least get them back into it. They're likely to lose the level 2 advantage right now, as LWX and Chris should have full control. It's how they utilize Wei's tempo advantage and lead in terms of CS. He's now a level up. He's a camp up much quicker than Tian, who doesn't even get a leash. So it's where we go from here.
See, now this looks more like my solo queue games for sure, with bot lane roaming all the way to the top to try and chase that cheeky first blood kill, falling behind or wave or two. The only difference is I don't think Xiaoxi is going to respond by instantly engaging to try and make up for it with the kill despite being a level down. He does play a bit smarter than that, and they do the right thing, let the wave crash, collect the farm that way, but it does mean some deep vision will be placed for FPX.
And that's exactly what they needed. They needed to give Lee Sin a way to get back into this as soon as possible. They utilized their advantage to push into the jungle. And you can see what League of Legends has become more and more recently. It's where one person gets an advantage and where they choose to put it. Do they just sit in their own lane, or do they move their advantage to aid someone else? With Braum, doesn't actually have a trinket to go place deep, but he spots out that all the camps are still up and that Kiana will be just moving through that top side of the map.
That way will, and we'll discover that it's already been cleared out, so each jungler should be able to successfully track the other with the information given to them. That said, though, Khan still is pressed up quite a bit. There are a lot of minions there, so if a play is made, it is quite risky. Wei still might go for it as Xiaobai does step forward. A lot of damage being thrown left, right, and center as Khan can only run towards the enemy base. He's not going to get out of this one. Flash not available, and the kill is secured by Wei.
And another great start for Wei on this Kiana. We saw this in the previous time he played it as well. He is so good once you give him that advantage. And even though he's losing his bottom side of the map for it, the first blood, and getting Xiaobai crucially back in control of the lane for now, definitely devastating to Khan.
And I'm curious why Khan was there, because he had the information given to him by Crisp that none of the camps were taken on the bot side of the map, which does mean there's probably a jungler looming around on the top side, yet he still felt safe enough to push forward and winds up paying for it.
And we'll see now if what Kiana is able to pick up, because it looks like she's going to be just a couple camps down in total at the end of this, as Xiaoxi being engaged on.
Yes, stunned as well, thanks to that passive. Here comes the Hyun. He gets the kick. He has the damage as well, but Xiaoxi will fall. So a kill return to LWX gets the credit.
And a really nice turnaround as, unfortunately, the bot lane being completely devoid of Kiana for the last few minutes means it's so easy for them to collapse and make that gank happen. Tian has the pressure advantage. He knows that Wei can't easy kill, and Xiaoxi gets caught out by that Braum stun.
Wei needs to be careful as well, because FPX still tracking him. Crisp making sure no shenanigans will go down around the scuttlebutt, which will be picked up by Tien. And again, we're seeing very aggressive play from FPX. They're going to push forward. They know where Wei is, and they do not want Wei to get away with anything now. They have him surrounded. The Aura Sphere is not going to connect, so Wei should be able to back out. Gets a bit of damage thrown back onto Crisp. Cryan was there if anything were to go down, but a 2v3 means no thank you for E-Star.
The thing I'm being surprised about right now is that Doinb is actually holding decently onto farm in the mid lane against this Cassiopeia. This should be a matchup that's a bit more heavily swung than this, especially after he blew the flash level 1. Instead, he's actually coming out with a CS lead. Doinb showing that one of his signature champions is for
Yeah, it's definitely, one that's fun to watch, and him holding his own, definitely a bit of surprise, but you do have to remember that Cryan did back before already, and Doinb has not yet recalled just yet, so there will be advantage going back in Cryan's favor in terms of wave control and CS advantage as soon as Doinb is forced out of lane.
And now it's just how does Doinb utilize the pressure, because he's getting the ability to roam now. Where does he go with it? Where does he choose to move? Because this bot lane's already been given a kill. If they can try and break open that first tower with them, get pressure towards the dragon, that could be how they look to blow open this game. But it's the case of FPX have to blow open the game, because otherwise, like we said, low scaling, slow paced game goes in star.
That it will do. So I'm curious where these next plays will be made, and it all comes down to how soon they can start to get these roams off at the moment. Teleport's being used to take Doinb back mid, though, so we're not going to be seeing any crazy play just yet. I do feel this first dragon, though, might be contested. I want to see E-Star put more pressure on it, because they do have that teleport advantage with Xiaobai, with Cryan. It does mean that they can, exert more influence down there and force FPX perhaps away from those lanes at the moment.
And you can see now, with what they're trying to do is utilize a way to just get the wave pressure in the bot side. They're very afraid to commit. They know this wave, especially with a cannon minion wave arriving, collapsing on the tower, is crucial.
Yeah, making it rain on LWX is Wink. Wei waiting in the bush behind, looking for that opening. Can afford to be patient right now, but the wave is going to crash into the tower. So will we see the tower dive? The answer is no, because Doinb is starting to make his way down. You have Tien making his way as well, so that window is going to get shut quite quickly.
Making his way. I get you. I get that.
Oh, that's a terrible. I didn't even get that one. I was going to go with a making his way downtown, but making his way doing B-Town, which would have been awful.
Oh, God. That's even. Why would you even try that one?
Well, I didn't until I accidentally
Wade
said it out
doesn't have
loud.
level 6 yet because he's behind on camp, so he can't contest this dragon whatsoever.
Oh, no, he cannot. And so FPX is actually going to get a cheeky one for free right now. All what E-Star can hope to do is maybe catch someone out of position around it. Their eyes might be on Doinb, but not going to pull the trigger this time. And with that, first Drake secures by FPX.
Much better than they did in the previous. See how this scales as it goes along, but Cryan forced to flash Tian right there.
That could have been a disaster. Meanwhile, down below, Crisp trying to see what he can with the Winter's Bite. Not really going to commit just yet. Wei and Tien, though, they're going at it. There is a level disadvantage right now for E-Star. However, with Cryan there to back him up, FPX might not want any part of it. Dredgeline not going to connect, but Khan is making his way down with Xiaobai in tow. The red buff was aggro, but no one's going to commit or fight over it just yet, as the rest of FPX do back out.
Wei needs to hit that level 6 mark so they can take a fight. Unfortunately, being stuck one level lower than Tian is so crucial right now. Just desperate to get any kind of experience she can.
Oh, a little bit of damage put right there. The question is, will Tian follow through? The answer is no. He's just keeping track because his eyes are set on this red buff instead. And not much the two guys from eStar can do to stop it at the moment. Red buff successfully stolen and a successful escape to sustain them as well. FPX getting away with another one.
And FPX, yeah, Tian having a much better game than last time around.
Teleport coming through as well. The rain was going down. Bullet time not going to do enough damage. LWX is able to flash out of that one. TP play doesn't get a kill, but it will get a lot of pressure on this tower.
And the flash and cleanse from LWX, as I believe he cleanses the Ignite there, is going to keep him safe. LWX using his heal as well. Now, though, it's first roam.
Yeah, he's coming down, but not really a lot of mana bars available, unfortunately, for FPX. And Chris was in position to try and make something happen, but the follow-through would not have come through in time. Flash is still available for eStar as well, so no one's going to do anything crazy. As this is happening, Tian will go ahead and secure himself to Rift Herald.
Needs to be able to continue keeping up that pressure. If he can stop the bot lane from making aggressive moves by just walking the fog of war consistently, then it makes it so much harder for them to make plays.
Yeah, it definitely could be a tough situation. But with all that going down, action starting to quiet down as well. And we're seeing a much more reserved game, actually. Despite the fast start, I thought we could be looking at a bit of a bloodbath, especially with how aggressive FPX have been playing and how much they've been invading and looking for picks in the jungle. eStar, to their credit, have done a good job in sort of absorbing this pressure and not letting it balloon out of control.
We said earlier a chill game does favor eStar, but however, it depends how that chill game plays out. If eStar are even point where they can't have an advantage off of their lanes, they don't have an advantage off of their champion picks and the threat of an all-in team fight at any point, then it means that Khan has so much more cadence to be able to harder in the top side without somebody being able to respond. You need the existential threat of an all-in at all times to dissuade you from just sending that man to the side lane permanently.
I feel like, too, if eStar wants to play for these team fights, it's going to take a while for them to get there, as first they have to itemize against sort of this lane dominance. We can see already Xiaobai going for that early Thornmail means he is still a long ways away from being that team fight menace that a Mordekaiser really can be. And that just means more time eStar needs to buy, more pressure they're going to need to absorb if they want to get back into that winning position.
That's the thing, Mordekaiser can be so safe though, because you can build Bramble Vest plus Ninja Tabi early, then into your damage items. And it just means that he is so hard to kill for a Fiora during the early stages, but as the game goes on, he is much more focused about arriving to those team fights, shutting down LWX, removing Tian from the likes of a Baron or a Dragon fight. And now Doinby, though, setting up for a kill onto him, at least forcing him off of this tower.
Yeah, he's not going to want any part of this right now. Good read by Xiaobai, who will back away. Something about the Bramble Vest, which always kind of like I find peculiar. What happens if you don't have massive abs and a chiseling six-pack when you put that on? Does it just not fit correctly?
No, it just gives you them. It's like just drawing them on in Sharpie. It just gives you those abs instantly. It's the power of the Bramble Vest.
It just forces it there, and it makes you grow those muscles. And maybe with that, some confidence that Xiaobai is going to push what he can away from that tower. Meanwhile, down below, that is Wink securing the first tower of eStar's own. And yes, the top tower did not fall, so Xiaobai did enough to keep this a one tower apiece game, at least momentarily. Tian looking for a bit of a gank, not going to find too much. With the Q not connecting, it does mean FPX will back off for now.
But one tower for one, and the first turret blood going on to Khan. We know that Fiora wins up this matchup handily as the game goes on, so we need her to get the she can solo kill Xiaobai consistently, but you need to see Wei rotating towards that top side of the map to stop her. And that's what the game.
Zenith Blade connecting and follow-up is there. The damage from the two of them is enough to take down LWX, and with an AD carry gone, that could be Dragon for eStar.
And that would be the second Dragon of the game. We'll see which Rift we get. But one Dragon apiece and the Infernal crew over to eStar.
Xiaobai, though, is in some trouble as the Dragon's being given over. So is top pressure. Teleport from Doinby means they will go ahead and take that tier 2 top tower. Our Dragon has gone down. I'm not quite sure what it is yet, as the Dredge line actually throws Doinby in super deep. He's going to drop depth charges as well. He's looking for the solo kill, but he's not going to get it this time.
The problem now for FPX is they've given Xiaobai the longest lane, the safest point on the map that he can be, where he can farm underneath his inhibitor tower. So they need to make sure that Fiora is still able to keep up that pressure. They need to consistently have wards towards that top side of the map to make her safe. Otherwise, it's just given the place for the lead to stagnate and for Xiaobai to get back into the game.
Yeah, exactly that. And the more it can stagnate, and the more it turns into a very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1, where Khan has this massive lead. Xiaobai is thrown super far behind, but the game stagnates enough, and then a couple key equalizers later, and all of a sudden, the E-Star walks away with a big upset. Now it's going to be on a Mordekaiser who doesn't quite have that big, impactful ultimate like the Rumble, but can still become that late-game monster.
And this is how they're going to choose to utilize it, by switching the Fiora to the other side of the map instantly, dragging Mordekaiser away from that safe lane, and at least forcing someone else to respond. Maybe it will be Cryan, but they need somebody to stop the Fiora from becoming that roaming menace.
Yeah, last time they did have the threat of the Wombo combo and those neutral objectives in order to stop Khan before, but with both of them down at the moment, yes, they can try and group S4, but that does still leave Fiora down bot. This time actually with DoinB as well, FPX, they really want to put pressure on these side lanes as fast as possible.
We've been giving the criticism, but this is exactly what we said the win condition of FPX was. The roaming death squad to set up the Fiora, to enable her to snowball the side lane, and that is exactly what she's doing. We need to see her at a point where she can consistently solo kill Xiaobai. We don't know if she's there yet, maybe in another half item's time. But right now, still people afraid to contest her because DoinB and Tian are roaming so effectively to deny access to that Fiora lane.
And really, all what FPX needs to do is be careful people do not get caught out like we saw in game number 1 when they are making these protective rotations. That could be the opening for E-Star to strike, but for that to happen, they need to have vision. And at the moment, those deep wards, they're there for FPX as well, as all of a sudden this looked quite bad for Xiaobai. He will go down to the 3-man dive. DoinB secures the kill.
And that's the Death Squad striking instantly as members of E-Star trying to collapse, but it's too little too late. Most of the tower's gone and Xiaobai falls. Really effective play to just split the map. And this is what we're seeing more and more Chinese teams learn to do. Split the map to deny the team fight comps. If they can't get a 5v5, they can never build up enough of an advantage. And this is how you utilize it more effectively. When you have a strong enough split pusher to collapse towards, you have to have that focal point that you're all trying to rotate into.
Okay, so this might sound like a bit of a tangent, but FPX's story last year was one of the most amazing and heartwarming stories. And as more of the Western audiences learned about them and learned about how likable these players are, can you really picture these players in something as menacing as a death squad? Can we call it the hug squad instead? And they're just coming down to give
hug squad.
Yes, they're just coming down to give Xiaobai really enthusiastic hugs.
I like it. I think that's much more fitting of what DoinB would be looking to do.
Exactly.
It's the exact kind of style that DoinB wants to be playing regardless. It's he's the Kled player that wants to ult into the side lane. He's the Nautilus player trying to snowball his top laner. He's the Malphite player that tries to just one-shot the ADC. This is what he does.
He just wants to jump in and give people hugs and spread that DoinB kind of love.
And so far, a Malphite animation where his arms are just out as he's ulting.
Exactly. And I mean, Nautilus is a big
Malphite.
Nautilus is a big cuddly champion as well. I mean, yes, he has that anchor, but he would give a nice tight grip and a good hug, I can imagine. As you can see right now, pressure being put in the mid lane. Dredge line not going to connect, so no hugs just yet, but Wei does need to be careful. A bit of poke was thrown his way. You have Cryan on the outside. He might be looking for a bit of a flank. It's a flash! Solar Flare from Xiaoxi, but it's not going to connect this time around, and with that, E-Star has to back off.
And the control is given over to FPX. However, they have full control of this jungle. They have Fiora getting the side lane tower, and this game looks all but done already, unless E-Star can dramatically change their fortunes. They've found very little way to respond to these rotations, and they're just not getting the advantage they need to elsewhere.
At the moment, definitely not. They were so reliant on that Solar Flare to connect, to try and force a fight and stop this bleed. But as everything was happening, bot tier 2 did go down to that pressure from Khan. And now we have our fight. Xiaoxi's caught in a very bad position. Tian comes flying in, but Xiaoxi stays alive. And Cryan is turning things back around. He's able to grab one up above, though. Here comes Khan. He's able to find Xiaobai, and he's also able to find a Xiaoxi for his troubles. It's the Khan man army taking down 2 members of FPX before the re-engage. DoinB tries to get on the wing, has burned his stopwatch, and is now trying to turn the damage right right back. Wink's pushing forward. He gets LWX. Way now trying to get Chris, but another stopwatch is used to keep him alive, and it is Way who falls. Crying, do what he can in the middle, but he gets cut down by Khan. It's just Wink left alive. He's trying to find access to Chris, but Khan is body blocking. He's making it rain. He's slowing him down. Wink still playing with fire. He might get burned, or he might turn this around and be that hero. Khan looking for something, not going to find it there. Wink's now on the chase. He has a little bit of time before those cooldowns. Double tap does not get the crit onto Chris, and everyone backs away for now.
And a long, intensive fight ends with Wink not quite clean it up. I believe that was a 4 for 3 at the end of the fight. And E-Star do well just to hold on, but the crucial collapse from Khan, showing how strong he is, even though he's not a teamfight champion, getting all these kills, getting this snowball ahead, he's going to be consistently an existential threat to Xiaobai.
If people want to know why Khan is considered one of the best mechanical players in the LPL, it is situations like that where he's not playing someone who's known for team fighting, jumping into like 1v3 and 1v4 situations. Yes, he goes down, but he takes so many members of E-Star with him as he does. Fantastic individual effort, but credit where credit is due. Way as well as Wink came up huge in that fight. Xiaoxi, on the other hand, he's getting grand challenged and he is getting cut down as Khan finds yet another.
And with the Triforce completed on top of that Ravenous Hydra, we're going to see more and more of this. He's essentially becoming an assassin already. If you get him in melee range of any of these carries, they are going to disappear.
Yes, and time again, too, we see Khan have performances like this. And for E-Star, this game is starting to bleed away from them quite quickly. The hugs are a bit too much for this team to handle, and they need to find some way to turn their fortune around. Maybe a critical fight around a Baron Pit could be an answer. They still have that wombo combo there. They just need to buy a little bit more time, get those third items completed, and we can still see Crying, we can still see Wink really have a larger impact on this game.
And that's one of the issues right now is just that Wink isn't a threat right now either. He needs time to scale. He needs time to get back into this game before we can see the Misfortune Ultimate be that big game-changing fight decider that it can be. Right now, it's been so much on Cryan and Way, and that fight pretty much was decided by them. Wink survives until the end, but the damage was already done. There wasn't much he could do to turn it around. And I need to see Wink prove that he can be a consistent team fight threat in this as this Misfortune before I think that E-Star can pick this one up.
After the Demacia Cup, where we first really saw the Misfortune meta really being put into play, I've noticed a lot of teams in it were really misusing the Misfortune, in particular that bullet time in some of these team fights. And I'm kind of giving out Misfortune passes when an AD carry has proven to me that they can play it. LWX actually does have one. Loken is another. Wink, I'm still holding on to it. I want to give him his Misfortune pass, but I don't think we're seeing it just yet in this game.
But regardless whether somebody is amazing at Misfortune or not, it's so good in the early laning phase that it just gives you that much more control over the bottom side of the map. Look at this natural 40 CS lead she's been able to develop, and that is what gave them the first dragon of the game. They've been able to get 2 dragons now because of this pressure they've had towards the bottom side of the map. And I still think that it's still a very strong pick.
Oh, it's definitely a strong pick, and my pass is written up. I'm more than happy to allow Wink to graduate into that Misfortune club. You just need to win this game in order to earn it. You have to prove that, yes, I know how to play this super strong champion to its ultimate capabilities. Demacia Cup really left me scarred.
But back before the Lee Sin meta, back before Lee Sin was the best jungler again, there's been like 20 different times he was the best jungler, but before the most recent one, whenever he was picked, I was similar with that. It's like, prove to me that you're picking this early game champion that gets outscaled and why.
Oh, Solar Flare actually connecting on the LWX, and the fall through damage from Way is there. That said, Way has to get out of this alive and will not be able to. It is actually LWX who gets the return kill. Now Xiaobai caught out himself. Yes, he has stopwatch, but can only buy so much time when you're surrounded by 5 angry Phoenixes. He will get hugged to death, and that is a huge fight going in the way of the Phoenix.
And now they're planning on going towards this Baron, but crucially, Wink has not used his ultimate yet. So that he can still try and harass them off of this. Crisp has to do a good keeping him out. Doan be there as well.
Oh, this isn't that good job, perhaps. Xiaoxi actually trying to buy time, but on the back line is Khan, and he is cutting down the remaining 3 members of E-Star. Aphelios does steal away the triple kill, but that's okay. Khan was the hero there, and the Baron is the reward.
Easy Baron for FPX, and I wanted to believe up until that moment that E-Star still had a chance, but it seems all but gone. The Fiora is far too far ahead. She's got all the items she needs. and the rest of the team is enough of a threat to zone off the rest of the members. eStar have to find some crucial team fights, some crucial turnarounds to flip this game on its head, because right now it seems like it should be easy for FPX to play a 4-1 with Baron and decide the game.
Going back to the fight, though, that allowed everything to go down, the supreme display of talent that came from Y, I thought looked so good, and I'm really impressed that FPX was able to not fall to the damage, because it looked like it hit 4 people. I think we're going to see, oh no, we're going to see the Baron replay here, and just sort of eStar trying something desperate. As you can see, Kondo just go straight for Wink, and then it was over.
And the fact that he got the stun onto Wink as well, crying, trying to stun him in place. The riposte ends up bouncing it off into his ally. Even more unfortunate, as maybe they could have at least picked up one on the back. 5 Barons.
Oh, well, here we go again. Solar Flare and a supreme display of talent. This time it does enough damage to take down LWX, and this could be the fight eStar wants. Chris falls as well as Doinb is able to limp away, but 2 kills taken right back. eStar finds
and now instantly the turnaround. They're able to get the 2 of the Barons off, but they need to respond to this Fiora in the top side as they kill so much to this mid lane.
Khan did so much damage to that tower in such a short amount of time. He wants to take it, but he has to be careful. Fortunately, Tian is there to back him up, and the tower does fall. Xiaobai unable to pull the Fiora back in. They give up the dragon, but definitely worse for that base tower.
Yeah, unfortunately, the inhibitor tower lost means that the base tower is generally the point at which you can hold on to the map and farm easily.
Oh no! The Zenith Blade connected, but it was a trap as Tian waiting in the wings helps bring down Wink, and now Xiaoxi tries to escape. He's trying to use Khan as that escape method, but that's a very sharp one. He'll get cut down. Cryan's on his own, will be the next to fall. Mid tower might not be long after as Xiaobai and Wei. They're going to try and do what they can, but they get caught up in the mix themselves. That Xiaobai, he's buying as much time, taking Doinb to the Shadow Realm. A couple autos might take him down, but when he gets out, it's not going to be pretty. The 4 remaining Angry Birds tug him down, and Wei, left on his own, has to retreat as yet another mid tower will fall.
Only 2 remaining Barons, but right now that is enough to keep the pressure up. Still a minute left, and this cannon wave. There should be the inhibitor tower falling, the inhibitor as well on the back of it. And FPX just looks so strong at this point in the game. They're far too far ahead. And this Fiora, absurdly far ahead to the point where she's able to build tank now. Doesn't need any more damage.
Yes, and the mid inhibitor did fall. Top one, I believe, did as well. Or nope, it stayed alive, but only just. That said, it might not be too long for this world with Khan continuing applying that split pressure. And eStar, they had a great game 1. Unfortunately for them, game 2 just not going their way.
And this is a really nice start to the fight, but unfortunately, it's just the Fiora in the top side going, well, I guess they're engaging. Nobody's able to respond to me. And then the easy turn on to Wink for Doinb here. Full AP Nautilus. Instant burst, and Xiaoxi is sacrificed at the back side as well to stop it. They lose the tower. They lose 3 towers there, and an inhibitor and a half. It's really just brutal how little the mistakes are, but how much FPX are able to blow it wide open.
But this is, what happens when you go against some of the best teams, not just in the region, but in the world. FPX, they can capitalize on the smallest of things and make you hurt so much. It's why eStar really needed to come into the series playing near perfect. And while we saw that in game number 1, there was also a lot of unforced errors, I feel like, coming from FPX that just are not being made in the second game.
Definitely so, but there was a lot of errors from eStar that weren't able to be punished because of the composition they drafted, where it was so easy to get a massive range Jarvan ult and have the Senna and the Rumble ult inside it. It just made it far too difficult to ever get those consistent engages off for the side of FPX, but they got caught out that much easier. It's much more easy to force unforced errors in that situation, ironically, but eStar now trying to catch up Khan.
Yeah, this is a risky play for sure. Wei is going to get to him first, but Khan, he'll be happy to turn it around. The Supreme Display to Talent does so much damage as the rain falls down. Khan still alive. He's trying to flash defensively. The double tap does a lot of burst, and in the end, Wink does get the kill.
But they might lose this bottom lane tower and another inhibitor if they're not able to get back quick enough. They get the Fiora finally, but is it too little too late? Now the base is just wide open.
Okay, so hear me out on this one. Moral victory. Maybe eStar is recognizing this one's just going to be a hard game to come back from, so we're going to give up objectives just to take care of that pesky Fiora and be like, you know what? We can kill Khan. And when we come into that game 3, perhaps, we're going to have that knowledge that, yes, we can kill that Khan, and we're going to carry the momentum on our side. Thoughts?
And it's almost like FPX are now realizing, wow, when you put Khan on split pushes, he's pretty good. He can carry the game for you. Because that was the one win they got in the previous series. And maybe when you put him on Ornn, that isn't going to be what he carries the game on. So that FPX really have to think right now how they want to utilize their two top laners, because they've got access to Gimgoon, they've got access to Khan. This is what Khan can do if you give him the opportunity to play a carry champion, a split pusher in a side lane. But Gimgoon is known as one of the best weak side top laners. He's the guy you'd play Ornn on. He's the guy who you'd rather play Gangplank. And they need to be able to switch back and forth, but it seems like they're not put the investment in to have Gimgoon ready to sub in at any moment.
I mean, it could be something we could see if we go to that game 3 and FPX decides to mix things up. But at the moment, with the way how Khan is playing, I don't really see that as being the smart decision. Zenith play just missing Crisp could have been an opportunity for E-Star right there. However, as all this is happening, Khan continuing to push on that bot side, putting pressure on these exposed inhibitors, just buying time for that Baron play, which will inevitably be made. And I feel like FPX, they are one more major objective away from winning this game.
We've got to acknowledge the Ocean Soul is still available for E-Star. If they are able to pick up one fight, they can snowball that into a Baron, maybe even an Elder. That is the only opportunity to turn the game. Otherwise, it seems all but done. E-Star need to find that Miracle team fight with the Kiana ultimate onto almost everyone. They need to get rid of Khan pretty quickly. Here's the engage.
Doinb is caught Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi has forced himself to go in. Here comes Wei. The Supreme Display to talent on that little rock is not going to be very talentful, and Xiaoxi will fall. On the backside, however, it looks as if Cryan was trying to do what he can. Here comes the bullet time. It only does very little to Doinb as the only one affected. Tian did have a Guardian's Angel. It is popped, but he's in a lot of trouble. Xiaobai down below, though, Wink and Cryan, they're in a lot of trouble, but FPX can't quite get that killing blow, and Xiaobai is actually able to find Tian on the backside. He may pay for it, though, with the use of the stopwatch, and why it has to run whining or crying for his life. Not going to get out just yet. Maybe he might even re-engage. He's looking for that opening, making it rain on Doinb. Does stop some of the backs, and FPX does pull out for now. No inhibitors taken.
And even though they win out on the fight with a 2-for-1, FPX net very little off the back of that. With the Ocean Dragon spawning as well, they're forced to go directly towards it, which is giving E-Star the ability to rush towards this Baron as they are right now.
I mean, they could be looking for Doinb, or they could be looking for Baron. I think either is a prize target. Obviously, one better than the other, but Khan doesn't want them to have it. He's going to try and do the backdoor, the inhibitor getting wailed on, and only Xiaoxi is there to try and stop it. But we've seen this 1v1 before. It does not go well for the Leona. Finally, Wei has arrived, but Wei doesn't really want it either until some crowd control is put in place. Good dodge of the Solar Flare, and Khan is on the run. 4 members of E-Star are chasing Wink. He does a lot of damage. A couple shots might do it, and yes, down goes Khan yet again, and this time, no towers are falling in return.
And now the inhibitor in the top lane is the only thing that's down for E-Star. They're able to at least salvage the game a bit off of this. The top lane inhibitor is the easiest one to defend if you're trying to play towards the Baron, as they are. As they're going for another fight immediately.
Damn, it does a lot of damage, and Tian is down. LWX in an awkward position, has to back away. Doinb thought he had Xiaobai, not quite going to connect. But E-Star, they're looking at the Baron. They've gotten a couple picks. They might be able to take this.
And they have to be careful, though, because rushing up mid lane is the side of FPX. They are maybe towards getting an inhibitor, but no, they are going to back out. They're not going to commit to this one, as they just give up the Baron. And now for the next 3 minutes, E-Star are a lot safer. They can try and push out these waves, deny Fiora access to the side lane, and get control so they can try and get that soul for the dragon, at least spawn the Elder, which we know is the dream for them because they want those 5v5 fights, but they can land all the ultimates they need.
Yeah, and it's a couple of picks, which really is giving that E-Star that sign of life. As you're saying, if they can use this Baron effectively, they could have, hypothetically, the positioning to set up around that 4th dragon, get that soul, get that Elder. Like, there is a way out for E-Star, and we had all but written them off before. If another couple picks like that, maybe another key team fight. We are getting later into this game, and these builds are starting to get completed.
It is very late game right now. It's so hard for them to be able to turn this game around, but they are making the effort. They have the Baron. They're getting these the standing gold on the map from these towers to try and get back into it. Now Khan trying to hunt down Xiaobai in the mid.
Oh, this could be huge if Xiaobai goes down, flashes over the wall, but with the grand challenge thrown out, you know Khan wants it. Follow-up lunge is there, and the stopwatch can only buy so much time. The hourglass does fall, as does the champion. Xiaobai does go down, and that solo kill definitely going to put a hindrance to the momentum of E-Star.
And now, having lost one of their Baron buffs, losing that member consistently because he can never contest the Fiora is the most difficult part. They have to be able to force elsewhere on the map if he and not lose the game off the back of it. And it's so difficult because that inhibitor is still down. The wave is still pushing it in topside. If you disrespect for just a little bit too long, the game ends. Because Fiora, especially since the changes that were made to her a couple patches ago with the Q hitting towers now and the E doing critting towers as well, it just means it's so much easier for Fiora to clean up and end the game much quicker.
I think the only reason why the game isn't being ended right now for FPX is because of eStar's push in the mid and bot lane. A majority of the blue side was down there reacting to the push, so they couldn't get to the top side fast enough to capitalize on that one-man advantage and perhaps force that game-winning fight. It does mean, though, eStar does fall back a bit. They won't have that dragon control that they were hoping for in the next 2 minutes, but they aren't out just yet. We've seen them get a couple picks before. They are still fighting. They are still breathing. It's just going to be so difficult for them.
A minute 35, a minute 30 now until the next Ocean Dragon that really decides how the next few will win a team fight there and play towards the Elder as their win condition. That is one of the key breakpoints. But however, if FPX able to pick it up and deny that win condition for either, allow the Fiora to get that, which is likely her last item, get to that full 6 items, and have nobody that can even contest her in the side lane, it becomes easier and easier for FPX over there. They can't take objectives because you're an existential threat that they have to respond to.
Definitely. Although at the same time, I'm starting to kind of wonder, how come FPX hasn't actually found that game-winning fight yet? Why have they not been able to, with this pressure that Khan has been exerting, actually put this one away? Because there's been multiple times when multiple inhibitors have gone down, and yet eStar has been able to hold on. You kind of feel as if momentum might be swinging perhaps in the red side's favor as the solar flare does come down. It cuts LWX. The follow through is there. The supreme display of Tammet, but not enough damage is being put down. Wei trying to do what he can in the backline, but here comes Khan on the opposite side. He gets the health bar so low, but LWX did find Wei, and now the numbers are on the Phoenix's side.
Oh, here it is.
Health bars are being thrown back, and all of a sudden, it's a 3 for 3, or 3 for 2, I'm sorry, because eStar won the fight.
But Khan is going for the inhibitor to somebody right now, because even though they want the soul, the game will end if they go for it. Tiana's there with the smite as well to contest. This is so risky. Somebody needs to do something right here, right now.
No one's going back, though. They're just going to give up 2 inhibitors, even perhaps the third, all over to Khan just to get this soul. Down goes the second inhibitor. Does Khan push for the third? It doesn't look like it. He's going to play it safe and back away. 2 inhibitors for Dragon Soul. Is that worth it?
Trade for the inhibitors are. The top one respawns, the bottom 2 are taken, but they get that Dragon Soul, and it means that one more team fight into Elder is the key win condition for eStar. They've been holding on in this game for long enough. For FPX, this just looks so similar to one of the games against IG, where they just got caught out time and time again by key fights. But this fight looked like it went well at the start for FPX, but here is the turning point. When finally, after all the time that Xiaobai's been struggling, he finds the 3-man pull, sets up everything take, and that means they get the soul, even though they lose those inhibitors.
And you go back into game 1 as well. Xiaobai put behind for a majority of the game, but then 1 or 2 clutch equalizers. This time, that big fist crawling out of the earth, pulling FPX in, kicking and screaming. And they want more. The solar flare does go down, and despite not hitting, they are still trying to push FPX off of the tower. Mid 1 is secured, and eStar continuing to shove. You have Doonby down below. He's being forced to recall, so a bit of time is being bought, but keep your eyes on Khan. He is going straight for that super minion wave. He is going to try and act as a distraction down below, pull people away from FPX's. Khan, he's pinging the base. Like, he might try a crazy backdoor.
And Cryan has TP, so he can respond if necessary. It's much easier for him to respond to the Fiora at this point. He has no armor, just can zone her more effectively if he is manages to outplay, but they don't kill him here. They try to find a quick collapse. They've got no warding to stop this.
Doonby will spot the play in action, but it might be too late. Wei able to jump in onto Khan. Xiaoxi is there as well. Can they chain the CC? Meanwhile, up above, Doonby is trying to do what he can. Khan is winning the 2v1. Wei goes down, and Doonby still alive back in the jungle. This gives a disaster for eStar. The bullet time's not really doing anything as LWX gets out. Xiaoxi's quite low. Khan's able to find him and cut him down. Xiaobai flashes over the wall, but 3 members from FPX go chasing after. D will go down. That is 3 members. That is possibly the game. This is fantastic for FPX.
And it looked so hopeful for so long for E-Star, but an overcommittal to deny Khan in the side lane is what costs them. And this looks to be the game as the TP comes in from Doenby.
Wink and Cryan, 2 men versus the world. Tian, he still has a GA as well, so he would not be afraid to go full suicidal and trying to get that game-winning play. Yes, you can make it rain, but that rain's not going to do much because FPX has their umbrellas. Doing beef, gets the jump in onto Cryan. The follow-up damage is there in Cryan. He almost gets Chris, but not quite there before the GA is popped. On the backside, down goes Cryan. Wink is soon to follow. Down goes the Nexus Towers. Only Nexus remains. It's not going to land, and FPX equalized the series at 1 apiece.
And an intense back and forth game. At moments it looked like E-Star had no chance at all, but they kept the fight up. They took it to FPX and they made it so close, even against the uber-fed Fiora. E-Star, they take a knock in this game too, but they show a lot of strength that they have to carry forward to game 3. FPX, however, it's not all lost for them. They still show why they are the world champions, even though they made a lot of sloppy errors themselves.
And I do believe a lot of people are probably wondering, like, why is this E-Star team taking it to FPX so efficiently? And it's because this isn't just some random new team. This is 5 heavily scouted, like, highly praised players. Cryan in particular, as you mentioned, the best mid laner from the LDL. Wink as well in this game, coming up huge. Like, this is a strong team, and they are making their statement right now, I feel like, to the rest of the LPL. Take us seriously, because if you don't, we are going to make you claw and scratch and beg if you want any chance to beat us.
And that has to be the message sent, as you say. They just look so strong, even in this loss. We have to see how it comes out in game 3.
That we will, but before we get to game 3, you're going to throw it back to the desk, just like you see on the screen. Trust me, that guy on the left is TJ, and the woman on the right, that's probably an amalgamation of Quirky and Hyper and the rest of our panelists. So we'll throw it back to them, and we'll be back to you soon. So we'll see you guys for game 3.
Welcome back to the Cyber Desk. My name is still TJ, still alongside Quirky, Louis, and Hyper. It's game 3 time. We're officially going all the way between FPX and E-Star. And as we're reviewing these replays, I have to go to the player this entire desk doubted during both our pre-game and our post-game in game 1.
Hey,
Quirky, talk to me about Khan Watch. Is it like Baywatch?
I can't probably say about Baywatch on Twitch. It might violate the terms of service, but you know, honestly, I've seen a single episode of Baywatch in my life.
It's all right. It's very sexy, just like Khan's play. Continue.
Just like Khan's play on Fiora. But yeah, I mean, if we look back at FPX's last series against IG, the one game they won as well was on Khan on that Fiora as well. So this is a very standard pick for Khan, and it was expected to be banned out like throughout this series. But once they let it open, the floodgates opened, and Khan Watch 2020 has so far been a bit of a mediocre. We had some good games, we've had some bad games. So looking forward to game 3. What game are we going to get from Khan?
I think you've raised a good point there. This is the second time in FPX's season this year that they've drafted Khan to Fiora, and that the result has been Khan taking over the match. Louis, is that correlation or causation?
I think that's causation, and there's 2 reasons for that. First of all, we talked about communication problems with Khan and the rest of his team. Fiora is completely self-sufficient. She can go top lane, can build a lead against Xiaobai. Xiaobai, in game 1, he came back because he just got to team fight. Game 2, constantly... he constantly had to deal with Khan in the side lane, and he built up a lead. I think at the end of the game, he might have even Flame Horizoned him. It was a really great showing. And meanwhile, the rest of the team can focus around bot side, can do more of the roaming. We've seen Tian and Doenby pretty much have the same KDA throughout the entire match. They are working together again. Doenby is roaming again. So I feel like overall, giving Khan a self-sufficient pick that he can carry on by himself just opens up the team tremendously.
And oh my god, did he carry? My mind's drawn towards that one final team fight around the 38-minute mark. Break it down for me, Hyper.
Yeah, and most of that fight actually was say not just Khan became carrying, but as Lou's pointing out during the game, that it was Doinby zoning off 3 members of E-Star. That way Khan could get that 1v2 in a situation where he already had Waze Kiana down below half HP. So he really only had about 1.5 squishy members of HP to cut through, while Doinby just was standing there on the as this giant, massive man meat, just there walling off everybody, saying like, "You shall not pass." Then everyone from FPX arrived, and then they smashed.
And it was the end of the game as quick as it began. You could see Khan's impact, but I'm most curious on Khan's impact on your mental health. There's the MVP award. Thank you, LPL stream. Because we actually, and I'll start with you, Louis. You full flipped. You said game 1, this is probably 2-0 FPX. Then we had game 1, E-Stars won it, and so you did the logical thing, Louis. Shout out to you. You said, okay, well, E-Stars look really good. Let's say it's 2-0 to E-Stars. Coming into game 3, would you care to A, explain yourself and your cowardice, and B, maybe call game 3, because there's no way it's a 2-0 either way anymore.
I really couldn't be more happy to be wrong right now. You know who's back? It's Longzhu Khan. Solo carrying the top lane, absolutely crushing Xiaobai. Meanwhile, they take the attention away from him, do their plays around the bot side. Tian is even, more of a playmaker than Cos ever was on Longzhu. So I feel like the disconnect between Khan and the rest of his team in the series really helped them so much, and really let Khan blossom. He can just be the old Khan, the carry Khan, and I'm always happy when I'm wrong in this way. When something happened that I didn't expect and that I really wanted to see for probably years at this point. So
you're getting the upset you wanted.
Yeah.
Twice in a row, which is probably pretty great. You're having a great evening. The only other person who's still having a great evening is Quirky, who has felt right this entire time, because you were actually kind of concerned coming out of game 1. Yeah. You predicted 2-1 for E-Stars, and you were like, oh my god, if they 2-0, I'm wrong. Are you sticking to your guns? This goes all the way to E-Stars now in game 3?
I'm sticking to my guns. They're going to ban Fiora, and Khan's just going to do absolutely jack all. So,
Yeah, this might be the one problem. There's not that many picks like Fiora in the meta, so...
Yeah. Also, I'd like to point out, he said everybody doubted Khan. I didn't. I still picked a 2-1.
You're right. I apologize. Full faith in the bottom corner for Hyper.
I even did the pose and everything.
Right. So you think FPX pick up this game 3?
I do. I think FPX can pick up the game 3. I don't think it's just Fiora that they can rely on. If they can get him one of those similar top lane self-sufficient picks, they can, I believe, snowball the game from there. I think even if you can get him onto something like the Mordekaiser, you can set him up for a situation to just split push and solo carry. Because other than picks like that Fiora, who can get snowballing a lot earlier than Mordekaiser, there aren't that many true counters to the king of the ghosts.
Right. Well, I think Khan has established himself as the intermittent king of the top lane, but he'll have to hold on to that crown if he wants to turn around game 3. Don't go far. We will be back. It is game 3 between FunPlus Phoenix and E-Stars on this unofficial broadcast after this quick break.
My time is close to coming. Do I stand still or try to fight? Follow me into the sky. Let's hold our breath till we die. I just wish it was for something this city on. Follow me, follow me. This is what you're waiting for. Close to shutting. This is the turning point tonight. Follow me into the sky. I'm glad these clouds are so high. I'm not jumping off of nothing. Follow me, follow me. I can change forevermore. Follow me, follow me. This is what you're waiting for.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the series that I'm not sure people may have been expecting, but if you were in the know, like my partner Sin, you called it because we are going to Game 3 of FPX taking on 5-Star. I am Formal. The birthday boy across the planet is Sin, and I cannot wait to see who is actually going to win this series.
Yeah, it's been a tight one so far, a series of back and forths, but definitely FPX ramping it up in that game. We'll see how the draft in Game 3 goes. I liked it much better when they banned away that Rumble, when they forced eStar to adapt, and now eStar going onto the blue side, changing this up entirely.
Yeah, and it definitely means we're going to be seeing new looks, I feel like, from both of these teams. Now, Khan has stayed in, no Gimgoon, so I really doubt we're going to be seeing that tank rock top lane. I want to see more pressure, more life like the Renekton, in particular that Fiora, which actually has not been banned away yet. I'm hoping eStar does take that off the map at the moment, because last game, Khan on Fiora pretty much won it for FPX.
He seemed to basically solo carry the game, but we say solo, it wasn't a solo effort. Everyone on the map was walking towards that top side to give him the pressure necessary to gain those advantages, and once he got them, it was impossible to stop him.
That it was. However, it will be the Akali that is banned away last. Olaf, of course, can be taken away from Wei. It does mean Kiana is still there, so that could be a priority pick, but so is the Rumble Jarvan combo, and they're going to take the first piece of that, locking in Rumble in that priority position.
But they know both Kiana and Jarvan are available, and unless is willing to really hard overcommit, they're not going to go for both. That means that the Rumble is a fairly safe pick here. If you force your opponent to lose the Rumble, a matchup with a Rumble Kiana or a Rumble Jarvan, and I'm interested to see if FPX do just call the bluff in both.
I'm curious if FPX not only call this bluff, but actually commit to, a Kiana Jarvan, because I know it probably hasn't been seen yet, but Doinb on a Jarvan wouldn't surprise me. However, Doinb on a Nautilus, not going to get caught out this time, definitely would not surprise me, and it does sort of make sense with how FPX has been wanting to play this series. I expect that one to be locked in.
Yeah, this should be a Jarvan MF lock-in for eStar here. If they want to go for that sort of team fight pressure composition, being that it should just be an easy lock-in of Braum and the ending of the first half of the draft for FPX, with going more towards the style of draft from game one.
Yeah, it definitely seems very similar in that regards. I mean, eStar is kind of an amalgamation at the moment of both game 1 and 2, where they're getting that Rumble Jarvan, but they're also getting the MF that they had before.
Ooh.
On the other side, though, we're seeing Mordekaiser being hovered. That's probably going to get locked in for Khan, and we haven't seen him on a Mordekaiser just yet, I believe. I'm excited to see how he goes.
It means we should see a Braum ban from eStar, and that Cassiopeia ban means we will see Cryan on something different this series. Be excited to see what else he can do, because the Cassiopeia has been very strong, but we need to see what else is in his pool. How much deeper can he dig than that?
Yeah, definitely where he will go, especially considering, well, he knows his matchup most likely that Nautilus still can get flexed down to support, so it does mean that Doinb has that counter pick option. So who does Cryan like in a potential blind pick situation, like knowing he might
I think he should Rise.
He very well could. I mean,
I think
that
it's
would be
an easy Rise lock-in mid lane for him.
If FPX realizes it as well, they could have banned the Rise, but instead they're going to take the Thresh away from Xiaoxi. They dealt with it once already. They don't want to go for it again, and that Rise would be a very interesting pick. I could still also see it being banned right here by eStar.
And they go for the Tahm Kench instead. They still think that FPX is going to play sack bot and play towards everyone up with this Kiana, and that is expected when Kiana has such a strong early game that she is going to use her ganking pressure towards the solo lanes, where it's much easier to gank in those early phases, much smaller gap to close, and you generally have much better setup from the champions. So eStar, they've got a good core to their comp right now, and the Kai'Sa is actually the response from FPX here, so we'll see how they are going to play into Kai'Sa Nautilus, the throwback to the Worlds meta in the bot lane.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this is looking like a very Worlds team from FPX at the moment. Meanwhile, Nautilus, has been taken away, so usually the next best thing would be Leona, the poor man's Nautilus. Sometimes in these picks and bans, obviously they do slightly different things, but at the end of the day, Nautilus is that bit tankier when they go in for those deep engages, so you like to have the Nautilus. Instead, Leona works just as well, as we're waiting to see who will cry and take in the mid lane.
So this needs to be a safe pick that can go likely mid or top. I prefer to see a top laner that can play fairly safe and is good into the Fiora, can play into the Mordekaiser and would be safe. I think the Kennen is a perfect pick for them right here. It means they've got a brilliant mix of magic and physical damage, really hard to itemize against. And Fiora and Mordekaiser, so it means they can't just easily go, we're going to counter you by picking Fiora and dominate the lane. It means they can't just put that Mordekaiser to them either. It means that FPX actually have to go for something likely a bit different, change it up, and this Camille would be exactly that. She's diving deep to help set up picks with the Kiana.
I feel like both of these mid and top laners are flexes on both sides, so I'm very curious if we're going to see that game of, last second switches, the mind game, who is going to outbait who, who is actually going where.
This is DoNB playing the tanky champ. DoNB's the tank man, and they're going to have Khan on the Camille. It's going to be this top jungle duo that's looking to make plays, looking to make kills happen, and the Kennen trying to play safe through the early game. This is going to be very much just survive the laning phase. And Wei has the job once again of just shutting down Tian. He did it very effectively in game 1. He's able to deny Tian on the Rex side a lot of the ganks that he wanted to, shut him out of the top side. We need to see him do that again to get them to the team fight phase, where they can do the exact same thing they did in game 1. But now there's even less of a split push threat from FPX.
I'm still remembering game 1 of E-Star taking on Rogue Warriors, where we saw the Leona Olaf constantly harass, constantly invade. Now, you don't have an Olaf this time around, you have a Jarvan, but Jarvan can be just as aggressive early game as Olaf if you want to prioritize that warrior enchantment. Yes, that's a bit unconventional in more professional play. Usually you do see the Cinderhulk, but I feel that could be a viable option if they really want to shut Tian down.
And if they need to keep Tian out of the map, the vertical jungling that we saw in that first game is definitely what should come into effect, where they put wards down early. They tried to get deep vision to understand where the start was from Tian and move towards the top side of the map effectively to shut it down and deny him access. So it's about denying the Kiana access to early game kills and early game snowballing.
Exactly that. This early pathing is going to be so critical for both the Jarvan and the Kiana. A lot on the line for each of these teams. E-Star, they're looking to pull that big upset and throw the defending world champions to an 0-2 start in the spring split season, something I don't believe anyone would be expecting for FPX. However, they looked a lot better in game number 2. Can they carry that momentum? Can they right the ship and come away with a win in this one?
And that is the big deal here. Can we see the miracle upset come through from E-Star, or FPX going to change their fortunes, not lose another 2-1, and not 0-2 as the curse of the world champions may continue?
That was very nice of the LPL right there to kind of show us those two cars. Do you want the red or the white one? Because I know they're giving it to us right now. Like, that's clearly
they're giving us free Mercedes.
Yeah. Do you want the red or the white one?
I'll take the white one.
All right. I like red. I like making a statement everywhere I go. Now, I don't have a driver's license. I hope that's not going to be a problem, LPL, but thank you. Thank you for that. Opal doesn't pay us, but you know what? LPL is going to pay us in Mercedes, so
LPL is going to pay us fine.
Yeah, they're going to pay us in
Opal
Mercedes.
paid me last season in an FPX jersey, so I was happy enough.
Oh, I am jealous of that, actually.
But like coming into this game, I want to look quickly towards the top sides. You see Xiaobai has gone for that Summon Airy. He's gone for the Cull, the starting item as well. This is the scaling top lane matchup where he wants to just free farm. He wants to scale through the game. And E-Star, like we said, it's all about denial. It's all about control of those early phases, because if they get to the later stages of the game, their team comp shines. Because with this amount of the A damage, with this amount of ultimates that are game-changing, you don't even have to commit all of them to win a fight. You can hold on to some of them. You can split the usage of the ultimates, win a trade or win a contest of an objective, and still have the ability to force another fight shortly after.
It also means we could be seeing some crazy long extended team fights if everything does happen to go their way. Definitely something to be excited for, because we've seen a lot of action already, though. Zenith Blade connecting, and this trade not going Shauxi's way. Have to be respectful. The amount of damage a Nautilus Kaisa damage can do back at you there. Wink does cut out of it healthy. I mean, Wei was around. Maybe if they had fallen for the bait, we would have seen an early play, but instead, Wei is only going to roam up, recognize that the top or the bot side jungle has been mostly cleared, and with that, pathing can be tracked.
So it's the opposite side of vertical jungling that I was expecting, because Wei choosing to split the map in the opposite way, where he's taking the blue side from Kiana's, focusing on the top side of the map. Now he's looking to try and set up a dive bot lane, potentially, at least zoning them off of this huge wave on tower. Cry and roam around down as well should deny them this wave and keep them at very low level.
Yeah, and FPX has sussed something out, way content to sit there for now, and this is pretty huge denial, and they still might go for it. Way, Flag and Drag does connect onto Crisp. That's where the damage is going. Teleport's going to come through as Crisp tries to flash away. Here comes E-Star. They're trying to pull out of this as Doinb has made himself known, but he's not really the healthiest mid laner roam. Still sticking around is E-Star. Teleport's coming through. Actually, here comes Cryan. Crisp was probably going to be the target as the Flame Spinner does so much damage.
God.
A double kill for Cryan, and they clean up 3 kills in favor for E-Star as Khan makes himself known. They did get one back on Jousty, but Khan's still in a bad situation. More fire, more flame spitting. Khan goes down. 4 kills for E-Star.
4 kills to 1, and they get the tower shard. Huge early start from E-Star, and off of some really nice pathing, really nice moves from both Cryan and Wei. It goes absolutely perfect. Khan TP's down and gets nothing as well, giving Xiaobai even more pressure in the top side. He's going to have the TP advantage at level 6. Huge for E-Star, and this is really a go next situation for the mountain to climb at just a few minutes into the game.
I mean, can you really blame FPX for being surprised of the triple buff bot lane gank pathing from Wei? I mentioned before, this guy likes to take some aggressive pathing, but I didn't see that one coming, and the teleport into the flame spitter from Cryan doing so much damage. That's 2 kills onto the Misfortune, 2 kills onto the Rumble. The gold is going exactly where you want it, and if E-Star is going to pull off this upset, they are in prime position to do it.
And the really well-played balancing of tower aggro gives them the ability to do that. And unfortunately, the late TP from Khan is punished as well. But I actually really liked what Cryan did. He shoved that full wave into tower. He went, Doinb, you don't get to pick this up. You don't get to respond. We'll wait for the next wave to collapse, and then I'm going to TP. It was the perfect timing. They got a whole nother wave to reset the tower aggro over and over again and still have the ability to keep the tower dive going. It enabled the extension, and a very smart play from E-Star. I remember Frost was saying it seems like they've got some really high-level scrim partners, and it definitely is showing up in the way that playing this early game.
I am so impressed by this, but you know, a good start is only one piece of the puzzle. It's the question, what can you do with it?
It's
How
a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes, Formal. This is a bit more than a good start. This is an incredible start.
And I have seen some incredible comebacks in the past. I don't know, maybe I'm jaded from OCE solo queue, but really no lead feels safe in the first 5 minutes, especially, you know, when you're against the defending world champions who kind of made a name for themselves in the past by coming back from insane deficits. So excited to see what FunPlus will do in this. However, when you're biting items like coal on your first back, things don't look good. Crisp might be getting caught out in his own jungle. The flag and drag does connect. Tian's trying to get there. Will he get there in time, though? Aftershock throws some damage back, and Wei is trying to pull out, as is Xiaoxi. That is 4 members of FPX. They're going to be committing down. Flash dumps goes through, but a nice double root from Tien. Here comes the equalizer. It's doing some damage to Doinb, but in the Shadow Realm, Xiaoxi cannot do much. Doinb is going to come out in a 1v3. Will FPX rejoin the fight before Doinb goes down? The answer is no, at least this time. In the end, it's a 1-for-1.
You look at how everything's gone, and unfortunately they lose the kill for Xiaoxi there, but they pick up another kill onto the AD carry. Wink picking up yet another. And you might not have given him the misfortune pass last game, but it's going to be a bit easier when he's already 3-0-2 with the BF sword into just the cull from LW. So you look at that on top of getting a Cloud Dragon for the ultimate cooldown, and it's just, mwah, bellissimo, perfect. Absolutely exactly what you want if you are E-Star.
Look, I printed out the past. Now I'm just getting that laminator warmed up so it won't get damaged. Should Wink to help his team pull this one out. 3 kills already on this MF. It's fantastic. He's also sitting on a 25 CS advantage. Again, LWX forced to buy a cull in this situation. I think only one person in the world is happy about that, and that will be your next play-by-play caster, Midnight. He loves the cull for some reason. I don't know why.
Hey, no, it's Nuguri. It's Nuguri that's happy about it. You have to go cull Kleptomancy every game. That's why Damwon won't be successful this time.
Oh, no, none of the, Kleptomancy. No Kleptomancy, and that's why.
No Kleptomancy Vladimir with cull start anymore. That's not allowed.
Oh, that's a real shame. I know LWX, in spirit, I'm sure he would have taken the Kleptomancy on the Kaisa. That makes total sense to me, but actually, as it stands right now, though, LWX, larger mountain to climb. Obviously, they are playing for that later game when you are going for those scaling items. I just don't know how they are going to stop this Wink train as Xiaoxi and Wink. They might look for more right here. Zenith Blade not going to connect.
They need to be able to rotate again. You can see the Rumble looking towards this bot side repeatedly. If he's able to set up another tower dive with Wei, that is the breakpoint of the game when they can shatter that tower and look to a lane swap with this massive advantage they already have and rotate that advantage everywhere else to the map. So if they can then utilize taking this early bot lane tower to take 2 towers, shove them mid, and have a consistent lead every time, then it's so hard for FPX to stop. It's what you do when you have Caitlyn normally, when you're thinking of like a Caitlyn Karma lane. But when you've got this much of an advantage early, it's the same goal. You utilize the early game to snowball as hard as possible from the bot lane.
You're talking about, rotating this bot lane around. We're only 8 minutes in. Usually this is the discussion that comes into play at like around the 15-minute mark. That is just how accelerated things have gone. Although Wei needs to be a little bit careful right here, has to flag and drag in order to escape. LWX did throw down some bit of poke, but really not enough to scare Wei out completely. And knowing that the Jarvan is there, it does mean LWX and Crisp are forced to retreat, and we could be seeing an under 10-minute tower.
Cross-mapping, though, going for the Rift Herald and trying to set up a dive on top lane at exactly the same time. Xiaobai going to ult the wave.
Oh, he gets the double stun. He's buying so much time. Nice use of flash. Khan is the target, but the tower is on Doinby. That said, though, they don't feel confident to follow through as Xiaobai gets a clutch stun. Oh, the Q was not able to connect, but Khan is still quite low. Xiaobai might actually chase. Tian, he doesn't know. Does he continue with the Rift? Does he help out his team? Well, because at the end of the day, Xiaobai does pull off, it does mean the Scuttlebug will go down.
And they lose the first tower bot lane in trade for it. So it's the potential to get some shards versus the first tower already gone as Khan trying to make the response play. The ultimate isn't there from Xiaobai.
It's not going to be enough, unfortunately. Xiaobai did use it previously, so Khan is able to get one back, but this bot lane is still pushing halfway down on tier number 2. Yes, Herald's going to be dropped up top. This is still under 10 minutes in, so you still have all those platings. It is still quite tanky. This should be enough time to react, but down below, the push is continuing. Wei has joined the party. We are 2 bot towers down in under 10 minutes.
And the top tower does fall. They only net themselves some tower shards. This is the lane swap point we were talking about. The Leona and this Misfortune go towards the top side, and they will consistently win out, netting even more tower shards on this top side. They will be funneled so much more gold. And you look at this, LWX on the map with just a pickaxe and a cull compared to a Berserker Greaves and an Essence Reaver already from Wink. This is so far down, so hard to stop. And now they just have to get Cryan involved a little bit more. He was involved in that tower dive earlier. I want to see him able to move around and set up a tower dive with the team. But instead of that early lane swap, they are going to focus on this early dragon instead.
Yeah, Cryan, only 2 kills and no towers taken. Come on, man. Catch up to your bot lane. Let's see you pick up the pace. This is really an interesting game so far because FPX, they clearly see their win con, and that is through the top lane as even more pressure is being put there at the cost of that second dragon. Xiaobai will get jumped on the Supreme Display attempt, doing a lot of damage. Yes, the Slicing Maelstrom is there, and it actually gets a kill back. So a 1-for-1 up top as Khan now is going to try to do the same in 3v1, but he does not have the tower to work with. The Solar Flare holding him in place. The Flame Splitter does a lot of damage.
They're going for an inhibitor tower.
Oh my god.
They're actually going to send 4 members to rush this inhibitor tower in trade for the tier 1 top side. They're sending everyone there, and Misfortune, she's going to now back off for mid. So much tempo. They have so much pressure on the map that they're able to dictate entirely to FPX of where they have to play.
I feel like falling back for the mid tower is the smart play, but my brain and my heart was telling me, no, base race at 11.5 minutes. You can do it, E-Star. Make the upset happen. Live your dreams. But instead, they are rotating towards the mid lane. You do see FPX is trying to catch up to him, but look how fast this tower is still being taken down. Oh, wait, it's still a bit of a drag because we still have tower platings.
It's still going to take so long because we've got another 2 minutes of tower plating, but Xiaobai run down LWX, not quite able to do it. He's just going to clean up this wave and deny the first tower still from FPX, even though the amount of pressure they've put towards this top side is massive.
Yeah, it is quite insane how much pressure has been put there, but down below, everything is not going Khan's way. The Flame Spitter and Flag and Dragon Equalizer as well. Everything dumped onto Khan. I think there are sour grapes from game 2.
This is definitely a punishment for what he did on Fiora, and the Kennen is actually scaling pretty decently as well. Both teams are just kind of handshaking right now. They're both taking their weakest member of the Kennen and the Kaiser and going, you can both just farm in the top side. You're free to scale up and back into the game. Everyone else is going to make plays elsewhere. and he's being left up there alone. We'll see if he can pick up some tower shards, try and become this hyper-scaled threat himself. He's only 13 to now 12 CS away from the cull being completed. That is a huge gold, enabling him to get towards his teamfight pressure that much quicker.
Yeah, and this teamfight pressure is going to come at almost a bit earlier, like, well, definitely a bit earlier than you expect. Normally, it's around when Baron comes up where you start to feel that Ken teamfight pressure, but it's actually probably going to be around third Dragon where all of a sudden FPX has to be so careful in stepping towards this E-Star team. Tian doing a good job clearing a bit of vision, does get that away. I mean, more pressure is being thrown topside, but now E-Star's in a position where they can react and actually protect their cannon, and all of a sudden FPX, they're losing their strong side of the map.
And just think right now, E-Star is playing very split up the members and play in all three lanes at once, try and get as much experience and snowball as quickly as you can. But this is a composition that wants to 5v5. This is a composition that wants to group all their members together, slam FPX. They're not even being allowed to do that in the slightest, but they're still snowballing so far ahead.
That they are, as you can see, they still want to get a couple picks. They're still looking for fights. Way stalking Khan at the moment. I doubt the trigger will be pulled, at least just yet. As we're seeing pings back towards buffs, back towards mid lane. Action slowing down a little bit. I mean, you already have 8 kills in under 15 minutes. You've already exposed the base in the bot lane. So E-Star very content to play now more towards their team fighting comp. Let's keep scaling. Let's keep putting pressure on, and let's keep the advantage on our side.
And that's exactly, it's almost like we're saying it's a handshake kind of deal here, where they're both saying that we want to wait until the next item spike before we do anything. I think E-Star need to be forcing the issue a bit more, because they've just been allowing Kai'Sa to free scale back into the game. They need to force the issue now, and unfortunately, it's being forced on them.
Double stun. Tian's actually quite low, but not going to go down. A great 3-man gang on the top side does take Xiao Bai Let again, but what do you give up every time you commit 3 members there? Well, this time it is that mid tower, and possibly tower number 2 as E-Star. They're continuing to push. Yes, Khan staying up top, but they still need more help in mid, so that is going to be Tian as well as Chris recalling for now.
Yeah, no, the dragon spawning in 45 seconds means that they're just going to clear out these wards and reset to try and fight over that third dragon as well. 15-minute mark, we're already talking about third dragon. This is insane.
Yeah, the accelerated pace of the first 10 minutes of this game might have blown out my expectations a bit as we're moving a bit slower down. You have to remember, these guys still know how to play the more controlled game of League of Legends, and it does seem to be E-Star mellowing out a bit. This team does like to play more towards the late game, I feel like, despite having hot starts. It's sometimes their mid game where they do falter, which is why I'm so hopeful that they can keep this momentum up this time around.
FPX, it may only be 15 minutes in, and you may be thinking it's so far away, but how accelerated the game is. Dread it, run from it. The late game always arrives.
Yeah, it does.
Unfortunately, right now, it's affecting Khan dramatically.
Solar flare into bullet time. Down goes Khan. Xiaoxi again taking the kill for himself. A second kill on this Leona, and just more gold being funneled into this E-Star bot lane just in time for that third dragon.
I love the 16-minute mid-game where we have the option of a 25-minute Elder Dragon competitive play. This is, if they pick up the next dragon quickly after this, it will be around 26 minutes 30. Wilson. And F have to be terrified because that's nowhere near late enough in the game for them to have scaled back up and to have gotten back into this. They're still very far behind, nearly 5k down. And all the item spikes just still aren't there.
I want a game where we see Elder Dragon get taken before Baron. And I have a feeling this might be the one.
The Baron dance could be back and forth enough that they don't want to contest against Qiyana, who is, of course, so dramatically good around those key objectives where her ultimate hits everything. That they might be looking to just play more towards splitting them up and getting the objective that's least contested.
Yeah, and that could be the case. Although I can't imagine a world where Elder Dragon is less contested than the Tier 1 Baron has a great Cataclysm into the Rumble ultimate. The Equalizer does a lot of damage to Tian, but not quite enough to bring him down. 2 ultimates burned, does force out some defensive flashes. However, off of the back of that, guess what? We're only getting a Rift Herald.
It's just like, this is the fight where you get Baron, right? No, we have to get a Rift Herald and try to use it to break the mid-tier 2. Instead, it's like we're saying, a vastly accelerated game, but they're taking Rift Herald in the dying moments where they can try and get 2 towers off the back of it, but a fight trying to be forced by FPX.
Yeah, Wei could be the first target. Doinb try to pull him in, but he needs to be very careful because E-Star might collapse. Doinb going over the wall in the Shadow Realm. Wei will just jump back and wing. It's just going to be waiting for him. Down below, however, Crisp dropping those depth charges up onto Xiaobai as Khan is able to jump on him. Doinb does fall eventually to Wake, and now the rest of E-Star has to rejoin the fight to shave Xiaobai. He's buying so much time, but in the end, Khan takes him down. Stuck in the pit. No, he's not jumping over the wall. Khan gets out to safety. Crisp looking for a re-engage. Huge Dread Line gets on the Crane, but here comes the bullet time right in the screen display of talent, but it's not enough to do enough damage. Wei trying to chase the LWX, but the kiting is still on. Wink on the backside, though, destroying FPX's front line, and Khan has to run away. The LWX as well up above, and E-Star win a big fight. The equalizer does so much damage. Flag and drag, one auto. No, the shield is there. LWX does go down in the end. Wink secures the kill.
And in such a back and forth fight, in moments that it looked like FPX could turn it, E-Star do secure it, and that was the dream opportunity for FPX. You saw that E-Star had burned all the ultimates right at the start of the fight. They burned the Rumble ultimate and the Jarvan Cataclysm immediately before they started taking the Rift Herald, so they thought, with the ultimates down, we can take this, but still, they've got too much to bear. They're able to break it up, and they're still going to be able to hold on to this mid lane back of it as well. Win, win, win for E-Star consistently every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not in LPL blood to like really roll over and die that slow, painful death. I do expect to see FPX making more plays like this. They know they're behind, and they are trusting in their team fighting abilities to win some of these fights. But
look at Wing just standing in melee range of a Mordekaiser. Like, I don't give a damn. You are going down. But they do end up trading Xiaobai, who has been the sacrificial lamb this game. He was in the last game as well, but still having a much better impact. We saw him outplay a couple of the dives, but still when so many resources are committed to the opposite side of the map, he's had to play hard weak side. And it's been very difficult, but he's still having an impact on the game.
Also, I am giving Wink his MF pass right now just for holding on to the bullet time until the opportune moment. My biggest criticism in the past had been, players just using the bullet time immediately in team fights and it not being used successfully, but waiting until the over-engage from Chris being able to turn it around, knowing that it won't get disrupted. It did so much damage in the second half of that fight and was a key reason why I feel E-Star won it.
Well, very close there to cancelling the recall, but they are just going to look to pick up this top lane tower immediately. Once this is broken wide open, it's going to be a lot easier for them to take that Baron when the wave can be pushed deeper. They can get better vision control into that top side jungle to deny access to Baron Pit, and that makes it a lot easier for E-Star so far. They're just trying to, dot the I's and cross the T's, make sure they've got everything sorted before they do end up going towards that objective, because they know that the only way they lose is their own negligence, their own mistakes. If they play this out naturally, there should be almost no way they lose this.
I mean, we could be seeing a world where we're seeing Baron buff with a Rift Herald at the same time, or at least the eye still being held. I mean, there's a lot of fun possibilities where this game could go. Should E-Star continue to play aggressive, continue to push their advantage, and really look to close out this game as fast as possible. That said, though, FPX, they are going to be willing to fight. You can see they're already trying to get vision around that dragon pit, so they're not going to give it away for free. I'm just curious if they're biting off a bit more than they could chew right here. They need the perfect engage.
Oh, Tian, though, almost gets hit by it.
The predictive solar flare doesn't quite connect, but it might not matter. The Cataclysm will hold Tian down. Yes, he jumps over the wall. Doinb trying to stop Xiaoxi, trying to do what he can, but Tian will fall. Doinb will be the next target. Flamespitter burning that health away, but Xiaoxi is still quite low. I don't think he's getting out of this one alive. Into the death realm we go. 1-for-1 at the moment, but the fight will continue. Flag and Drag does connect with 2. Trying to fight his way through. Here comes the Flamespitter. It's overloaded. It's doing so much damage, just like the bullet time, but Khan is on that back line. Disrupts it for now, but Xiaobai will pull back. LWX does find way on the other side, so it is a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX, but health bars are in favor of E-Star, and they're going for the dragon.
And a bit of over-exuberance there from E-Star costs them the fight, where they pushing on is able to dissuade the extra engage. They get the Ocean Soul, but now they need to be able to snowball this into the rest of the game. That was a fight that was a lot closer than it should have been with a 5.5k gold lead. Unfortunately for E-Star, they need to shore up this execution. They need to make sure the ultimates are being stacked on top of each other, so aren't just easy escapes like we saw from Tian here, because one ultimate used, another used shortly afterwards, a third used 3 seconds later, and they're all just slightly disjointed. If the 3 of them are ready to go together, there is no way to do anything.
And I feel like these skirmishy fights are actually exactly what FPX want. E-Star is a team built for that big, extended team fight, like what we saw around the Rift Herald. Not so much these 2v2 or 3v2s or 3v3s. This isn't where they want to be. Yes, that bullet time did damage, but Khan able to stop it right away. And after that, the fight was over. However, we're not out of the woods yet. DoinB is caught out. Tien and Chris might be able to make the save, but it's going to be tricky. And in the end, it doesn't look like they're going to go for it. Or are they? Tien from over the wall? No, does not have the damage. And DoinB does fall to Xiaoxi, at least this time. Still on the hunt is Xiaoxi. Tien will back away. So a successful pick for E-Star.
And now that you can see both top laners basing, they want to be ready for this. Rumble TPing towards the mid lane to maybe catch out the Kai'Sa, just going to dissuade her from taking the tower. But with Doan, they have to try and force a fight around Baron. We know how effective Qiyana is at these Baron fights, however, and if a steal is made, that could be the window FPX needs to get back into this. That could be the lifeline, the life jacket keeping them afloat.
We can see the Void Seeker going in. They have a bit of eyesight on the Baron right now, just over halfway down. The eyes on Tien. He's waiting for his opportunity. Khan is being rained upon, and actually E-Star's going to pull away. Khan is their target. Going to go ahead and use the grappling hook, but the Flash Cataclysm into the bullet time holds him in place, and Khan is just getting melted alive. He will go down as up above. The fight does continue. Xiaoxi trying to hold Tien in place, can only do so for so long. Chris should be that big body blocker in the middle as he gets rained upon and slowed, and Xiaoxi jumps onto the Nautilus. He's going ahead and using the Gargoyle Stone Plate, and he stays quite healthy and alive out of it, but the equalizer slows and burns, and here comes Xiaobai with a slicing maelstrom. He cuts down Chris as DoinB is going to try and do what he can onto Xiaobai, but Xiaobai is the sacrifice. They will gladly trade him for more kills, and DoinB will fall. Tien joins the fight. Huge Supreme Display of Talent, does get one on the backside, but it's not enough to stop this push. Inhibitors may fall.
3 for 1. This should be the inhibitor. The game is blown wide open. They have this pressure now to move towards the Baron as well, with 30 seconds still on DoinB, with Tien unlikely to be able to contest. They're going to rush back through the enemy jungle, clear the wards, and set up for it on the reset.
And we are getting ever closer to the E-Star upset over FPX. This would be definitely something to write home about, and definitely not the start FPX we're looking for after winning Worlds. E-Star, all eyes are on you. All the pressure is on you. Just close this game out, and you are essentially blowing the entire perspective of the LPL wide open.
We saw a lot of the predictions for E-Star in the preseason as 16th, 17th best, literally dead last from a couple of analysts' predictions. Even on mine, I had them 11th. I didn't see this coming. I thought they'd maybe take a game after the strong performance versus Rogue Warriors, but this is unprecedented. A huge upset coming out from the newest team to the LPL.
And you have to look at how they've done it as well. It's been through smart gameplay. Yes, this game 3 has been a bit more of an accelerated match, but game 1, they played their team comp more successfully than FPX. Game 2, yes, they lost, but they held on for so long, much longer than I think anyone would have given credit to. And now they're starting Baron. They're looking for it. Void Seeker does let FPX know it's low, but Xiaoxi with that Solar Flare is going to buy enough time for a clean Baron take. FPX, nothing they can do about it. And with 2 minutes and 20 seconds until Elder Dragon, Khan trying to get some bot lane pressure, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, with the Kennen basing, the rest of the members are just going to run it down this top lane and pick up this wave, try and snowball it. And in response, he's seeing the forcing the bases of DoinB, the forcing so many members back as they can't deal with this onslaught of pressure.
No, they cannot. And like already they're a bit too slow to react because that is a tier 2 top tower gone. And they could be, they're going for inhib towers. They might go for the inhib itself. DoinB is there. He's pulling Xiaoxi in, but that's not really the target he wants. Zenith Blade follow through. LJ is trying to throw damage back. The Dredge line connecting onto the tank, but on the back line is Tien. He's looking for Winku. Preemptively uses his stopwatch. He's buying some time, but he gets thrown into the Supreme Display damage, but the damage was not there. 1 for 1 at the moment. Khan caught out of the back line. Here comes the bullet time. It's blowing through the health bars of FPX. They are in a lot of trouble. LWX doing what he can, but he's caught in the cataclysm. He goes down. Chris is getting burned. I think E-Star just won this game.
And at 26 minutes in a hyper-accelerated game, they get an ace. And after every single member puts in work to peel for Wink, he does the work, he carries them through. And this is the huge upset for E-Star.
E-Star has taken down the defending world champions, and they do it with calm smirks on their faces. This might be an upset to some, but to them, this is what they expected. They wanted to make the statement, and statement has been made.
To every other team, beating FPX is a dream. To E-Star, it was a Friday evening. And they're going to go through these shaking hands, but an incredible performance from this young squad of upstarts. We talked about how they've been scouted from the LDL. We've seen Wink play only a couple games of the LPL before. There's not much experience at all on this roster, but they played well beyond their years. And E-Star, they're a threat to be reckoned with for the rest of this season.
Absolutely. I think they might become a commonplace name before Spring Split is done if they continue to play at this level moving forward. For FPX, though, it's got to be back to the drawing board. They must be thanking someone out there for being, you know what, we've got 2 weeks to fall back and train on because we are hitting that Chinese New Year, so there will be a bit of a break before the LPL continues. And I think they are going to need it.
Thing. This team has a 3-week break now before they go up. In the meantime, they're going to be scrimming, they're going to be practicing. This team, after it enters the hyperbolic time chamber, how do they come out on the other side?
Oh, I cannot wait to watch. I'm excited for E-Star versus Invictus. I'm excited for I-Star taking on RNG. And I am also excited to pass it back to the analyst desk. A big thank you for myself, Sin, as well. I'm sure we both enjoyed casting this one. I want to take that as a yes. But yeah, we definitely enjoyed casting this one. Going to throw it back to TJ. Thank you all very much.
Our Australian stands vindicated. Quirky, you called a 2-1 for E-Star, and eventually the newest team in the LPL did come out on top. Let's start talking about how that happened. I'm here at the digital desk. My name is TJ, joined by the Galaxy Brain himself, Quirky. Down below, it is Louis. And, of course, Hyper. Let's go to you, Hyper, with the start. Early game, E-Star dominated. We got to, like, the 3-minute mark, and there was already sick action in the bot lane.
Yeah, E-Star had that perfect roam down to the bottom lane, ended up getting 4 kills off it, and it wasn't even like it was some massive mistake from FPX. It's just that E-Star created their own advantages in that early game, and they made their own plays. Namely, another one that comes to mind is Xiao Bai in the top lane. Oh my god, the mechanical jukes there, and the man moving around, dodging everything and anything that they threw his way to the point where it allowed them to take so many towers off it. And as we see here on that 4K, it was just clean. Con teleporting in could have been considered a little bit of a mistake, but overall, it was just great playing in the early game by E-Star.
Yeah, this entire early game was just dominant. And as I said at the head, FPX, I think a lot of this rests on them. We had really high expectations for them coming into this season. As we look over these replays, Louis, what went wrong?
It really seemed like that the first bot lane dive was just such a shock to the system to them because they really ran around like headless chickens. Like I remember we had this early play in the top lane where Xiao Bai got a lot done, but they got the Rift Herald at that same point. I was like, okay, they got the Rift Herald, that's fine. Let's see what they can do with it. We see Tian walking top lane, putting down Rift Herald. Wave wasn't prepped. Rift Herald crashes in, gets taken down by the turret. They don't get the turret. Meanwhile, they lose both turrets bot lane. And it was kind of that all game. They just didn't know where to go. They just didn't know how to coordinate. And it looked really bad at times. Like they just ran into random ultimates. They got caught out all over the place. It just looked like they had no plan after the plan A of, Khan is going to stay on his own and we're just going to make early game plays fall through.
The amount of times we were watching this game and you went, this isn't worth it. Why are they doing this? Was very, very high. So I'll turn to kind of where most of those awkward plays happened. That was, of course, up top. We were talking about Khan Watch. Let's now talk about Xiao Bai Watch as we return to Quirky, who stands vindicated. Khan dominated in game 2. What went different in game 3?
Well, first of all, he didn't have the Fiora, so that kind of helped E-Star there. But he did get the sort of more split pushy champion again with the Camille, so he was sort of like in that same role again. But unfortunately, he was also sort of like an engaged, try and pick off, get into the backline as well. And of course, but with Xiao Bai as well, playing to pretty much lose lane as Cannon. We were talking about it, and it looked very similar to game one, where pretty much I was about to say Gimgud, but pretty much Khan had the top lane advantage through the early laning phase. Even though he did make a few kind of kooky plays, especially with that bot lane dive and trying to keep it. But then Xiaobei, once the game started going on and on, he took over in the farm, he took over the advantage, and then pretty much secured E-Star the win there. And pretty much this is what needs to happen for FPX. They need to...
Oh no, it's two. It's whited out. I can't read your side. You'd be an awful Korean esports girl. There we go. Start, give good.
Lower,
I got it.
Lower.
Okay.
There we go.
So, Xiao Bai, I think, is the main story on the opposite side then, because I actually flagged him coming into this series. It's a big problem point for E-Star, but FPX tripped over him coming into Game 3. I'll go to you with this, Louis. Is that on FPX? Is that on E-Star? What do we take going forward in the LPL from these two teams?
I'll be honest, FPX kind of has to go back to scrims, figure out what they're actually going to do with this lineup. Are they going to bring back Gimgud? I'm not sure if that's going to fix a lot of it. I don't know how the atmosphere in the team is. Just having the stability of having the same lineup might just get them in the right headspace again. But ultimately, if Gimgud is not somebody you want to see the future with, maybe you sack half the season and get Khan rolling in the team. I don't know. But as for E-Star, going 2-0 this early, beating the reigning champion, I expect playoffs of them at this point. And at this point, I'd say they deserve that.
Okay, Quirky, the man with endless faith. I'll go to you because Louis has flip-flopped a couple of times. Are you with E-Star all the way to playoffs? Do you believe that train's going all the way to the LPL finals?
I mean, I'm the conductor. No. I am on that train. I will punch your ticket. E-Star going all the way to hopefully the grand finals. To be honest, I honestly can't wait until I see them play against more top tier teams like RNG, EDG, IG as well. All the Gs. But when if they can pull off the same consistency of performance and the communication that they've shown throughout their two series, especially with those
a little bit wiggly waggly, and that's good. Wiggly it keeps the stream exciting.
Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
Let's talk about the opposite side of that. Hyper, you're the man with infinite taste and infinite confidence in FPX. And unfortunately, they really kind of did let you down a lot over this series. So are you worried?
Yeah, I think any FPX fan should be worried at the moment, generally because not only did you lose to one of your main rivals in Invictus Gaming in a very messy, very ugly, very unconvincing series for FPX, in which they really shouldn't have even had the one game win. You had this series where, yes, you did have the one win again, but it was still super ugly. This is still a series that was dominated throughout the majority by E-Star. So that's two series in a row, one against one primary rival and a world semifinalist. Not as bad. One against a team of mostly rookies and inexperienced players coming in. Yes, it's very talented rookies and inexperienced players, but you're the reigning world champion, Fun Plus Phoenix. You should not be losing these games this one-sidedly. This is definitely a big red flag for FPX, and things either need to change soon, or else their fortunes may turn, and they'll end up kind of like LPL teams of the past, where they didn't make changes and they just fell off, kind of like LGD back in like 2015.
The red banner of Fun Plus Phoenix might indeed be a red flag. We do have a second series tonight. It will be LNG taking on Top Esports. I believe we are still getting that up. It may have already started. So I'm going to go ahead and throw to a quick break. And when we come back, it will be LNG taking on Top Esports in the second game of this unofficial coverage of the LPL tonight. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
stay here when we could run free? Who would we be if you weren't with me? No, I'm never going home again. We're like animals in the dark. Where we live, I may pretend we're lost forever.
wishbone stuck to my throat. I never thought this could be such fun. Hooray for me, I'm the lucky one. And I am the lucky one. And hooray for me, I'm the lucky one. And I tried to push straight through the suck. first, but now my head is stuck. I'm feeling like a stupid schmuck. Lucky for me, I don't believe in luck. I tried to push straight through the suck. Head first, but now my head is stuck. I'm feeling like a stupid schmuck. Lucky for me, I don't believe in luck.
Welcome back to the unofficial LPL broadcast. My name is still TJ, but we've swapped out the cyber desk. Now joined by Ibrit, Doctor, and Trouble for our second game of the evening. It will be Top taking on LNG, and I cannot wait. Let's start things off with you, Ibrit, because you were telling me how pumped you were for this Top Esports lineup, particularly the addition of Karsa.
Yeah, I think everyone was pretty hyped for Top, riding off of the fact they retained both of their all-star solo laners heading into this year. Knight and 369 both really earning their keep as up-and-coming rookies that established themselves as top-tier talent. But the issue with Top last year was that they lacked discipline, they lacked mental stability in-game, as it were. And Karsa's addition as a veteran, theoretically, should have ironed out a lot of that, but Demacia Cup made me think, hey, maybe this isn't the case. And actually, thinking about Karsa in particular, he's come in to replace XX, who was literally the shining light of this Top lineup last year in the gauntlet leading up to Worlds.
Well, let's follow XX, because he's cropped up right on the other side of this matchup. Trouble, talk to me about this new LNG side.
he's right on my side of the matchup at the moment, as he's teaming up with a franchise player of LNG, which is Flandre in the top lane, who I would say they're putting most of the eggs, I would say, towards a top lane basket. If you're LNG, they want to play around Flandre. It is a top player at the moment, and they're trying. Not only I see him as a really good mechanical player, but also he does that thing where he soaks up all of the pressure while his team is taking care of the stuff elsewhere on the map.
That's a ton of focus on the top lane matchup and some historical drama between the two teams. We won't keep you waiting any longer. It is midnight and Perplexer with the call we're getting right into LNG versus Top.
I just pulled an NP2 Emmy. Oh.
And welcome, of course, to LNG versus Top in here for the first game of this series. My name is Midnight, and I am joined in the Mythical Series by Perplexer.
And I'm super keen to get this off, and we are already right into the first of this game. And a common theme I've been seeing is Akali's banned and Aphelios' first picked. What do you think about that?
Obviously, these teams put a lot of value on Aphelios, and I mean, he's a really strong champion if you play him properly. So I'm really excited to see what Azura can work with this champion, because when you look at these two teams, we identified the fact that Knight Castle on the side of Top is a huge power point, but LNG's bottom lane is something you have to fear. And when you give him a power pick like Aphelios, I'm really excited to see what they can pull off with that. But to try and fight it, it looked like a misfortune has been grabbed up for Top's bottom lane.
Yeah, and Misfortune just seems to be the answer to these strong scaling ADC picks like the Aphelios, like the Senna. Pick something like a Misfortune who's just strong throughout the entire game, and you just put her in a bot lane that could bully them, and you don't let them get ahead, and that just it just works, right? You've seen it game after game so far, last series, and I don't see why it won't work for Top now. So really good to see that picked up there as a last pick. Of course, not being able to ban it away from LNG, because you have to respect stuff like the Elise, like the weak side gangplank that they can play, and so it does get through, and it's not a priority.
Yeah, and another interesting thing for me, at least, is that Top has grabbed himself a Lucian, which is more than likely going to go for Knight in the middle lane, and I'm really excited to see, because I love watching middle lane Lucians, just because you have to play around them so differently than you would for a, something like an Orianna or an Akali or whatever else they feel like playing in that game there. So very fun to see that one, as of course second round of bans is going to be coming through. We're seeing Braum taking away Ornn as well from the side of Top, and LNG taking their time. They've gotten rid of Leona, and they're not exactly sure what they want to throw away for their final ban.
Yeah, and getting rid of stuff like the Leona here is just an insurance policy, as well as stuff like the Mordekaiser, which makes a lot of sense when you think about how Aphelios is going to play in these fights. If you get someone like a Leona or a Mordekaiser who can just lock down your AD carry, you're going to have a hard time. And Nautilus does that job. It does it less efficiently, but it does the job. So Top Esports picking that one up there is not surprising to anybody, and especially not LNG, who are now hovering the Thresh as a potential answer.
Yeah, they're trying to say, oh, you've got a tank, what do we want to go and try and answer? Do we go hook for hook? The answer is yes, we are. So the bottom lane of Aphelios and Thresh is going to be rocking out there for the side of LNG. And now the question for them becomes, what do they want to round out their comp with? They don't know what's going top lane, unless that's a Lucian top, in which, well, I don't see Huni, but Set is allowed to come to the playground.
Okay, I don't know what to make of this. It could be, well, it's almost definitely Set top when you have Rumble mid lane, and then they get counterpick into it, so you're going to see something like a range carry that can just bully them in lane, won't be able to get touched, can scale up, and then just kite around the Set. Unless Set gets a lot of jungle attention, I expect him to be rather weak in the top side, but overall, I think it's an interesting pick here. It does what the comp they've built for themselves needs. It gets rid of a threat. So overall, I have no issues with it.
What I love what LNG has done is, Aphelios is a relatively new champion. Everyone's still maybe working around the gimmicks of, the 5 rotating weapons, how each weapon interacts with his Q, how each weapon interacts with his ultimate. And then they're like, okay, we're going to throw that at them. And then we're going to throw in Set, a champion that many people are like, okay, what does this guy actually do other than looking like a WWE wrestler at this point?
I'll tell you what he actually does. He's a Vi but he's not bad. And that's his entire kit. It's just Vi that's not bad. I think I think LS put it a really good way. It's a male reworked Vi. Because he has the same sort of mechanic where he gets up close, he punches them, he breaks them down, he picks them up and like locks down one target for a suspended period of time. He does a lot of the same things that I think Vi is meant to do, but he's just got better numbers and his kit seems better, especially with the stun on his E, and the crazy damage on his W, which is just completely nuts in team fights. But I think it's a really interesting pick, and it's going to be interesting to see how they play around the set, because set is on a top lane pick where they are going to be focused more on the bot lane. So in isolation, are they able to do anything with the pick like the set? You know, in a matchup that he's been counterpicked into, I'm not so sure, but hey, they could surprise us.
Well, let's see how that matchup goes and how comfortable is going to be Flandre on the set up against 369's Vladimir, which I actually love the idea of. Set is he loves getting up in your face and punching you around. So Vladimir should be able to keep himself safe during the laning phase, although I have a feeling like Double X is not going to let that one fly. As we take a final look at our compositions, but we load into the first game of LNG going up against top. And I have to ask a quick question for you. I see two champions in the support role, both have hooks. Could we see any early game shenanigans?
I hope not. I really don't, but it's the LPL and you never know what they're going to do at this point. I'm going to be honest, Midnight. But it wouldn't surprise me. I think that you can force things, but you're not picking the Thresh to force. I think that you would play rather defensively. You'd spread out as they are just fanning out. No crazy shenanigans here. But picking the Thresh here, you have to think of the AD carry. Why can I not think of his name at the moment? I'm so... Aphelios. That's it. I'm good at this, I promise. You have to think of Aphelios like a Jhin, right? He's an immobile threat that can do really crazy DPS on targets if he gets the space for it. And so picking someone like a Thresh to be able to reposition him in fights as well as escape gank is really, really safe, and also it lets you disengage from a Nautilus. So that's why they're picking that there. That's why they're going to play through bot lane and try and get Aphelios through the laning phase against the MF. Whereas you look on the other side of the map, you see, Maple on this Rumble mid lane who's going to try and, deal with the Lucian and then potentially roam. You have a Rek'Sai to facilitate that. In the 2v2, he can go up against the Gragas. As well as Flandre on the set, who is just going to try and anchor down top lane and not let the Vladimir do whatever he wants.
We'll see
how well that's going to accomplish. Who knows?
Yeah, well, my eyes are definitely going to be on this bottom lane, because I feel like while the Thresh is going to do, as you said, keep Aphelios on the safe side and allow him to reposition. So many new champions you have to keep. So many champions, so little time. But while it will be able to keep him safe, and we're seeing how powerful, they've hit level 2 first, and it forces Phonics and QQ to back up or risk death, Nautilus is still very persistent when he gets his mindset on a particular target. I mean, hell, his ultimate is literally, no matter who you are, unless you've got a spell shield, you're in trouble here. So we see, actually, Caster's like, okay, what are you doing here, Joe? Force them
hey, man, if you have the ability to get information, you take information. Now, by knowing that that he just took his second buff in his Gromp, they can now play around him completely. And so his early pathing for Predator Gragas has been hindered very significantly. So being able to push up that lane, get that information, has just let Double X almost have free reign in this game and how they want to shape the map.
Well, let's see, where is the first ganks coming in? Because Double X so far did a little bit of a weird jungle path. We didn't really call attention to it, but he started at the Wolves and then went into a full bottom side clear. Obviously, he doesn't need the blue buff because, why would a Mandalus champion actually need that one? And we'll have to see where the actual impact of these two junglers are right now. We may see something, because Maple, he's poking around the top side, and that could actually end up being a gank up against 369, which, if you're allowed to get set ahead, it could be very, very bad if you're versing him.
Yeah, I don't think Vladimir is going to be a prime, target, but if he's overextending like this, and XX is able to have full jungle pressure, just be able to walk up here, why wouldn't you force him to burn the flash? Right? Why wouldn't you get more pressure for your set to be able to have free reign? And that's what we're going to see here.
Exactly here, 369's in so much trouble, forced to pull relatively early. He maybe forced the flash as well, but XX has no intention to let this one go, but does not get the committal flash for flash. But on the bright side, it does give Flandre a long lane to work with.
See, I think that was a misplay on XX's part, right? Because you're not going to be able to catch that Vlad. It was a good attempt, by all means, but you should just take the flash and leave. Because by doing that, you have first forced him to back and TP backwards, and also given Zed so much lane pressure, as you can see now, being able to control the minion wave, he's able to just walk up and do what he wants.
Yeah, and it's working really well. Actually, 369 has returned to the lane and giving Flandre a bit of annoyance there. 10% CDR, of course, from the Kindle gem, and potentially Caster coming in as well. Flandre could be put behind if this gank is successful. It looks like it might be, as there is no way to answer this. And Flandre is going to go down, and first blood donated over to 369.
The only downside of being in control of the lane is if you don't reset, you opt yourself open to ganks like that. And holding the flash was probably the right play by Flandre, but still, he overstayed and sort of threw away the advantage that XX has generated for him. Now he has to play safer against someone like a Vladimir, because he's not going to be able to just contest him as soon as Vladimir backs and uses the gold they got off the kill they just got. If you're looking at the pings on the map, though, you'll see a lot of pings around Dragon from the other side. They want to start setting up vision in order to contest that. So you see bot lane has reset, and is probably going to start heading towards there after they get lane priority, whereas top esports have it early. So they're more inclined to be able to get to the Dragon quicker and set themselves up for that objective and set up vision, as you'll see them start moving to do now.
Well, we see those pings now there, but it looks like top is more than aware of what will be going on there. They're getting vision down. They're trying to make sure that if the Dragon does get started, they will not be caught unawares in any state there. And in fact, we do get to see Knight roaming down nice and early with Q, poking around the jungle, dropping down that control ward. And LNG, as you said, their idea is to maybe try and force this Dragon, but it looks like top has no intention to let that go. And in the LPL, I'd be really surprised that teams are going to end up fighting very aggressively over objectives.
Yeah, no, that seems to be how the LPL goes, right? But yeah, now LNG has to force their way into the river without proper vision setup. And so they're going to have a harder time establishing themselves for this potential Dragon objective. And so you're going to see them just opt back to try and get lane priority, which they're doing in the bot lane now as the jungler resets. So that's what that is it's an exchange of information. So you're willing to opt out of having full control over the Dragon to get priority in bot lane, and to establish yourselves is to potentially pivot around that. In the top side, though, we're still getting this essentially a wet noodle fest between a Set and a Vladimir, because neither of them can get onto the other one. Vlad doesn't have enough damage, and Set doesn't have enough engage, so we're not going to actually see anything happen there with our junglers, but mid lane have been roaming a lot, so maybe we'll see something interesting.
Maybe we'll see something coming out of them there. But right now, despite the first blood going over in favor of top esports, not too much is actually followed up through there. We did see, of course, LNG attempting to set up something around the Dragon, and XX, I mean, he's trying to, but the issue is it's got the Scuttle ward, it's got the Zombie ward he's just cleared out there. It can't actually afford to try and force this objective without the risk of it getting caught out here with multiple members on the bottom side. Both teams are sort of, honestly, becoming a bit more passive this game, it feels like.
Yeah, this is a very different style of LPL. This is not the type we normally get to see, but this is the I'm not going to move first until I see a good opportunity, and this potentially could be something in the mid lane here.
Could potentially, but they're all just backing away for now. It feels like Knight doesn't even want to be in the middle lane there. He's actually going to go secure himself a blue buff, and that should be able to make sure he matches wave pressure against Maple's Rumble, who, as we talked about a bit earlier, he's running Predator, and he's now successfully got himself the Magic Pen boots ready to go if there's any movement needed around the map.
Yeah, definitely wants to be at the fights on the objectives, preferably before the Lucian, because you do have that extra pressure playing something like a Rumble. Of course, now with the blue buff, that's been somewhat mitigated. Lucian is not afraid to just burn abilities trying to push the wave, but up until this point, you've had somewhat mostly priority from roams on your Rumble, right? And you can see that they're able, after Vladimir reset, to just force out this Rift Herald for free, essentially. And that's just playing around back timings and resets really well as the fact that they had established vision control in this top half of the map a little bit earlier by having set roam down. So by roaming and looking for ganks, he's not wasting his time. He's establishing vision and setting themselves up for later objectives, which is really, really, really smart play on the side of LNG. This isn't the LCK. I don't think so. Yeah. No, they just concede that. They don't have the vision, they don't have the members. We talked about how they'd established themselves in topside vision, but by doing that, they opted out of setting up for Dragon, sorry. And so, not having the extra member, not having priority on the wave and bot lane, and so suddenly they just get the Dragon for free after you got the Rift Herald. And so, what seemed like something that was an advantage for you has ended up, because your opponent responded accordingly, was just a trade. How they use their Rift Herald will determine if that was a trade good or bad in their favor, but we'll have to see how that plays out.
Always
This could be
nice.
something.
Oh yeah, seeing engage on the bottom side, they are grabbing onto the Nautilus. Nautilus is locked down, uses that stopwatch to buy time. The bullet time will force them away for now, but he's simply going to get torn about the flash. Will not save him, and now Caster might be in a little bit of trouble. Force the body slam to get out of danger.
Yeah, and that was just really clean play there. Walking up, getting the flash flay, getting all the executions. Quickly on the Nautilus, I think played it smart.
Equalizer being dropped down.
No.
A lot of tension
I just
coming
want
out of
something
these
to happen.
games.
I'm so expecting like all of the teams just flash with each other and just ult everything, but no, it's like really calm, really collected, organized League of Legends, which is very unexpected. But I guess that's what we're doing now. But yeah, no, here you can see gets the flash, gets the knock up. Nautilus gets hooked away, which is really, really smart timing with the minion waves, being able to wait for the opening to be able to hook him there. And there's not a lot of ways that you're going to be able to get out of that after you stopwatch. So tries to buy time for his jungler, but with Rumble on the rotate faster than Lucian, like we talked about earlier, there was no way they were going to turn that fight.
Yeah, not going to make that one, unfortunately, for top. But it does equalize the game state for LNG. Sure, they're a bit over 1,000 gold down, but nobody's perfect there. And I mean, if you look at the gold, I really want to pull attention to the fact that the Gragas is a significant chunk of CS above his opposite number, despite the fact that both of them feel like they've done pretty much the same in this game.
Pretty much the same as in nothing? Yeah, no, joking aside, I think that they're just opting to trade objectives at this point. And then by getting a couple ganks, one gank top, one gank bot, respectively, you can kind of see where both teams understand where their win condition is, right? Aphelios is a win condition in of himself. Of course, you can play through Rumble, you can play through set, but if Aphelios can get ahead against a Misfortune lane, he's going to be able to win team fights, especially with the ability to reposition off of the Thresh Lantern. Looking across the other map with top esports, Vladimir, if he gets to late game, it doesn't matter if you have an Aphelios, he's not lasting the fight. And so you can really see where they're putting their priority, as well as the fact that Knight hasn't been able to find anything. Maple has been playing really, really respectfully to something like the Lucian, and as I said, this could be nope, nothing. Just barely fights. Over and over.
But we may see something turned around here. The bottom side's in trouble. And once again, they're pulling in QQ. He's forced to back away as multiple members coming in. Teleport coming in as well as Caster grabs the first kill. The arrival of 369 will force LNG away. And of all people not to arrive in that fight, Knight couldn't make it, nor could Flandry. But interesting enough, Flandry, he had access to the teleport. So obviously LNG had to choose not to go in.
And that was the right call, right? Because you were already able to disengage from that fight. You lost your support, but you get plates onto your set. And you burn the TP, and you have a TP advantage. So I think overall, burning the TP there wasn't the right play. Not burning the TP was the right play. I want to talk back over here into this fight, though, because taking this fight is the right call by Top. And it might not look like it, but they thought they had disengaged. Whereas if they found that, you have a Vladimir with a finished Hextech Proto Belt who can just force his way into these fights if it lasts long enough around a position they have control over. The Gragas barrel missing means that they thought they had to disengage because they couldn't find the fight, and then they got re-engaged on and weren't able to scramble fast enough. So Top looking there was fine. They had the right intentions. It's just an execution problem that ended up getting them an essential net loss overall, even though they did get a kill.
Yeah, they got a kill, but also not only do they get a bit of a net loss, I look at the teleports in a game like this because, of course, if you can teleport to the fight, you can force the fight. LNG has access to both of their solo lane teleporters, while, of course, Top, they only have one, and it was burnt in the previous fight. So coming into this next Dragon fight, which will be starting up very soon, Flandry can afford to be topside, and LNG, do they challenge, or do they simply give up Dragon number 2, being an Infernal this time, in exchange for that first turret?
Yeah, what's really interesting is the fact that they're deciding to ignore the set. They're playing away from him instead of trying to use that to guarantee your Vladimir scales up, right? Because a set can't threaten a Vladimir by himself, but Vladimir is being forced to be pulled around the map to these different teamfight locations. Flandre is just on a holiday in top lane. He's just kicking back, taking some tower plates, being the Chad of a champion that he is, and he gets to do whatever he wants. He's first rushed Titanic Hydra so he can push lane harder. That is how much free reign he has been given in this top lane. And so if top esports have been able to find bigger advantages across the map using their Vladimir, it would have been fine. But now they're in a situation where they haven't really been able to sink their teeth anywhere. And so LNG has just started picking up objective, picking up towers. And so top esports are going to have to answer back, and bot be the way.
But it's not going to look pretty, especially not with that Rift Herald in the middle lane that I'm looking at here, because that is more than likely going to be the middle lane going in favor of LNG. Knight's trying to hold it on by dropping the culling, but Maple will tank that one up a bit. Top will at least grab themselves a turret on the bottom side, but that middle turret's health bar ain't exactly looking pretty.
I remember when people used to meme Lucian's ultimate, but that ultimate just saved the day there, being able to stop that push in the mid lane. 4 members wasted their time in mid lane there to not get a tower defended by 1 Lucian. So that was really, really well played by Knight there. Where LNG go from this, they probably just reset, probably chuck a 1-3-1 split with their double TP advantage, and then push out side lanes. Because I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think an LPL team is actually going to play through side lanes.
It's a scary prospect when the day where we see LPL teams playing around sideways, but look at the minimap, and it is exactly what we're looking at. Rumble hanging out in top with Set in bottom. The team is constantly rotating around for the potential of a fight, and we may just see it in the middle lane as Duan goes in and throws himself forwards. K is caught out of position. Duan's a little bit far forwards there with that hook. He should be able to get out in one piece. No, never mind. Caster spiked the drink and says, have another.
Yeah, Caster is really getting really strong on this Gragas here, finishing the Rooting Echoes, finishing the boots, Sorcerer's shoes to get the magic pen, and you can see how much damage is putting in there. Obviously, that was a Thresh, so the defenses are going to be limited, but still, definitely a threat, and you can see why Gragas is such a priority pick.
Yeah, Caster's doing work with his... Caster's doing work with his champion, and Azura's about to find out the hard way as the team comes in. A 2-man squad for that one, Equalizer, to turn it around perhaps, but with Double X hanging out in the back pocket, Maple not feeling too confident now that the Equalizer is down.
Yeah, and so this has just gone from almost ideal to pretty hard for LNG. They forced essentially a 4 or 5v3 in the mid lane, went 1-for-1, and now they're losing their mid lane tower because they got picked off of a Gragas dive. So LNG are really going to have to start figuring out how they need to play around the advantages that Set's been able to accrue for himself, as well as, you know, maybe using these TP advantages. And I'd also like to point out that Maple has rushed the Morella Nomicon for the Vladimir. So we can expect LNG to try and put Maple in the side lane against Vladimir when they can.
Yeah, I mean, I actually love looking at that. It does show that LNG's players are actually taking into consideration the matchups and not just building, oh yeah, this item works really well with my champion. I'll grab that as quickly as I can. And
yeah,
3, 6,
as well
9.
as As well as picking up like the Titanic Hydra, because he's been able to just push lane. Normally you would go for something like the Black Cleaver, or I think some people are running Triforce. I'm not sure how that works on set, but
I can tell you from experience, it works beautifully.
okay, well, I think it's like a decent item, right? But he's opted specifically for the Titanic Hydra Rush because he knows that he's being left alone to push waves, and he needs to do that as efficiently as possible to be able to help his team, right? So LNG are playing this game very dynamically, which is really, really good to see. The problem is, though, is that they're down 3,000 gold. Is that a problem in the grand scheme of things? I don't know, because Aphelios is one heck of a late game carry, but Vladimir is way scarier. And so, do they have the tools to shut down Vladimir in a team fight? I don't know. I don't think so, but I haven't seen very much set at this level, so maybe he just ults the Vladimir every fight, and it's really funny. So, we'll have to see how that plays out. This could be a fight.
We'll find out now, because it looks like top is charging forwards. LNG are going to be forced to back away. Duan looks caught out of position. The Baron not connecting, forces Castle to throw himself in. The equalizer is a beautiful one, but the bullet time not doing nearly enough damage. Flandria and Maple leading the charge up against top. Top looks like they're disengaging, but they might go back in. Instead, XX has been caught out of position. He will get in over the wall. Top hunting it down. They want this dragon. They will happily kill any member of LNG to take what they desire. And it looks like for now, both teams backing away. Dragon, though, has been aggroed, and neither of these two teams wants to give up this objective.
Yeah, both position. We have a TP back in for the flank.
Oh no, that's a disaster. Flandria is so out of position. He needs to use that ulti to try and reposition, but it's not the damage he's looking for at first, but it is the follow-up. Dragon goes down, but the rest of top is in trouble. The health bars are so low, and LNG can simply run over them, and looks like they will be able to. Top is not able to hold off. They get at least one return kill, but the Dragon goes over to LNG.
Yeah, Double X getting a little ambitious there, but my god, was that a well-played fight there by LNG. They knew what they needed to do, they let them start the Dragon, repositioned, got the TP flank, and everything came together, and everything came up LNG.
And the damage that Flandry pushed out once he managed to use his ulti, reposition himself, was ridiculous. And he was, able to deal that much damage from one ulti. It doesn't matter if he goes down in the grand scheme of things. If he can slam out a combo like that in a team fight, LNG are going to be in a fantastic position to win the follow-up fights.
As well as the fact that Top Esports completely grouped on top of the TP, thinking they could immediately burn through Flandre, who just ulted the first member, slammed into the team, used his W, which does more damage depending on how much grit he's taken, which was a lot because all 5 members were hitting him. One-shots almost the entire team, gets landed out to safety, and everything was just completely dictated by Flandre in that fight. Everything worked, and we're going to see the breakdown here as the TP comes through. And you can see, he almost gets taken out. He has half health, massive shield from his W, follow-up Lantern escape, and then the team comes in after taking the Dragon, and this is just free pickings.
Yeah, free pickings. The Double X does chase a little bit too hard once again. We saw it in the early game with the flash for flash, but I like the attempt. When even if you're down in gold, which at the time you were, the fact that you are playing with confidence and aggression is a fantastic way to pull yourself back into the game. So Double X, yes, your ulti and your flash have been a little bit weird. I want to see more of it.
Especially on someone like a Rek'Sai, of course, right? Like,
oh my
god, what is that damage? Holy Jesus, that Lantern was also really clean. But no, I mean, if you're playing something like a Hail of Blades Rek'Sai, it's feast or famine, right? If you're not finding things in the mid to early game, you're not a champion, right? If you get to late game and you haven't done anything, then like, why were you picked? So being able to try and force these fights, even if you overextend, even if you like burn flash when you don't need to, you're generating pressure and you're creating advantages. Like, even if things are biting off a little more than chew, I like the attempt, and I can understand the reason.
Yeah, and I love looking at attempts like that because it shows that he's feeling confident. And in a way, that's all you need sometimes is confidence to fool the other team into thinking. Like, imagine if you see Double X just walking up without anyone behind him, but he's just walking towards you. It's like, okay, he must be feeling confident. Talk about confidence. This is a very interesting Baron call.
I mean, now they're going to death push it because they have to check it. Or they're not going to check it and they could have stayed on it. This is really interesting. They have the TP on the Vladimir. So they do have side lane pressure, but if that's a reset from Nautilus, this could just be Baron.
It could be. Well, the recall is going to come through there, and Baron has been started up once again. All members of LNG are hanging around. We do, of course, see 369, but he has access to teleport, so we can see that try and work as Kasa. Why are you so far by yourself? With him Kasa down, that could potentially be a free Baron donated over to LNG. Kasa not exactly
Watch
feeling
the
it on that
MFO.
one. Misfortune. Okay, is that bullet time going to come out? Knight is spraying where he can. The teleport coming in from the flank as well. A very split up fight from top, but can they make it work? It looks like they can. Equalizer is separating Knight and Phoenix, forcing them to the front line. LNG forcing to back away still, and the Baron has reset. LNG, it was a desperation Baron in a way, and you definitely felt it with the way they lost that fight after picking off Kasa.
That was ridiculously well played by top there, being able to force out LNG from the Baron, who had full vision control, full setup. They were able to force their way through, not have to burn the MF ultimate, saved most of the summoners that they had, except I think Nautilus Flash and ult. But to be able to position around that and play through their Vladimir, just burning a TP, was beautifully done. And so now they were able to get more gold into Vlad, who was split pushing in the side lane. And so the threat of that is now completely gone, especially when it was a 4v5.
Yeah, and we get to see a replay of the fight here. So the teleport comes in, and the side of LNG, they just look a little bit lost. Like they don't know exactly what they're doing.
Like, what is Asura doing in this fight? He doesn't hit them at all. He throws out one ultimate in auto. Right? If he was standing closer and they were deciding to just turn on one member and blow them up, I think that LNG could have easily won that fight. But they were unsure. There was a split decision in the calls, and this could be another fight.
Welcome to the LPL. Another fight is potentially around the corner.
Momentum. Actually, this is what we got most of this game so far.
Or double hook coming in. This could be bullet time. Not doing a whole lot actually. Is Maple
that shield? Oh my god.
Yeah, shield doing quite a lot there from Fager, turning it around, and does mean that top will disengage for now, but they're still walking up into this jungle area. LNG, they have access to their equalizer. If they can drop it well, but Knight, he's just jumping onto Maple. Maple is in so much trouble, forced to fight, but it won't save him. Knight simply solos him out.
And that's so huge. Taking away the Rumble from the potential teamfight around this dragon is almost secured top esports this dragon for free. Double X is going to look for it, but they might get a pick on Flandre here.
Flandre, yeah, they're going to catch him out of position and take him down. And beautiful picks are coming out from top esports. They will be rewarded. Oh, that was so close, Double X. You will pay the price for that. Get out of your tunnel. Get out of here with your flash. You're not allowed to have fun.
And everything is going wrong for LNG there. They get caught, Maple gets soloed, they don't find the smite steal, then they get ulted out of the tunnel and fail the flash afterwards, and we talked about confidence, and I think that confidence has just been shattered.
Yeah, when you get pulled out of your tunnel as a Rek'Sai and then immediately fail flash into the wall, even like anyone's going to be a little bit tilted from that one here. As top will be happy to grab themselves a Baron buff. They're also sitting on 3 dragons as well. 1 away from the Mountain Soul. This is a fantastic position for top esports to find themselves in.
And not only that, they have a Lucian and a Vladimir who have just scaled to their prime. You can just see how much damage Knight is able to put onto Maple just by himself. Burning the flash, yes, but being able to get a pick like Rumble is ridiculously important. So that was really well played by Knight, and he's just in such a strong position now that I don't think anyone can really match him.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can really, go blow for blow with Knight unless they catch him unawares. I mean, this solution is insanely strong, happily nearly sitting at the 300 CS mark, and admit all the solo laners are doing a fantastic job of their CSing, although unsurprising, the Lucian. I mean, look at the CS numbers across the board. It's beautiful.
I think that top esports have put a lot more priority on in the mid game keeping their solo laners farmed, whereas LNG have started trying to play around objectives, trying to force out vision, trying to get numbers advantages, and it just keeps coming up short for them. So in that regard, I think that you have to respect the 50 CS lead that's on the Vladimir and the Lucian, because that matters in these fights, because that's an extra item that or half an item that they're going to have finished over their opponents, which is just, their damage has just gone from almost ridiculous to crazy good.
Exactly. I mean, you can exactly see that in the item disparities. Look at the top laners. Vladimir sitting at 3.5 items to Set's exact 3. In the middle lane, 2 to 2.5 items. It puts top in a fantastic position to commence this Baron buff siege. And LNG, they're trying to step up. Aphelios, thankfully, is able to do a little bit of wave clear with the help of his faithful flamethrower. but the cannon minions say, you haven't got enough range to handle us. The Predator has been popped. They catch him out of position. They're diving on top, but the Equalizer is beautiful. This could turn it around if they have the damage output, but it looks like LNG will be forced to back away. A 1-for-1 trade. QQ gets out alive, but the Baron buff is actually doing so much damage. Those cannon minions are a menace for LNG to deal with. Thankfully, Azura didn't lose much health and does be a huge factor of why Top is forced to back away.
And you can see in all of these fights, Flandre just ults Vladimir as soon as he can. And while, yes, he died in the process, being able to lock down a Vladimir for that amount of time is just all you need to blow him up on your side of the team, especially when you've already built the Morello on your Rumble to just tear away his healing, and then you just melt him down with your Aphelios. So really good stuff there. Of course, they did end up losing the inhib tower, not the actual inhib, the inhib tower. But in terms of Baron sieges, as far as they go, I think that's pretty minimal.
Yeah, I mean, you could have... The fact that LNG managed to keep their inhibitor up in of itself is a fantastic result, I'd argue. Yes, you lost a couple turrets, but at least you don't have to deal with super minions breathing down your neck. And I think in a minute and 20 seconds, that is going to be what LNG is thankful for, because they have to fight for this next dragon. I feel like the Mountain Dragon is just such a pain in the ass to deal with because of that massive shield that it gives.
Especially on stuff when you have like double 80 carries. When you have a Lucian and a Misfortune who are now suddenly having this giant shield protecting them, then they make them so much harder to kill by someone like your Rumble Ultimate, like your Rek'Sai getting on the backline. Like, it does not matter because you have the time to let the rest of the team peel for you with that shield. And so not letting them get this Mountain Soul is going to be almost priority number one for LNG here, and we expect them to probably start moving towards that direction right about now.
Well, they're going to start having to, but Top have beaten them to the punch. 30 seconds to the Dragon spawns, and what Top's going to do, I'm willing to bet, is just keep shoving in mid lane, rotate into the fog of war. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's a really early one. They need to force the fight right now. Phonix has lost most of his HP. The Misfortune's out of the fight. It puts Top in such an awkward position, but Knight is still available. Set's thrown himself into the front line. Can Flandre do the damage? Bullet time not really doing much as Devastation comes out from Flandre. He does drop, however. Now the culling comes out, coming out of Knight. Do they want to continue to chase? It looks like they don't, but Top, where's Casa going? He's going in over the wall. Double X, he is hanging around nearby. Casa and X. It's going to be a smite fight potentially, but instead Top, they're backing away. They don't want this fight.
No, they're just trying to pull it out.
Oh, never mind. Yes, they do. Double X going in, deleted.
Baits in
Dragon
double X.
will be donated over. 369 throws himself in. He says, don't worry, boys. I can do this one. Knight now hopping in. Maple and Azura get to watch their deaths coming in for them because there is no escape.
And that is just the cleanness of being able to bait in the Rek'Sai, pulling out the dragon. He thought he timed it right because he didn't have vision of it. Goes in, gets the lantern, but it doesn't matter. And then the rest of the team falls down in shambles around him. And so we can see Top Esports come in clean this game. Things looked a little rocky at the start, but after a good team fight, being able to control the map and play through vision on these objectives, they've been able to net themselves a really convincing first win.
Exactly. Flandre is holding on that massive shield. Oh my god, you do not underestimate Set. He will punch you in the face more than happily. To us, I'm wasting. I don't want to be here anymore, guys. But Top, that was a fantastic game out of them. But I do still want to give credit to LNG. They may not have won the game, but they pulled out Set, and they showed just how terrifying that champion can be if you give him any room to deal out the damage.
Is are they done yet?
It's going to go down there. Caster finally takes it out.
Took their time on ending that one, but hey, why would you not play with your food? But yeah, no, I think overall that was really, really well done by LNG. You could see by Top Esports. You could see what LNG wanted to do, though. You could see their lines of thought, why they tried to get numbers advantages, why they tried to make plays. But every time they tried to force anything proactively, it was just slapped in the face by a misplay, or something just went really, really against them, and Top Esports were able to clean up and swing momentum back every single time. And so you could see at the mid game to late game, when you get that Vladimir, when you get that Lucian, if they're able to accelerate, things just fall apart. And LNG did not have an answer to that.
They did not, but there will be answers to be given out as we will be throwing it over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at game number 1 between Top Esports and LNG.
Welcome back to the Cyber Desk. My
Oh.
name's still TJ, still
So it turns out
alongside
my,
Doctor,
I
Trouble,
think
and
the mix was going
Ibritz.
through my webcam
Top
mic.
Esports, a much better showing than many on this desk predicted. We'll get into that in a moment. Let's start with a key part of it. Doctor, that mid lane, Knight was dominating in the early game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So we obviously saw the Predator Rumble come on through, and that's something where you really want to get the roams going, get out into the side lanes. That's why you're taking a Predator, and you want to try and expand your control up and down that river. Knight comes on through with the Lucian, absolutely shuts it down. He's got Rumble under his tower 24/7, getting a CS lead, completely negating that champion, and then we see how much he's able to move on and take over the game, almost going flawless, just having that one slight death at the end on the Nexus, of course.
We'll have a replay, I have no doubt, in a moment. But around the 20-minute mark, Ibritz, we had maybe the only exciting part of the LNG game when Flandre TP's in for the top lane and WWE SummerSlams LNG back into this game.
Yeah, not only one of the only promising moments of the game for LNG, but also one of the only set highlights. Here we are looking at it, the TP flank from Flandre. This is literally what Flandre does. Look at that grit damage as well. This is what he does. In the LPL summer 2019, he was doing it on Akali. He just goes into the enemy team, runs interference for the rest of his team to set up or clean up in this case, and honestly, end of the day, that was an unfortunate attempt at cleaning up from XX. But yeah, end of the day, it's the kind of stuff Flandre excels at, where he gets into the enemy team, he runs interference, he sets everyone up for success. But after one good fight that does that, it's like they changed up the formula, tried to force engages way too much, and it really didn't pan out for LNG or the set pick for Flandre.
He tried to set everyone up for success, Ibritz.
Shut up, TJ.
All right, we were talking about that. I was blown away, but Trouble, you were actually telling me to shut up as well, because you were saying that Flandre was having a really rough game apart from those big set moments.
Why do I have to be the bearer of bad news? Well, I think first of all, it kind of indicates it's an indicative from the first gank from XX, which he forces over and over and over again. We saw that in the series versus LGD. He went towards the top side, blows his summoners, doesn't get a kill. But this time it was a whole different story because he doesn't manage to get 369's flash. All he managed to do is blow his own. And then he's like, fine, you're going to be all alone, Flandre, in the top lane. Manage to push your own wave so you don't get it frozen underneath enemy tower. Oh, and by the way, there's a slight chance Rek'Sai is towards the top side of the map. So it sets Flandre really far behind. Vladimir snowballing over and over. And he might have had one good highlight from that flank, but he managed to kind of throw Baron by getting caught in the top quadrant of his jungle the first time before the Baron was taken. And the second time, before that clip that we saw at the Dragon, he managed to kill the Nautilus. Well, great job for you, but the fight was lost.
If the moments of hope were from the top side for LNG, then the dire despair came from the bot side of Top Esports, where Quakeway and Photic actually had a really solid game. And this is Quakeway's first game in for this team.
First game of this year, yeah, of course, Quakeway coming in towards the tail end of the Summer Split 2019, Ben being terrible for the Top Esports lineup of yesteryear, and Quakeway being a role swap from, I believe, the jungle. Wasn't too impressed with him back in 2019, but hey, they won more games with him in, and I think the addition of him here, alongside Casa, did really give a little bit more consistency and veteran voice when it comes to the shot calling, the decision making, the in-game kind of discipline that a lot of these super talented mechanical rookies need. And yes, you do break up that super hyped bot lane of Photic and Yu Yanjia, but in exchange, you gain a much cleaner mid to late game for this Top Esports roster.
And it was a very clean game from Top Esports. I'm going to go to you, Doctor, because we didn't get to it during the pregame desk, but you were the only person here who came out in favor of Top Esports when we were surveying predictions. Why did you believe in them the first time round? And why was your faith reaffirmed? What went right and to plan?
there's just so many excellent reasons I believed Top would obviously be the victors coming into this game. We of course
Galaxy
had
Brain.
the fact that Ibris and Trouble both wanted LES with scores of 2-0
LNG,
and 2-1.
LNG,
And so
LNG.
LNG, that's the one, same squad.
Fair point.
They had the 2-0 and the 2-1, and I was like, well, now I can't pick either of those.
Oh, wait.
So I guess-
So your prediction that you were lording over everyone else in this chat, though you were like, oh, I got this prediction right, and you're admitting now on air that you only made that prediction because everyone else went the other way and you wanted to be a rebel?
Yeah. Sometimes you've got to be a bit contrarian. Obviously, if we both get it right, then there's no benefit to me, you know? So
Right.
I've got to be different. And I did think
This
the
is
top were a
actually
little,
true to
like-
form, though. Because, you know, you have that teenage rebellion, and then you get your way, and you don't quite know what to do. And this is exactly what's happening here.
What?
So,
True to his handle.
I'll ask your teenage rebellious self one simple question. Is this going to continue? Will LNG be able to strike back, or is this 2-0 Top Esports?
I mean, they looked okay. Actually, like the top were actually looking really good. Knight was looking clean, and there were sort of some core mistakes coming through, I thought, from LNG, especially with XX in the jungle. He had this really convoluted path, you know, in the early stages to get up to that gank. The gank went off, and then he sort of Taiki entered it by knocking up a minion instead of the Vlad. And I was like, don't need to do nothing fancy, just buff, grump top. Very simple. And then we also saw later on in the game, he's like ulting in, not getting a kill, dying under tower, things like that. So I think there were a lot of holes, it looked like, for LNG and really strong solo performances from top.
And actually, looking at those performances that you just outlined, and the kind of discussion that Trouble brought up in the pre-game, as well as yourself when we had that big talk. Shout out to you, Doctor, for not using the set pun that everyone else did, by the way. But thinking about it, I want to look at that mid lane duo and the mid jungle duo, and the discrepancy between these two, because Casa Knight had such a much better game compared to Flandre XX. Sorry, to XX Maple. XX
that was
Maple were awful.
non-existent.
Like, yeah, XX Maple were non-existent compared to, well, I mean, in general as well, but compared to Knight Casa especially. Like, that was... I can't even begin to describe the difference between these mid-jungle duos this game.
So are you converted, Emirates? Is this 2-0 Top Esports now?
I can't vote against LNG, I'm afraid. Like, you know,
Oh,
it's we ride that snake life till the end, TJ. We're loyal here. Not a fair
Okay.
one.
I still have a chance.
Not like
Loyalty
E-Star
from
Doctor
Emirates.
in the bottom corner here. But,
Loyalty from Emirates. You're staying with the LNG side. Trouble, your closing thoughts on the matchup. How do you see this going? Is this 2-0 to Top Esports?
No, I definitely don't
No.
think so. I think definitely LNG is going to hit back, but please, XX, for the love of God, don't leave your top laner, which you should be teaming up with, in his own devices. Help the dude. You mess him up and then you leave him alone. No, help him after that, and it's going to be fine. It's going to be great. Oh, and put Maple on a champion where he's actually good at staying in the mid lane. You don't have to roam. You'll do this later when you have to team fight.
If there's an X factor that can set Flandre up for success in Game 2, you believe that LNG will come out on top. We'll be right back with that Game 2 in a moment here on the unofficial broadcast of the LPL. Don't go far.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 up against Top Esports and, of course, LNG in the 2020 LPL season. My name is Midnight, and once again for game number 2, I will be joined by Perplexer.
How's it going, everybody? After the first somewhat interesting paced game, I'm ready to get right into the LPL action of game number 2. I believe Top Esports has opted for blue side. I don't know how I know that, but I think I know that. And if that's the case, then we are going to see a very interesting pick or ban, because I want to know if Top Esports still care about the set pick, right? If they think that LNG is going to pick set again, or if that's just like didn't work for them, or if they're going to draft around it at all. I don't think it warrants drafting around, but I think it definitely had an impact. Maybe not as much of an impact as I would have liked it to have. But we'll have to see how they opt to deal with it.
Exactly. I mean, looking at that one, if I was in charge, no, I shouldn't be in charge because my decision making is not exactly fantastic. I think it let the set through because when I think about that game, I don't see set as set's the reason.
Yes.
LNG lost. So I think you're more than happy to let set through. Because there are other ways you can exploit the rest of the team. And set, you can kite him. I still stand by. I think that's his biggest weakness.
I think that if he does get picked again by LNG, Top Esports is going to be ready for it this time. And Vladimir as well was a counter pick somewhat to it. It didn't work out as amazingly in lane as a counter pick. He had to go around the map a bit, but overall, I think that you can just pick a ranged champion like a Kennen or a Vladimir and just kite him out. My question is, do you start banning counters to the set if you're going to get Pickett then? And though, is it like strong enough of a pick to start investing in draft in? And so that's what I want to see out of LNG, is if they adapt around the set or if they just abandon the pick and start going for more traditional stuff.
Well, let's find out the answer to your questions, as of course we have run into the first round of bans. Akali coming at LNG, no surprise there. I still stand Akali is very, very strong there. 2 jungle bans coming out as well. Sorry, 3 jungle bans being split up among the teams.
A lot of jungle hate here. I mean, it makes somewhat a lot of sense. If you're on blue side, you don't want to give them a priority jungler to play around. You want to get something, you want to get the stronger mid duo. So banning away almost 3 junglers is, while arguably a little bit excessive, you are still forcing a double X onto an uncomfortable jungle pick, and we saw what he does when he's uncomfortable. Not a lot. So it does make a lot of sense to just take those off of the board, force him onto something unusual, and then pick a strong mid laner here that can be blind picked. And maybe that's the Zoe, maybe that's the Syndra. I think Syndra's not been picked up enough, but I definitely like the Zoe pick.
Well, they're feeling confident in that Zoe, blind picking it there. More than likely going to go into Knight's hands in the middle lane there. And I still love looking at the fact that Top threw 3 bans at double X here. So they almost have to grab a jungler. I'd say in this first rotation coming out of LMG here,
100%,
there's actually going to be so
100%.
few champions you can play.
No, you have to pick up a jungler here, but taking the MF as a priority pick is really, really good, because it's forcing you into a position where they are probably going to play Senna or Caitlyn. You can then potentially draft the rest of your team around one of those AD carries, and both of those AD carries are just scaling picks. You want to win now, right? Picking the MF is smart, it's strong. Zoe is not the force she used to be. She can't solo carry a game. She's not the solo carry pick. And speaking of strong junglers that you want to win now with, Olaf fits that bill perfectly.
And I'm very interested to see what the answer is, and I'm not surprised to see it. Carter, more than happy to go for Lee Sin. We know he can play this champion to damn efficiency, and you called it. What AD carry is going to get grabbed in response to the misfortune? It will be the Senna.
Yeah, and so what you're going to see here is that they're probably going to ban away something like the Leona, like the Nautilus, to just limit the engage options to work with the Misfortune. Honestly, I'm genuinely surprised that they aren't taking the Leona as third pick here. But by opting to take the Rumble, they're now securing themselves a pick that almost worked for Maple. I think that under the better circumstances, this Rumble can definitely take off, and we've seen in so many other games how much of a force in teamfights this pick can be, especially when you don't have to deal with the Lucian mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. I was saying there's no Lucian middle that Maple has to spend his time fearing it now. He knows what he's going into, unless Top have some super secret strategy involving like
Zoe support,
Zoe support or something insane, which I wouldn't put it past the LPL teams to have in their back pocket. But I don't think it's gonna happen here.
Just quickly talking now about these bans. Either they ban away the Leona or they first pick it. I expect it to be banned away. As well as the Nautilus, same sort of champion, does the same sort of job. Because hard engage with an MF against a Senna is just not fun for top esports here, and not a situation they want to put themselves in. So opting to ban those away makes a lot of sense, and then you want to grab your support that will work with a Senna. There's a lot of different options. That's something that comes to mind. You can also go for really safe stuff like Tom Kench, but it wouldn't be recommended.
Tom Kench has been slapped with a ban?
Yeah, he has been banned away. And there's the Leona ban, as expected. Here comes what is, I believe, going to be support. I can't think of a lot of options left. I'm just racking my brain quickly.
Well, my first thought is, I know it's not ideal, but my first thought is maybe something like a Braum who can go relatively well.
They just picked Braum, so maybe
that
is the only option left.
Tanky supports Braum. He doesn't get locked in a lot, but he's pretty damn useful if you can use him well.
Yeah, but I think that, now that you have the ability to pick into the Braum, something like a Rakan that can just play around with his short range is definitely an option. Being able to disrupt his engage and, just generally be annoying, as well as the fact that you're not gonna get picked a counter pick of a Morgana into you. Being able to opt for the Rakan here makes sense, especially with the limited pool of supports. The question is though, what's their top lane?
Well,
Mordekaiser... And a blind top lane is going to be Mordekaiser if you need a blind top lane pick.
But the risk is we do know a popular solution to the Mordekaiser is the Fiora. So is Flandre feeling confident? And also, I've played Set into Mordekaiser. You can definitely make it work as the Set. So do we get to see round 2 of the Set?
I would love to see round 2, because I think Set, with this team comp, actually works really well. You can set up for the Misfortune by ulting the target into it. You can establish yourself with the Olaf and the Rumble and teamfights, and you have a dive buddy with the Braum. But nope, gonna play it safe, gonna play it conventional. No more shenanigans on the Rift here, and we have got the safety pick of the year.
I mean, it works, but I'm a little bit upset. I would love to have seen Set coming in here for Flandre once again. I'm sure we all would.
I mean, it is, I'll give it credit, it's a go button, which LNG really need with this comp. I think that Set could have been that go button, but giving it to something like an on does stabilize your comp a lot, and it also lets you spike later in the game as an answer to the center and late game, whereas normally you would just run out of steam on the Misfortune. Right? Obviously, Misfortune is still good late game, but it doesn't compare to a fully stacked late game set. So giving those on items definitely increases that ability to be able to contest that as an insurance policy.
Yeah, it does work itself out quite nicely there. And of course, we will be having both teams loading into the Rift here. So of course, Top Esports going up against LNG, and LNG is do or die for them in this situation. And their composition, it feels a little bit weird, but if you can just get it to work, if you can throw yourself at the enemy with the likes of the Braum and the Olaf, I think you can do fantastically with it. But my concern is, what if LNG fall behind and are, say, let's be nice and call it 3,000 gold behind at, say, 10 minutes? Does that put them in a position where it's very similar to game number 1?
It's difficult to say with these sort of games, but I think that they have the tools in their team comp to be able to force things like a 5-man mid lane. And while we saw that go pretty poorly last time, they have stuff like the on engage, like the Braum for protection, like the MF ult just to clear things. And they are what we call a brawl comp, where they just want to run at the enemy and hit them really hard. And so what we expect is that even if they are down a little bit of gold early, they should be able to just force one big swing of a team fight to get themselves back ahead. So it's going to really depend on how much they can feast around the mid game. And if they can generate enough of a gold lead to be a threat before they start getting outscaled by the likes of a Mordekaiser and a Senna.
And these team fights, I just see the perfect world of, Call the Forge God slowing people, then knocking them up. followed up with, of course, the Glacial Fissure out of the Braum, and then an Equalizer on top of that. If you get a
With
team
the
fight like that,
MFLs on top of that.
yeah, with the Misfortune as well, that's not a team fight. That's a one-sided demolition derby in your favor. So they're
Which is
gonna keep
exactly
your eyes
what
on
they
that. This
want
is
to
spread
do.
out a little bit.
If they're able to force clumped objective fights, then they are in such a strong position to take this game. The question is, I don't think the top esports is going to let them do that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Top's composition; they got a lot of range. The Zoe
They are
loves to poke
They are
out.
100%
Yeah, they've got a pick.
comp. If they find one member of LNG by themselves, then they can get a pick, they can establish themselves, they can get objectives for free. LNG needs most of its pieces to be there to work, and so if you're able to find one of them by themselves, then everything starts coming apart at the seams.
Well, we have an idea now what both these teams are going to be gunning for coming around the mid game here, and we'll have to see what happens in the early game. The answer is a cheeky invade. LNG decide not your red buff, our red buff.
Yeah, I mean, it might force some vertical jungling out from the side of Casa, but we've seen how early games go between at least in and Olaf, and it normally doesn't end well, but this could be an interesting fight.
Could be an interesting fight, sadly not going to come to fruition.
Yeah, not really wanting to overextend there, which makes a lot of sense. Just wanting to get to the wave decently unfarmed. As you can see, Casa opts to start taking away the red buff here. As Olaf opts to just full clear his bot side jungle, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the solution when you get invaded. Simply, you go to the other side, you take everything of the enemy junglers, and you're like, okay, my jungle now, let's see what I can grab here. So I would honestly expect the junglers to effectively be missing in action for the next 2-3 minutes. They're just going to grab everything they can here. As we see XX just ensuring that nothing gets
This
wasted.
could be an early gank in bot lane from Double X, honestly. There is the potential for it. Especially as an Olaf with red buff early, it's not something you can overlook. The question is though, does Casa answer back on the top side? And I think that Flandre is, while somewhat decently safe with Ornn, isn't really going to be able to. No, okay, so he does decide to back. Oh no, he's changing his mind. He doesn't know what he wants to do. Casa's as confused as I am.
Yeah, the indecision. It looks like he is. Yeah, wanting to do a full clear on the top side of the map. We did see XX. He has been able to take everything. As we see, actually, these two trading it out a little bit. Flandre is definitely coming at the worst end. I mean, Conqueror on a Mordekaiser in the early game, it's very hard for a tank to fight off.
And you can see so easily if Casa had decided to opt to gank top lane, how that could have netted them a kill there. And so you see those decisions just end up opting. And what's quite interesting is he didn't clear the Raptors there. But whereas Double X cleared Raptors on his side. So Lee Sin's going to have rebound camps when he opts to reset and go bot side to clear out bot side jungle, whereas Olaf will not have the Raptors as a rebound camp, which can potentially set them back, but this is a very early roam.
I'm seeing a lot of pings in top lane, and I've seen enough FPX games to know when there's pings up in top lane, there's a painful gank coming. They've got no vision of this, but they know what is up. The instant teleport coming out of Maple. It's as worthwhile saying it keeps Flandre alive in the top half of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, opting to take that TP trade, you forced out a TP, but you have been able to maintain a CS lead in mid lane as well. So generally, that was just a free TP off of mid lane. Which now means that Knight is able to reset and doesn't get punished for resetting.
But Knight, I think I could almost get beneficiary out of this reset because he is going to get to mid lane a little bit earlier than Maple with no teleport, as you stated before here. This is just showing it. It's not the LPL that everyone expects to see. Everyone expects to see bloodbaths. They expect to see 5-man teleports in the bottom lane. But we're seeing again and again, top esports are playing a bit more of a macro-oriented early game. And I mean, it worked fantastically for them in game number 1. And why wouldn't it work in game 2?
Yeah, you just take things slow, control the map, play at your own pace, get to your power spikes, and as soon as you hit those numbers, you just unleash everything onto your enemy team. We saw team fights in the mid game of last game just completely explode one side or the other. And so once the teams know that they can fight and they know that they're ready, then we'll start seeing a lot more of the action. But until then,
well,
we're just going to see Double X force this.
Yeah, let's say, talking about action, we're seeing something on the bottom lane here. Olaf has arrived. They definitely want Phonix. He is the priority target. They get the CC down thanks to the concussive blows, and they will run him down for first blood, going over to XX there. The support simply forced to watch his AD carry fall, but the reinforcements are coming in from top. The Sleepy Trouble bubble not connecting, but it split them up. They can't go anywhere. Azura is forced to simply hang around, and he's going to go down.
Fancy
He
feet.
will lose his life for that one. Teleport coming in as well from Phonics. A little bit interesting as Phonics has rejoined the bottom lane.
Yeah, and what you can see how you can punish the center for her lack of mobility, but being able to just be faster on the rotate, be faster onto the team fight, and being able to get that counter pick, onto Asura means you were able to swing the game back into your favor. While yes, you burned the TP and forced Asura to TP back as well, that was generally a net game win for the game state for Top Esports because now they have the inside track to the Dragon and they've just started this one up.
Yeah, they started it up. XX is hanging around. He has access to his smite as well. Maple's in a little bit of a weird position. He does have access to that equalizer if he's willing to drop it. Forced to flash out. Top Esports a little bit lost here. Flash coming in from Knight, not his own, as XX taking a lot of damage, and they can delete the Olaf. That's going to be a great position. As Julian holding the line, a beautiful equalizer has split up top, and will it be enough? It looks like it will be, as they are simply losing one member after another. Top will be forced to back away, and an inside track to the Dragon punishes them heavily.
Yeah, Top Esports overextending. They're trying to find the pick onto Maple that they thought they had, but just one flash out, and suddenly they're in a bad spot. Overextended, quite split as well. Not sure where they wanted to go, and you can see here, gets the W, flashes immediately, and the rest of the team follows up as well, trying to get on top of him. But now they're split. Olaf can run in while he does go down. At the end of the day, they were able to get a return pick and get them off of Dragon, and so I think that was a pretty solid comeback there in that fight from LNG.
Flandre's in so much trouble. He's been brought into the Death Realm, and yeah, that's simply a solo kill and a matchup that Flandre picked. He picked the Ornn.
That's not supposed to happen. That's not. He's not supposed to be able to just get solo kill just by one Mordecai. You're meant to play safe enough that doesn't happen. But I think holding the ult for that long, being able to just get picked like that is just really poorly played by Flandre here. I think that is that a replay in the bot? I think that's a replay.
Yeah, that's
here.
a replay.
You can see he just walks up, gets the pull in. He takes so much damage early before getting ulted, saves all of this time to get the ult off, and by that time he's already dead.
Yeah, already dead on that one. And 369 takes no prisoners in this top lane, and this could potentially be, once again, Top playing around a split push threat. We did see it briefly during the 1-3-1 of game number 1. Game number 2 looking to have something similar here, potentially. Let's see how much impact he has. He looked a bit lost. He's just like, he's got Mobies, he's exploring the map, he wants to take a look at everything.
Man, he's been broken free of his shackles of support, okay? He can finally get to play with the big boys. He wants to play with the big boys, okay? Senna's not doing a whole lot in the bot lane for him. He wants some of the action.
She's not doing anything in the bot lane, she's top lane.
She's doing anything in the bot lane. She's scaling, okay? Give her time. Give her time. Let's not bully Senna too much.
Oh, we might see some bullying in the
almost could be a
lane.
pick. No flash on the Mordekaiser.
Oh, God, taking a bit of interesting positioning there. They will be forced to back away, though. LNG, we're now seeing... Oh, it's all about the Rift Herald now coming out of these teams. And Equalizer is available for Maple's Rumble. So this could turn into, once again, a very bloody fight coming out of both these teams. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does not connect. It's forcing LNG to keep away. But look at Flandre's position on the flank. He has got Call the Forge God, who was able to grab it. It looks like Casa, but the rest of the team fight is coming in. The bullet time will force Top to back away. And Rift Herald has been secured by Top. Oh, nearly gets the assassination of boot.
That was a lot of damage, and you can see why they're picking something like the Zoe for that pure pick potential to be able to play around these objectives and control vision, right? You can see every fight taking, they've already set up pink wards, control wards, deep vision wards over the walls so they can try and get vision for Zoe to try and pick people. And if she can just threaten that, then LNG cannot walk up to contest something like the Rift Herald. Oh?
Yeah, we're talking about not
taking the
Rift Herald
bait.
Casa. I think Fine just learned his lesson from the time he got smacked down by the mace. He's like, yeah, nah, I don't want to fight. I just want to CS, get my items, and get the hell out of this lane.
Yeah, which is a pretty fair call, all things considered. Definitely knowing us, of course, we could see that Castle was there, but he didn't know where anyone else was on the map. Not worth risking it. Don't walk up. Just take the trade and leave. You can see Knight here getting a lot of pressure mid lane. which they haven't been able to convert into anything yet, but they did use to get the Rift Herald. You can just see the wards all across the topside river.
Yeah. I mean, Top Esports controls the top half of the map wholeheartedly with the number of. I mean, they've got 4 control. Very funny. They've got 4 control wards up there. If that doesn't show that they want authority, then I don't know what
Is that
does.
4 or 3? I think that's 3.
That's 4 control wards. Oh, there was 4. There was one in the
yeah, I think they
Baron
moved
pit
one.
earlier, but
I
they
think they
removed
moved
that
one.
one. And
But
Castle's
no,
dropping
yeah,
Rift Herald
dropping
mid, so
the
they
Rift
want
Herald.
something.
You get more priority mid lane. Lets Knight get even more plating on this mid lane tower. So you're letting your Zoe accelerate. You're letting the opponent having to respond to this, having to put 2 people's mid lane. And so you can see the rest of the map has to adapt. You can see how Top Esports is pushing out bot lane, pushing out top lane, starting to clear out vision, being able to establish themselves for this dragon already 2 minutes in advance.
Yeah, I mean, Top are very on top of the macro right now. We've seen that in the rotation, so it makes complete sense.
Are you using the pun of Top's name on purpose, or is that accidental? Because it's brilliant.
Huh? Am I using the... Not intentionally.
Yeah, you're saying he's on top of macro, control the top half of the map.
Why do I interact with you sometimes? I have to wonder. But like the way they've been playing around the map has been really interesting to see. Because again, it's not what you expect out of an LPL. Oh my god, is this what the rest of this cast is going to be like? I swear to God. Because
the last one, I promise.
They have been really in charge of their macro decision making in terms of they're getting good ward control and they're really on top of these objectives. Even if they're and I feel like they have to, because again, you've mentioned it before, they're running a pit comp. If they're not there first and setting up, they can't actually stop LMG from running over them with the Braum and with the Rumble.
If they can't set up vision, if they can't control where they want to fight before they're going to fight there, they will lose the fight. In a straight-up front-to-back team fight, LNG win that every single time, even if they are down 2k gold, right? It won't matter when their champions' kits just function so much stronger in those circumstances. So you'll see, even if there's no objective, Top Esports will invest so much into clearing out vision around where they expect to fight.
Well, we'll see that as the next dragon, as you said, spawning now in just about 45 seconds, will be the cue for both of these teams to get into yet another fight. And I do want to drag our eyes to the items before that fight does kick off. Zoe has finally picked up her Luden's Echo. Fontic has managed to grab himself his Muraman. But on the top half of the map, 369, he's sitting on components. So if both top laners teleport to the bottom side, I feel like Flandre will actually have a bit more of an impact, of course, with that Abyssal Mask.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think that getting that item means that he's suddenly at a lot less of a risk against the Mordekaiser in the top lane. You're able to start working with your jungler better to try and get control, try and get vision back on your side. Of course, we will see a fight around this mid lane priority as the Dragons comes up, and Flandre is already here for the fight.
Yeah, walking his way down from the top side means he has that teleport for the future. 369 has Leandre's Torment, but he's a whiles away, and Dragon has been started up now. So top have to make a decision. Do they move into contest? Flandre is simply holding the front line, as well as Duan. The Sleepy Chubble Bubble connecting. Teleport coming in now. They want to go for this one. They cannot steal it, but where's the rest of the team fight? Illucuse is backing away. LNG disengaging as well. Call of Forge God buys plenty of space, and the Dragon is secured with no death for any champion.
Yeah, and you can see there what happens when top have to fight in this area where they don't have established vision control, where they are not able to get to the fight first. And so on the back end of that, they took too long to position, too long to control, and ooh, a little bit close there for Double X. But
yeah, Double X staying a little bit too much there for.
But once LNG are in a position they want to be in, nothing will get them out of it.
Well, unfortunately, they were out of position to defend that middle lane turret, so it crumbles down there.
Yeah,
the penalty.
A little unfortunate.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but I suppose that's the penalty you have for securing yourself the dragon. You had to back away. You didn't have a good way to get back into the middle lane because we saw Double X had to flash and Azura had to make the world's longest walk around to return to the lane. So I suppose at the end of the day, if you're trading 2 dragons in for 1 tier 1 turret, the longer the game goes, the more worth that trade becomes.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think that as well you have to think about, because it is Cloud Rift, like how much priority do teams want to put onto getting these Cloud Dragons? And so if you're on the side of LNG, you really, really want this Cloud Rift, because being able to rotate faster as a unit with that movement speed, if you can get the Dragon Soul, will be so much more important to be able to get into the right fights before your opponent, to be able to not let them establish vision. Whereas top esports, the cooldown reduction on the ult's nice, but they don't really need the movement speed. Of course, they'll probably just end up fighting for it to stop the Dragon Soul from going over to LNG, but definitely I think it favors LNG's team comp a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, you say they'll probably fight to prevent it. I think they'll fight for the sake of fighting at this point here.
This is LPL, right? My
yeah, exactly. This is the LPL. We always got to remember that one, Perplexer. It's LPL. There's always going to be fights, and the fight for Rift Herald was a very quick one. It was LNG saying, "Nah, fam, we're not interested in this in the slightest." Top says, "Okay, cool, fam. We'll grab it for ourselves." Casa will snag that into his back pocket, and we'll have to see which turret do they choose to break open with that one. Tier 1s are sitting happily in top and bottom lane, so it's up to top to decide where do they want to try break open.
Yeah, I think that you have to look at stuff like the top lane, right? Like, you're putting so much more vision control, so much more effort around it, that it's almost asking for you to take it. And so you can see that they have rotated their AD carry up into top lane, and you can expect Lee Sin to probably path towards there, as well as Zoe being able to create the pressure in mid lane to then roam later, means that they are in a really good spot to potentially start cracking open this top lane tower. On the other side of the map, though, you have to think, when does LNG take their fight? Because when we talked about the team comps, LNG wants to fight, and they want to fight now. And they have to find some form of opening in the opponent's vision, in top esports setup, in their control, and it might be the Mordekaiser in the spotlight.
Oh, it is definitely the Mordekaiser. We were seeing multiple members throwing themselves down to the bottom side. Olaf and Braum are still hesitant, it looks like, but it seems LNG couldn't make a decision, and they lose a turret for it. X might be in trouble. Azura is in a lot of trouble as well, but Knight realizes, wait a second, his AD carry is about to support, but can he make it work? He does! The Ignite is enough. Knight, will he get out? No, he won't. The Equalizer has no chill.
But so much being forced out there, but oh no.
Oh yeah, X is, he's...
He doesn't have ult. Double X doesn't have ult.
Yeah, he doesn't need it, though. The, Death Realm is not going to save him. Meanwhile, top side, this game just went crazy. There's another turret down while there's skirmishing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but this is fantastic for top esports, right? You're getting everything, right? You got the pick in the mid lane. Yes, you had to trade Zoe for it, but they burnt so many ultimates, so many resources getting the return kill, as well as the fact that you have a Mordekaiser basically doing whatever he wants spot lane. And now you've gotten 2 towers top lane and just opened up that side of the map completely. This is perfect for top esports, because you have to think, they are not the ones on the clock. LNG are the ones on the clock, and they are already starting to lose fights like this.
Oh, that was a beautiful paddle star to weave it around Duan's Braum, and then the center, if there was no Maple, that center ultimate would have saved Knight there. Unfortunately, did not work out. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. We may just have another fight in our hands. Shocker there.
I think that actually ulting by the Zoe might have killed him, but we'll have to see how this fight goes first.
Yeah, fight will have to go first here. We do see top running forwards. LNG forced to back away for now, but we almost expect LNG, with the amount of crowd control they have, to make this work. Knight, he's trying to set up on a flank. Call the Forge coming in. They're going in now. They've split up top. Can they make it work? Equalizer forcing them back. The focus is on the Dragon. They secured themselves the objective. Top may have to disengage. Knight is still not doing much for LNG. Don't really want to make a fight. No one's actually making a call. And once again, LNG are backing away through their blue side jungle, but this time top doesn't look like they want to let them go. Duran, Maple, and Double X may be a little bit out of position. Sleepy Trouble not connecting. And no one, once again, we've had a fight around the Dragon Pit when no one has died.
Yeah, no, this is turning out to be a very LCK LPL game. A series even, especially in the early game. A lot of judgment calls being made, but you can see LNG won that positioning fight completely. They were able to force themselves onto a position where they could control the Dragon. They split up top esports while they were trying to get a flank, and through the call of the Forge God, they were able to initiate somewhat of a scramble on the side of top esports and just take the Dragon while they were at it.
it's a little bit heartbreaking to look at the fact that LNG, they're simply getting to the position, and then they've got basically 3 tanks, 2.5 tanks, because Olaf with a warrior, in my eyes, isn't actually a proper tank, that simply stop the harassment coming out of Center Zoe, and they get the objective, and then they run for the hills. And
No, completely.
It's heartbreaking, because I feel like all they need is maybe one little bit more of damage or crowd control landing, and then they can start committing to the fight, start committing to the kills, but it's just not working.
I think that they are playing this a lot safer than they should be. I think that they are on the clock here in terms of, you know, when it gets to late game, that center is going to be a menace. Mordekaiser is going to be insanely annoying to deal with, but you do have the on items late game. If you can get this Dragon Soul, think about it. You've had 3 dragons over your opponents. Well, yes, you've ended up losing, I think, 2 more towers to them. You've able to get such a strong hold of these dragons every single time. And I think that shows how much of a threat their comp is once they're together and once they're established, which I keep saying over and over in this cast because it's so important if they can play through it.
Well, it looks like we may see a group up in the middle lane here. Call of Fortune is cutting them open. Fonix is caught out of position. They'll delete the center. And that is one of the members down. Finally, we have a kill in a team fight top. Can they get the redemption? Caster goes in deep, tries to get out as well. He will. With a sliver of HP. The harassment coming out from top is not doing out the damage it wishes for. They're catching out Q. 369 going front line. Quickening going into the back line. They're going for the full committal. Everyone is charmed up from top. Can they actually get the damage out? Azura is trying to cut back, but in the death realm, there is only one escape, and that answer is death, my friend, as top is now running over LNG. They poked them down. They got the engage. They got the kills.
Yeah, and LNG took just too long to decide when they wanted to fight there. And so they ended up getting completely torn apart by Top Esports, just having so much more damage at this state in the game, especially with their gold lead. And so now they're going to take the Baron, they're going to set themselves up even more, they're going to play through their vision like they have been, and I just see LNG's chances of winning this game slipping through their fingers more and more.
I hope we get a replay of that team fight. We might not, because Flandre is poking his nose around. I don't think he's going to be able to seal it, but he's just buying time. Double X is nearby. If he can run his way in there, there might actually be the chance of a steal. It will not go through, and now looks like LNG want to try and remove as many Baron Busters as they can. They will be able to. A beautiful engage. Can they get the follow-up damage? They're not really looking like it. Everyone is so low, but LNG is backing away. No, they're finally hunting the chance. But Maple, can he get the damage down? Knight will be the sacrificial lamb. No, he won't. He'll flash in over the wall to try and stay alive. Fonix is now on the front line. Bullet time. Finally able to get the damage down. No, it can't. LNG is trying to get so many kills, but they can't decide who to actually get. Casa and Knight should be able to get out in one piece, but Fonix Q do pay the price.
Oh
my god, they're
not
more?
stopping.
There's no brakes on the LNG train.
I mean, we talked about heartbreaking for LNG before, and I think that fight was just that. They were so close to completely wiping Top Esports off of the map, but they just couldn't grab onto anything. They got one pick onto Fonix, one pick here and there, but here's the fight from the mid lane, and you can see they get the pick, right? They think they find the engage, but after that, they just get split. They've used all of their CC. One Lee Sin into the back line, and you know.
Watch the Rakan here. He makes a beautiful engage. Sleepy double connects, and then dives into the back line. 4 members charmed, and this is where Top get control of the fight, because now Flandre's on top of Azura. He's got nothing, no QSS, no answer, and then the rest of Top simply dive in, divide and conquer.
Yeah, just it's a pick comp working in a team fight, which is what Mordekaiser allows for, and I think it's fantastically well played there.
Yeah, exactly. It went brilliantly for them.
And
the next dragon is up.
Is the name of the game, but yeah, this is really important for Top, because if LNG are able to just get this for free, then they're in a really bad spot. So using their Baron advantage to have this dragon taken away before LNG can respond is really, really important.
Buys a little bit of room for Top, if nothing else, as they'll grab them the ejection. And we see on the bottom side, Top Esports in charge of the money for now, 4,000 gold in the lead. But how much will that take them, as these fights have been really, I don't want to be rude, but they feel gimmicky in a lot of these fights. Top is walking forwards, they're trading objectives, they're trading cooldowns, and then finally someone catches someone out of position. And so far, Top, they need to keep utilizing this, because look at their composition and the amount of ranged crowd control they have available to them. They can make it work. They just got to keep getting these picks and make use of this Baron buff that you were talking about.
Yeah, they want to just pressure the map more and more, play through their vision, control things on the side lanes like they are at the moment. LNG has no answer to this. They can't force an engage because they're going to lose the damage check, and they can't try and out wave clear it because they built their comp around their only wave clear being a Rumble who can't even get close. So they're just going to have to take and bite this bullet while Top Esports basically goes to town on their entire
I mean,
base.
look at Knight. He's just lobbing Sleepy Trouble Bubbles over the wall like they're going out of style, and that nets themselves a tier 2 turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's allowed to do that, right? Like, he's playing a Zoe who's been able to accelerate himself so much. He's sitting on 2 items and a needlessly. He's got 3, 1, and 4. A really solid CS lead over his opponent. Being able to just sit on the sides of these fights, throwing those out. And also, I have to ask, why is Maple rushing Morellonomicon now?
That
It
one I
makes
can't help
sense
you with.
against the Vladimir. It does not make any sense against this team comp, and I do not understand why he rushed it.
Well, must be an item of preference coming out of here, Maple, with that. I'm nearly grabbing himself
I
the
mean,
Angie's
Senna,
Torment to boot.
kind of, maybe? I think that...
I mean, Senna... Okay.
Is it enough of a threat to warrant rushing it as an item? I don't think so. She's especially considering she's 0-4 and 2, and she doesn't build around the heals, but apparently it's warranting, so...
Indeed, grabs
that's
himself that.
potentially something to question.
Well, he has himself a Lianji's Torment as well, so a lot of damage if that Equalizer is able to connect and stay on multiple members. And we've got to know that LNG are going to be looking for that if they can make it work. Another look down the items, which of course need to be kept track of. It does look like Azura has been granted his upgraded Infinity Edge. I believe it's the Molten Edge is what it's called.
I think it's the Molten Edge.
Yeah, Molten Edge on that one there. And Azura's going to be very happy with that item there. And as you said, LNG, I feel like they want to simply say, okay, let the game calm down a little bit. Let's get on to allow the upgrades. But 2 minutes till the next dragon. Let's hope they can get those upgrades working, because we've got to know LNG got to have them eyes set on that dragon.
Yeah, no, completely. I think that opting to play around, your item power spikes is really important, but when is that, right? LNG have thought they've had the time to play through their items, think they've had an advantage, think they were in a good position, but every single team fight they've taken has been stolen from them by Top Esports. And so you have to think about what's going through the players' minds, because every time they've attempted something, it's fallen apart for them. So are they just scared to try and force anything now? And you have to think about how experienced are these players, how good are they at dealing with nerfs like this, at these sort of situations, and will they just opt out of trying to force anything and just take trades across the map, or will they pull their heads together and start ramming their team comp into the face of Top Esports, which I want to see.
I do fear that LNG are going to take that first option, the slower option here, as we're seeing XX caught out. He has access to that Ragnarok, but it will simply be a siege up in the middle lane here. Ornn is not with the team. If you look at the minimap, he is simply roaming his way up, but that does mean the potential call of the Forge God could be a opening for a team fight engage. But it looks like so far nothing too much coming in of that one. Asura actually pulled in super fast. 369 is taken super low. Knight poking for the side, but 369 is alive for a little bit longer. Both teams choosing the back way for now. And we get once again almost another fake out for a team fight.
Yeah, no, that was almost what LNG were looking for. They almost ground the pick. They almost found the right engage, but this could be turned
talking
around
about the
again
engage,
on
they're
them.
going in. Duan's almost chunked to pieces. Top are going to take out the Braum first, but where is the rest of the follow-up? Olaf is trying to do something, but 369 and Maple trading it out in the Shadow Realm. LNG are backing away because Top are feeling confident. 369 is going to spawn into the Mortal Realm. He is not in trouble, as he is a hell of a tanky frontline. The rest of Top are there to back up their top laner, and they will crush 369 like ants under their boot. That bullet time ain't stopping no one, Azura.
And they just fall apart at the seams, like we've seen fight and fight again. Top Esports just come in swinging, and they know when to strike, and it's the moment that LNG think the fight's over.
Yeah, and that could potentially be the end of the game. Top, if they're feeling confident, they ain't got a lot of minions, but they've got 20 seconds of the death timer, and there's not a whole lot of Braum can exactly do in this situation. So if they continue to make their push in, which it looks like they will, Top will be winning this series 2-0 in a beautiful game number 2. Bit sketchy, bit weird, honestly, if we're true of ourselves here, but successful game for Top Esports.
Yeah, really clean play from arguably both teams, but I think a little bit too clean for my liking, especially from a team comp that was drafted like LNG. Just wasn't able to find anything, wasn't able to sink their teeth into anything, and eventually they were just too scared to try anything, and Top Esports swept that one away from them, 2-0, clean swept.
Yeah, and in game number 2, I was really hoping that LNG would throw themselves at their opponents. I mean, look at their composition. The only thing I would actually like swapped out of their composition is get a Sivir. Because then you have Sivir, Olaf, Braum, Rumble. You are the definition of we will run at you and wipe you off, or we'll run at you and you will destroy us before we get a chance to fight back.
I think MF was a better pick than Sivir, I'm going to be honest. But we will let the analyst desk decide that, right? I believe that's what they're for.
Yeah, that's true. We have an analyst desk to do the theory crafting side of things. And speaking of that, they are ready and awaiting. So we'll hand it over to look at the series that was Top Esports versus LNG.
Welcome back to the desk. We're totally prepared. Ibratz, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Headset on. We good?
I was never gone. I here the entire time.
We were saying right before we got back to our beautiful digital desk here that the mark of a professional in esports is how close you can cut it to the wire, and Ibratz is officially the single most professional
Here is the
esports
wire
caster
for my
in
wireless
the
headset.
history of esports. My name is TJ, joined by Dr. Shrivel and Ibratz, who is very professional. Let's talk about that game too. Top Esports 2-0, and it started in the draft, right, Ibratz?
It did indeed start straight
God,
in the
he's
draft.
good.
That game. It was the thank you. Whew, GG threw me off there, but yeah. Coming into this game, we had a couple of expectations here, largely thinking about this mid lane matchup because we touched on Knight, this superstar mid laner. He outclasses so many different mids 1v1, and that even applies to the giants like Rookie, like Scout, all of these top tier mids, and Maple is not one of those. The fact that they drafted Rumble for him every single game, who isn't really a mid laner that you'd 1v1 with, rather he's one that just roams to the side lanes, established to some degree of influence there, and it's just Maple essentially trying to not 1v1 and play for the lane here. But speaking of playing for lanes, XX on the Olaf would have liked a couple more winning lanes, but at least he had one in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it felt like he was a little bit hard done by with an Olaf and a Rumble, neither of which really created the space for him. But if we're talking about creating space, then we got to flip to the other side, where it was one man's montage all game long. Doctor, you would not shut up about Knight.
These Knight plays were just going straight on Reddit. I mean, actually, we've perfect timing for on the replays here. Just all over the place.
That's a Reddit play.
On in. Is this the one? I think it's the one where he shoots it like just around the Braum. Gets to go. He actually runs it down here a little bit because he stands still, even though he's not CC'd anymore and still dies. Lovely angling on the Maple ult though. But we see throughout the course of the game, he's just constantly hitting the perfect bubbles, like right there, which sets up for the engage for QQ and then the follow up from 369. We see it down the bottom lane as well as in the final fight in the mid lane at the end of the game. Even when he's missing bubbles, they are like no Kappa, perfectly good zoning bubbles. It just every single bubble was exceedingly useful in every fight and really showing mastery on that champion.
And Ibratz was talking about how rough it was to be Maple in the mid lane. And sure, some of that definitely is Rumble, but a lot of it is also how rough it is to be playing against Knight when he's got his geometry calculator out. He's doing some scientific trigonometry and landing all of these paddle stars. Let's talk about LNG's team fights, though, because you can see him on screen.
Oof,
and
that's why I was doing that. I'm like, oh, it's looking rough. You want to talk about their team? Freaking rough here. I mean, it was all built up around Maple. It was get that hard engage for Maple to be able to land this equalize, to deal that high AP damage that they wanted him to deal in the previous game. Fine, it didn't work. Let's do it again. Let's not focus on Flandre. Let's give him something that he should be technically hoovering up minions in the top side, waiting until later into the game to provide these hard engages for his Rumble, to provide these equalizers, to do the damage, and then Misfortune can clean up. I am extremely disappointed on Maple in both of those performances. On one, fine in the first game, he didn't really have the step he needed to land the equalizers. He didn't have any hard CC. All he was provided with was a Rek'Sai knockup, which is not that beneficial for him. You don't know if it's going to land or not. But then again, second game, he had all the tools, wasn't able to use them.
And actually, playing back off the... Oh, TJ, fine. You go.
Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back to you. For this entire desk, and we'll start with Ibritz, can we decide on whether or not we're flaming Maple or the team around Maple?
Right, I'm having a little bit of reservations shifting all of my eye towards... Hey, he plays bad, but thinking about... I like Rumble, okay? Why do you look shocked at this revelation, TJ? But yeah, anyway, Rumble for Maple. The issue I have with Rumble in that second game is that you've picked an Ornn who usually loses pretty gracefully. Yes, he died 1v1, but that was a fluke. Theoretically, from draft, the Ornn should have been left on an island in that game, in the other game especially. This means that the Rumble's roams would have to be bot side, and every time Maple was missing on the map, you saw the top esports bottom half of the map just get quite a bit more respectful, and that really did put a damper on anything this mid laner from LNG tried to do. And if you can't get successful ganks or successful roams off as a utility mid laner, you're not going to show up as a big character these fights. And the fact is, equalizers were subpar, as Trouble Inc. like to continually point out, was just the cherry on top of a rather unfortunate cake.
So let's then begin to eat that cake to close off the stream. That's not a very good analogy, but I'm running with it. I'll hand the cake slicer to you, Trouble. If you're looking at LNG coming out of this series, headed into the rest of the LPL season, out ahead of us, what do they need to do to make that cake as delicious as possible, and maybe not the borderline poisonous meal it was today?
You've got all the right ingredients in your playlist. You've got XX, you've got Flandre. We talked about how important XX was for top esports to make their comeback into the scene. And now he can be equally as important with an equally as strong top laner in the face of Flandre. So try to get the mixture correct to get every single time, so you can have the delicious cake that we talked about that was just never presented to us.
Thank you for backing me up on that. I'll go to our number one top fan of top, Doctor. You had the faith all the way through. You called top coming out on top, maybe because you were rolling some dice, but you were beginning to back it up as we headed into that game too. Do you have faith in them performing this consistently over the course of the season?
Yeah, these were some really strong showings. Yeah, sure, it looked like LNG were not really stepping up as much as possible in those games, but you look across. QQ, really strong engagers playing off the back of Knight, who's hitting some really strong bubbles. 369, I mean, you're playing Mordekaiser, so it's kind of hard to do it wrong, but, you know, it's still going okay. They just seem like they had someone that was popping in each position, and it's kind of hard to talk about jungle when you're in that sort of situation, because your lanes really will make your jungler look really good, or they'll look really bad. So I'd kind of want to see a bit more sample size to fully understand. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you've got your jungler running it down and you've still got 3 strong lanes, you're going to know that they're running it down. So I think everyone was looking real clean on that top lineup. I think that Demacia Cup, it's pretty likely that it was just a fluke. And I want to see how they move out throughout the rest of the series.
Ibritz, you wanted to close us out?
Oh, no, I was just pointing out the fact that Doctor, I completely agree with that, and I thought it did play into the draft pretty well, because XX's champion picks here, Rek'Sai, Olaf, these need winning lanes to succeed. These aren't your hard CC junglers. They just kind of accentuate winning lanes by making them win more, or go to skirmish against the enemy jungler for some victories there.
Yeah, so a good season maybe ahead for top esports. I'm going to call this a day. This is the final broadcast of our first week of unofficial broadcasts here. We will, of course, there will be more LPL action on, and there will be more unofficial LPL action on here on this Twitch channel. So I'd encourage you to follow us here. You can also find all the casters that cast today at their Twitter handles right below their heads. and Midnight and Perplexer, who had the call during the game. I'd also like to give a shout out to producer Piff, who's been on the buttons pressing the audio all day long, despite the somewhat Walmart microphones that have been coming out at various points. He's been saving the day, and he's only getting a little bit tired as he changes my Twitter handle to a question mark. Thanks so much for watching. We will be back. Don't forget to follow this channel.